Want to welcome those that are watching online here on 50,000 Out to Win Friday here at the World Super Pro Challenge. We are getting ready to go with time runs here at 10 a.m. Yellow run cards have been called. Yellow run cards have been called to the stadium lanes. Yellow, yellow, yellow. We need you to lanes. One and only time run. Once again, yellow run stickers, yellow run stickers. We need you to the stadium lanes, please. Yellow run stickers. Whether you're a door car, dragster, no box entry, we need you to the stadium lanes, please. Yellow run stickers. Yellow, red, get ready. You're going to be called here shortly. Right now, we're taking yellow into the stadium lanes. Also, there will be 50-50 tickets being sold throughout the day here in the pit area. That is the function that we use that raises money for our bracket finals team for the end of the year for decorations and meals and that type of thing. And so the couple ladies will be walking around selling 50-50 tickets, raising money for Team Mid-Michigan's bracket finals team. Lanes 7 and 8 in and buckle up. Lanes 7 and 8 in and buckle up, please. Lanes 7 and 8 in and buckle up, please. All right, final call for yellow run stickers. Final call for yellow. Here we go. They are coming out of the stadium lanes for the start of time runs. Once again, final call for yellow. Final call for yellow. All right, attention in the pits, attention in the pit area. We need red run stickers to the stadium lanes, please. Red to the lanes, and here we go. The Pontiac Fiero coming up first in right-hand lane. Andy Wingo match up with the Rick's Flooring Services Cobra Jet on the left-hand side. Ricky Kellums getting their first time runs. The first 5 pairs of racers up here getting a free run this morning. Once again, we've called both yellow and red to the staging lanes for your time run. Yellow and red. A red light start for Andy. Left-hand lane at 0:57 reaction time. For Kellum, 5:36, a 1:31 to a 6:24, 110.83 miles per hour. A little Chevy 2 rolling up right-hand lane. Jeff Sanchez out of Grand Ledge, Michigan. And Matt Gramlich driving the 1977 Chevy Vega in the FTI side. Right-hand lane of 6:22 for Sanchez in that Chevy 209 miles per hour to 7:12 and 97.29 miles per hour. I believe the S10's going to run here. Michael Gramlich back it up at right-hand lane. And William D. Gibbons, the S10 out of Detroit in the left side. Again, we have called yellow and red to the staging lanes. Yellow and red. We need you to the lanes, please. Actually, we are done with yellow. We are moving on to red. We need red in the lanes, please. Right lane Gramlich runs 580, 119 to 629, 106 miles per hour. Jim Clark, Oldsmore at 442, coming up in the Motor State side out of Lake Odessa, Michigan. And the 1974 Dodge Swinger from Harrison, Tim Heinig. Once again, yellow and red. Yellow and red have been called. Yellow and red have been called to the lanes. Oldsmore with the wheels up in the air there in this time run, and he's going to run a 5:32, 133 miles per hour to a 7:37 and 90 miles per hour. The Advanced Auto Parts Kia coming up, Joe Samalek, Beaverton, Michigan. Bernie Vanderplug from Plainwell, Michigan, 67 Chevy 2. Joe Samalek unloading the tires there, runs 567. Bernie Vanderbilt 593, 114.02. Chantel Lorenz and Jeff Pitts coming up. The Iceman Chevrolet Camaro out of Oxford, Michigan. 69 Chevrolet for Chantel, Traverse City, Michigan. .006 for Pitts and the time run here with the Camaro. He's going to run 593 on 16 to 634. 96 miles per hour. The Undertaker 69 Camaro in the left-hand lane. Out of East Jordan. Right-hand lane Rich Van Els. Big Blue. Dodge out of Lowell, Michigan. Scott Erickson running a 559 and 123, 694 for the Mopar, 98 miles per hour. The Vega coming up. Andrew Heinig, Harrison, Michigan, in the right-hand lane. And Clint Bailey from Clare, 69 Dodge Dart. .610, 112 to 628, 108. Craig Skinner, Adrian, Michigan, the Trans Am in the right-hand lane. Brad Harris going back to the burn box here. Going to try this again. And that didn't work for a second time. Mesick, Michigan, Ford Ranger. Maybe if we keep the truck in the water, it'll spin the tire. Left lane at 594, 112 to 671, 102 miles per hour. Zach Harris coming up, the Nova in the right-hand lane. And Kyle Kidder. Kyle had a day out here yesterday. Benzonia, Michigan, Chevrolet Camaro went all the way to the final round. For Mr. Kidder. Right lane 633, 108 to a 640, 404.91 miles per hour. The big Impala of Don McGarbuck coming up right-hand lane out of Fraser, Michigan. Match up here with Jason Jenkins Ford Mustang from Coleman, Michigan. I'd like to thank the folks from Drag Race Solutions, another year of sponsoring the World Super Pro Challenge. Drag Race Solutions is offering a 20% off all online orders this weekend for attending racers and online viewers. Drag Race Solutions, 20% off for all online orders this weekend for racers and online viewers. Use the promo code WORLD26, WORLD26, WORLD26 to save on your order. Offer is good until Tuesday. Once again, thanks to folks at Drag Race Solutions, a sponsor of the World Super Pro Challenge. They're offering 20% off all online orders this weekend for our racers and anybody watching online. You use the promo code WORLD26, WORLD26. Enter that at the completion of your order. It'll save you 20%, dragracesolutions.com. Also, event t-shirts for the 33rd annual World Super Pro Challenge. Available at the souvenir building over here behind the grandstand. Get your event t-shirts. It's Craig Eberhardt is 003 and runs 613. McChesney went 643 there. So once again, event t-shirts available for the 33rd annual World Super Pro Challenge at the souvenir building behind the second set of grandstands. Jeremy Luce running 671 to 99. Danny Angel getting pushed back. A leak out here on the starting line with a Ford Mustang. Kind of glad the crew saw that before it went all the way down the track. So it'll be a short cleanup back here from the burn box area to the starting line. So it is just water, so just a matter of mopping it up and getting it dried up here. We'll be back at it here just a minute. Once again, event T-shirts for the World Super Pro Challenge. This year's event T-shirt for the Ultratech-sponsored World Super Pro Challenge, available at the Souvenir Building. I want to thank our sponsors here for $50,000 Friday. It is FTD, the sponsor of today's event. Actually, digital delay taken care of Thursday here, and we gave away a delay box out here yesterday that actually Royce Osborne, you want to come up to the tower, you can pick up your new delay box. Royce was the winner of the digital delay box out here yesterday. Want to thank Motor State Distributing in Edelbrock, taking care of the online coverage this weekend. Both Edelbrock and Motor State covering the online Drag Racer TV video coverage that is taking place as we speak. Thank you, Edelbrock and Motor State. Also, FTI Performance McCarty Auto Parts sponsors once again this year of the World Super Pro Challenge. If you need any transmission needs, converter needs, the group from FTI located right up here by the tower. Go see the Williams boys, and they'll get you set up with a new transmission or converter, or talk to you about what's going on, get you taken care of. FTI on site here for the World Super Pro Challenge. Looks like we're ready to go back at it here. We have called two colors so far. Yellow and red have both been called for your time run. Yellow and red have both been called to the stadium lanes for your time run. Chris Messbergen and Rich Brower going to make ahead here. The sudden impact of Buick Somerset in right-hand lane. Messbergen, Norton Shores, Michigan, 1962 Chevy Nova. Left side. Greg Rose, Lake Ann, Michigan, Ford Mustang. Corey Selleck, Fenwick, Michigan, getting their time runs in here. The red light for Greg with a Ford and a little smoke, which we've kind of gotten used to. Left lane 594 at 113 for no 16 reaction time for Selleck. Brian Felice and Terry Stewart. Here's a couple of guys that drove a couple miles to get to this race. Felice out of Beach Island, South Carolina with the S10 left-hand lane. And it is Midlothian. Yeah, say that again. Midlothian, Texas for Terry Stewart in right-hand lane. 69 Chevrolet Chevelle. So a 21 and a 25 for reaction times here. Actually, a couple out-of-towners that used to live in Michigan here, Stewart and Felice, coming back home for the 50 grander. Carly Duffy and Anthony Benedetti going to be next. Benedetti's dragster, Monroe, Michigan. Carly, the Duffy girls racing, they came clear from a different country this weekend. They're from Canada. Big black Chevy in the left-hand lane. Yeah, actually, they live about 18 hours closer than the racer from Texas. Carly with no 18 reaction time on the left-hand side and runs 478, 143. We have two UPS packages at the front gate. Aiden Farrell and Jason Hemmerline. You have packages at the front ticket booth at the gate. Chelsea Duffy runs 546, 124 miles per hour to a 659, 106.20 miles per hour. Got the Mustang fixed. Danny Angel, left-hand lane, Pentwater, Michigan. Going to do a big wheelie here for you. Jeff Alexander, right-hand side, Howard City, Michigan, Chevrolet Vega. .003 reaction time for the Ford in the left-hand lane. And a 609, 110, 615, 110 for Jeff Alexander. Brown Boys Racing, Monte Carlo out of Eaton Rapids, Pete Brown. Match up here with A.J. Selleck, Ford Mustang. .004 reaction time for the Ford. Pete Brown's Monte Carlo runs 528. He was 015 green, 131 miles per hour, 648, 104 in the left-hand lane. Gene Reynolds, Roseville, Michigan, Nelson car. And Mr. BS in the right-hand lane, Bill Smith, Cedar Springs, Michigan. Driving for the Alexander family with their Chevrolet Monza. Once again, Drag Race Solutions online. If you need anything from Drag Race Solutions, they're offering 20% off online to any World Super Pro Challenge racers this weekend. Just enter the code WORLD26 when you check out, WORLD26, and it'll give you 20% off online from Scott Lemon's company down there in Tennessee, Drag Race Solutions. .011 reaction time for Reynolds, runs 4:65. Bill Smith was 0:02 reaction time and runs a 6:12. Mark Martinez in right-hand lane, the Chevy 2 up against Toby Croning's S10 in this time run, Lowell, Michigan. .21 and a 22 on the scoreboard down there for reaction times. Toby runs a 6:11. Mark runs a 6:06 at 112 miles per hour. Ernie Goodson, Hartford, Michigan, undercover dragster, winner of the WDRA bracket finals held right here at the Motorplex last September. Match up here with the world famous Doobie Duster, Eric Doobie, coming up in the left-hand lane. Also want to thank Ultratech Race Fab. Ultratech Race Fab, John Park's company, our title sponsor for the World Super Pro Challenge for the third straight year, I believe. John would have been here, but went through some dilemmas at home getting ready to come to the World Super Pro Challenge, and unfortunately, for the first time in a long time, will not be racing here. But Ultratech Race Fab, check them out online. World-class dragster builder, chassis shop up north of us, about an hour and a half. Ernie Goodson, 475, 145 miles per hour to 697, 96.33 miles per hour. It's Tracy Mutchler in the S10. Come up right-hand lane, Michaela Hemmerline, the Oldsmobile Cutlass out of Unionville, Michigan, left-hand lane, young lady. So an 019 reaction time there for Tracy in the right-hand lane. He's going 634, 624, 107.99 miles per hour. The Cummings and Davis Chevrolet Camaro burns across the starting line of the right-hand lane. Jim Davis out of Berrien Springs, Michigan. Left-hand lane is going to be Steve Williams from Macomb, Michigan. Steve actually broke his car, and a buddy, Eric Jones, offered up his car for him to compete this weekend, and it is a unique design. He nailed it. Nailed the name of this dragster. It's Colorblind. It's a fresh design on this car. Only been on there for a couple weeks. Eric Jones came up with this one on his own. Left-hand lane, 006 reaction time. Right-hand lane, a red light on 514, 135. And left-hand side, 529, 127 miles per hour out of the dragster. Austin Spittler and Steve Vandersloot are going to be next. Steve in the left-hand lane, Plainville, Michigan. Davis-built Corvette Roadster, making his first run of the weekend. Austin Spittler, Garden City, Michigan, hardtail dragster called Burnin' Money. Double A red light there for Vandersloot, 6 green for Spittler. 518, 134 to a 574, 118 miles per hour. Ken Atherton Jr. and Josh Cole, the S10 of Romulus, Michigan. Ken, one of the coolest hot rods competing today, 1941 Willys out of Constantine, Michigan. So red light start there for Josh in the left-hand lane. Ken 39 green, 559, 120 to a 629, 109 miles per hour for the S10. Mike Horetsky and Jason Hicks are going to run. Jason left-hand lane, our no box 32 winner out here on day one yesterday. Oldsmobile out of Lansing. He and Mike Horetsky backing up 2016 American chassis dragster. .026 for the no box racer, .021 for the dragster here. 5 flat, 138 to a 691, 98 miles per hour. Supercharged dragster backing up out the lane. Patrick Morris of East Jordan. Match up with Tyler Clark's Lumina. .476, 143 miles per hour to a 553, 125 miles per hour. Jordan Lichanowski, Columbia, Tennessee. Chevrolet Camaro in the right-hand lane. And Caitlin McCurry, Insurance Man-sponsored rear-engine dragster, Shelby Township, Michigan, a diamond chassis car. Couple red lights there on the Christmas tree. McCurry's dragster left-hand lane going to run 464. 147 to a 615, 110.10. Here's our only snowmobile competing in competition. Aaron Rashewski driving the Jeff Jaquish ride that he won the World Championship with a couple years ago. Wind Lake, Wisconsin Artie Cat turbocharged up against Barberville, Kentucky, Jeremy Bargo. I dare say Jeremy has never raced against a snowmobile before. Way up in the air for Bargo there, 18 green. The sled running away from him, 577, 119. Left lane of 609 for Bargo, 110.38. Dave Laurent, Chevy 2 in the left-hand lane. Taking on the rear engine dragster 3X21. Jenna Jimenez. Jen in right lane, 497.0, 137 miles per hour. Dave Lorenz runs 535 at 127 miles per hour. Two more Chevy 2s coming up in the starting line. Keith Helsel and Jason Mikula. Jason left lane, 66 Chevy 2 out of Eagle, Michigan. Keith, Lake City, Michigan with his Chevy 2. Going to be a 585, 120 miles per hour for Helsel. Mikula runs 598, 112.92. Dragster of Darrell Pollock backing up at right-hand lane. Hemlock, Michigan. Match up here with the Firebird. Mark Daniels, South Boardman, Michigan. Car that he ran at LS in up until about 3 weeks ago and got a big 632 sticking out of the top of the hood over there in the left-hand lane now. Jerry Haas car. Double 02 and 016 reaction times. Dragster runs 479 at 144. Daniels runs 490 and the Firebird 140.51. Justin Harrington coming up left-hand lane. Chevrolet Chevette out of Indiana. In Mesick, Michigan, home for Scott Allen. Backing up his El Camino. Scott Allen runs 596 at 114 miles per hour. Harrington and that Chevette runs 603, 112.33 miles per hour. Jeff Sanchez Chevy 2 coming up in the left-hand lane, Grand Ledge, Michigan. The McCurry family pickup truck, Tyler in the right-hand lane. Chevy 2 runs 621, 109 miles per hour. Truck with a 645, 104 miles per hour. Neil Swain coming up. FTI lane. Portland, Michigan, CJ9 Jeep. Paul Wolf, Chevrolet Vega. Motor Stateside. Once again, the folks from FTI are with us this weekend racing. As I mentioned, the FTI lane there on the left-hand side. If you need any work for transmission, you got trans issues, you need a converter, transmission, looking to upgrade, go see the folks from FTI, located up here right beside the tower, pitted along the fence here. Troy Williams or Gary Williams get you set up. 578 to 585, 116. All right, we're going to put out our final run sticker color, black. We need black run stickers to the stadium lanes. Now called everybody for your time run. Yellow, they were shut down a while ago. Red, we're shutting those down now. Black, we will take you to the lanes. Black run stickers to the stadium lanes, please. Black run stickers to the lanes, please. Chase McKay and Mike Stokes getting their time run in here. Dragster out of Gibraltar, Michigan. Mike Stokes from Beulah, Michigan. 67 Dodge Dart. Won an event out here earlier in the year, the Who's Your Daddy $7,500 to win race. Stokes was the winner of that thing. 004 light. McKay left lane 446, 155 to a 575, 117 miles per hour. Big long burnout for the dragster here in the right-hand lane of Evan Davis. Backing up Charlotte, Michigan. Austin St. Denis sitting behind the wheel of his dad's Oldsmobile. Left-hand lane, he broke the Chevy too. .012 light for the Oldsmobile in a 521, 132. Evan was 008 in the dragster, runs a 495. Righteous Ride coming up. Left-hand lane, that is Warren Smith, Temperance, Michigan. And Andy Wingo, right-hand lane, Gaylord, Michigan, 84 Fiero. Two drivers that'll be competing in our No Box 32 later today. .008 reaction time for Warren in left-hand lane. Fiero's going to run 5:38, 129, 6:17 at 111.75 miles per hour for Warren Smith. Skylar Drews coming up in the left-hand lane. The Oldsmobile KLA went deep in eliminations last night. Up against the Jeep Cherokee. Out of LaPorte, Indiana, David Scherbandi. So once again, the run order here today is yellow, red, and black. Yellow, red, and black. And we have been through all three. All three colors have been called. Black has just been called. So yellow, red, and black, all three colors have been called. Scott Hornline and Robbie Gervin on the line. Robbie in the S10, Scott with the dragster. We have had a package delivered to the front gate for Tammy Wolf. Tammy Wolf. We've had a package delivered to the front ticket booth. Tammy Wolf, you have a package out at the front ticket booth. Probably Amazon of some kind, I'm guessing. Jim Johnson and Tim Stout on the line. Tim in the left-hand lane, Carson City, Michigan S10. The Avenger out of Lansing, Jim Johnson. Sponsored by True Burn, the band. One Ethanol, Nuvu Fuels. 558 out of the Avenger, 123 miles per hour. Johnson was 002. Tim Stout ran a 680 at 98 miles per hour, 027 reaction time. Brandon Wax strikes from left-hand lane out of maybe Michigan. And the Martin Racing S10. Cody in the right-hand lane. Another one of the No Box 32 competitors. .460, 600 to 46 with 617 round, 111.91 miles per hour. And look what we got up here. Bob Mandel III. Blown 55 Chevrolet out of Culleoka, Tennessee. You seen it parked over there all day yesterday. Well, they are racing it today in the 50 grander. Match up with Brent Martin of Sarasota, Florida. The first run of the weekend for the Bob's Profab Blown 55 Chevrolet here in the left-hand lane. His dad was out here racing the wagon yesterday, running in the 4.0s. So I think he lost. He went a 4.10. The Mandel should be somewhere in that range. Incredible build here that is actually for sale. If you, I don't know, the lotto's pretty big. Go buy a lotto ticket. This would be badass to use that lotto ticket on. I'm not kidding. I actually won the Lucas race down US 131 3 weekends ago maybe. See what we got in the 55 Chevy here. Well, it didn't happen. Went into tire spin instantly, and actually looks like they're wiping up something out there. Brett Martin, meanwhile, he said, yeah, I'm making my time run over here, dude. 0:15, 6:24. Oh, I didn't even look in the burn box. Look who we got next. This is the other, yeah, let her eat, Bob. Hey, nobody having more fun at the 50 than the Mandels. Bob Mandel with, the tires were still smoking past the 330. The wagon out of Tennessee. Actually, if you're watching online, this car went 4 rounds in elimination yesterday. Broke out running 4:10 in round number 4. Strange Engineering sponsored 540 Vortec. And Aiden Lutsky in right-hand lane was Camaro. On a mission here, left lane. He runs 4:09, 177.83 miles per hour. Lutsky, 6:37. Carrie May in the left-hand lane, Grand Haven, Michigan, with their dragster. And Steve Smith, the other insurance man car. Diamond Chassis in the right-hand lane, Shelby Township, Michigan. Double 3 to 004 on reaction time. Left-hand lane 447, 153 to a 474, 145. So Tyler Treelout and Josh Ludke, Moonville, Indiana. Yeah, he was here. He didn't have a normal Ludke day. Kind of a, it's not camouflage, but it's just all black. But don't take your eyes off the left-hand lane Ludke. I'm almost betting about round 5, round 6, he's going to be hanging around and trying to sneak through the field. Tyler Treelot runs 541, 126. Ludke running 439, 157. Kyle Yacko, Terry Yates next. Yates with a very interesting Nova out of Indiana. Car really leans downward on the driver's side. And Yacko, the Dodge Daytona, in left-hand lane, Morenci, Michigan, a no-box competitor. But keep your eyes on the Nova. This thing yesterday did about a 5-foot wheel stand. Yeah, a little more gentle today. 028 reaction time. And runs 580. 623 out of the Daytona. 109 after a 001 red light. Bill Swain and Rob Lutzke gonna run here. Rob in right-hand lane, American chassis dragster. 2 former track champions here at the Mid-Michigan Motorplex, racing Bill Swain. The Ionia, Michigan, called the UPS 10. And if you're not friends with Bill Swain, click on his Facebook page and check out the video from the wheel stand out here yesterday with this truck. It was posted earlier. The boys kind of went the wrong way with the shocks on the first run yesterday. Thought they were going the other way, but then they went that way, and that thing went straight upward. Got it toned down a little now. .023 reaction time, 005 for Rob Lutzke in the right-hand lane. 478, 144. 565 out of the truck, 120.85 miles per hour. Tracy Mutchler and Shauna Stone coming up. Team Vintage Trailers from Miss Stone out of Elkhart, Indiana, driving the pickup truck. Left-hand lane, the Mutchler family, S10 out of Grass Lake, Michigan. Shannon with a 015 light, a 602, 112 miles per hour to a 635, 108.51 miles per hour. Justin Wakel and Eric Paterka next. Eric's Diamond chassis dragster. Eric likes doing burnouts. West Bloomfield Hill, Michigan, left-hand lane. He and Justin Wakel out of Huntington, Indiana in the Chevrolet Vega. We have called all 3 colors. All 3 colors have been called to the lanes. Eric Peterka, left-hand lane 474, 145 miles per hour to 640, 106.42 miles per hour. Dustin Loynes and Royce Osborne. Dustin left-hand lane, the Firebird C-Tech. And Royce right-hand lane, Huntington, Indiana. And the Nova has a brand new delay box lane up here in the tower. Royce is 26 green with a Nova in the right-hand lane. He's going to run a 599, 113. Dustin left-hand lane, 590, 116.20 miles per hour. A couple buddies racing each other here. Chris Stein, Kurt Harrington. Kurt probably told Chris he's going to do a better burnout than him, is my guess, because Chris did a little longer one than usual. Chris in the Diamond car, former winner of the event here. Also a year ago, went down to the final 3 cars remaining, I believe it was. 4 cars. Harrington out of Middletown, Indiana. Good looking, clean 1966 Chevy 2 here. Stein left-hand lane on a mission here. 403, 175.84 miles per hour, 015 reaction time. Kurt Harrington, 001. He had a real good view of that deal. 584, 116. Brad Walters and Bernie Vanderplug coming to the line. The Chevy 2 and the Corvette. Brad Walters runs 549, 127 miles per hour. Vanderplug 595, 113.67 miles per hour. We're going to have a little wheel stand contest here. Jeff Jaquish in the left-hand lane, Art Reed in the right side. The Vega wagon out of Kokomo, Indiana. Mount Pleasant, Wisconsin for Jaquish in the S10. Well, looks like Art Reed won the wheel stand contest there. 003 for Jaquish. He runs 603. Art runs 602, 113 miles per hour. Finish line on that one, 1 thou. Derek Gilman in the left-hand lane. Backing up his dragster, Grand Rapids, Michigan. Hoping to improve on a quarterfinal finish at the 50 last year. Brooke Paquette in the right-hand lane. Dragster, first run of the weekend for the Shorty car here. Supercharged Copo-powered Shorty dragster. .071, .023. Left lane 447. Brooke runs 4:39 at 157 miles per hour. Shaheen Dragster in right-hand lane. Zach Unks, Maurice, Michigan. The FTI side, William D. Gibbons truck. Has 10 out of Detroit. Shaheen Dragster, 474, 144 to a 634, 106 miles per hour in the left-hand lane. Tom Bueller's wheel stand in Chevy Camaro coming up left-hand lane. Indiana door car up against the Ohio dragster John Cook. Mason, Ohio in the right-hand lane. .013 for Tom, 008 for John. John runs 4:57, 152 to a 6:02 out of the Camaro, 113.15 miles per hour. Mark Martinez in the left-hand lane. And Kirk Cheney. Kirk making his first run of the weekend with the S10 truck. Kirk Cheney, 593, 113 to a 606, 111.91 miles per hour. Aaron Vale, Fortville, Indiana. Trans Am making his first run of the weekend, taking on the Schneider Racing dragster in left lane. First run of the weekend for this car. .008 for Aaron. Dragster has an 022 and it's 486, 140 to a 625, 108.65 miles per hour. A couple of our no box 32 racers here. They're both good ones. Brett Williamson and Tom Artikas. Williamson left lane, the 57 Bel Air. The Barracuda in the right-hand lane out of Ray, Michigan. Former winner of this event. Would love to be a two-time winner here today. Williamson a year ago came out of the no box 32 during the 50 grand race day. Double O's, don't forget these are no box cars. 001, 005, a 584 to a 632, 108 miles per hour. Nick Lakeys, dragster in the left-hand lane. Taking on Chris Wells, driving the Kozlik wagon on the right side. .660 Raceworks machine up against the Race Tech dragster. Left lane 484, 142. Wells actually rocked out of the beam there when the right before the release. He's way red. Zach Harris and Eric Doobie on the line. The Duster up against the Nova. It's a good reminder of the event T-shirts for the 33rd annual World Super Pro Challenge. See a couple folks walking around wearing them. Sure you get over there, don't forget to get your event T-shirts. They are on sale at the Souvenir Building behind the second set of bleachers. Concessions open. Got an early special on hand-dipped ice cream this morning. You want to get some ice cream for breakfast, they're serving it up over there. Also chicken strips and french fries and cheeseburgers and hot dogs, concession stand. Zach Harris in the right-hand lane, 634, 108 miles per hour. Doobie Duster, 696 at 96 miles per hour. James Vanderbrook and Kelly Smith next. Vanderbrook, Fife Lake, Michigan. Young man driving the dragster. And Kelly Smith, 57 Bel Air. Betty White in the left-hand lane. The Roadster, the White Cloud, Michigan. James runs 484, 140 miles per hour to a 527, 133 miles per hour in the Roadster. Scott Doyen, right-hand lane, Bay City, Michigan, M&M dragster. Scott Erickson, no box racer, left lane out of East Jordan. Doyen in the right lane, 463, 149 miles per hour. Scott Erickson runs 562, 122 miles per hour. Emma Helsel in the right-hand lane, Chevy Nova. Taking on Brad Harris with the Ranger in the left-hand lane, Mesick, Michigan. Looks like Lisa Graham might come bearing gifts to the starting line workers. Brad in left-hand lane with a 597, 111 miles per hour to 734 at 92 miles per hour. Left lane, Tom Jones. Well, Tom's standing by the wall. We're going to go with Stacy Bueller in the left-hand lane. Fort Wayne, Indiana, driver for the 66 Chevy Nova. And Jason Hemmerline, Unionville, Michigan, 2013 Chevrolet Camaro, already a $20,000 winner earlier this year. Would like to add a $50,000 day to that resume for 2026. Chevrolet Camaro. Right lane 496, 141 miles per hour to 618. Stacy was 002 green there in the left-hand lane 109. Mike Kozlik, he and Doug Foley Jr., another racer that has won a 20 grander here in the last month. Mooresville, North Carolina, S10 in the left-hand lane. Mike Kozlik, Grand Rapids, Michigan, on the right-hand side. Kozlik's 007. Red light for Foley there by 5. 606 to a 655, 103.29 miles per hour. David Davis, Double D, Toledo, Ohio. Chevrolet Camaro in left-hand lane went deep in eliminations last night. Steve Mikas, Chevrolet Nova, Ashley, Michigan. Our most popular ever winner of the 50 grander. Steve had so many people in his winner's circle photo that we couldn't take it in the winner's circle. It had to be up here in the burn box area. That was 2023. 015 to an 021 reaction time. Mikas runs 583, 117 to a 629, 108.21 miles per hour. AJ Esch, he's won the race. Not in this particular car. The Firebird he's driving this weekend for Team Overkill, Gulfport, Mississippi. AJ won it 12 years ago, back in 2014, driving a dragster. Ted Dunham from Forest, Ontario. Buick Somerset. Wheels up and a 10 red for AJ. Ted is 12 green in the Buick. He's going to run 534 to a 605. Joe Bauman, Chevrolet Camaro in the left-hand lane. And Alex Scheel, one of our no-box racers with the Camaro in the right side. Toby Croning and Amanda Campbell next. Toby with the S10 pickup truck out of Home Pro Roofing. Amanda out of Oxford, Michigan. One of Dan Davies' cars, the 25 chassis Diamond, the 582 big block. You know what we haven't had happen? We haven't had a female win the 50 yet. .003 red for Amanda. Toby's 21 green. Amanda runs 492, 139 to a 616 at 109.62 miles per hour. Zach Smith over there left-hand laming his first run of the weekend. Ohio racer in Kyle Kidder, Chevrolet Camaro. Runner-up here on day one. Getting his final time run in here. 18, Smith is 003 in the left-hand lane. He's going to run 457, 150 miles per hour to a 645, 105.09 miles per hour. Brian Campbell coming in up in the right-hand lane, the Thunderbird of Oxford, Michigan. Ken Selleck, 1927 bodied roadster out of Fenwick, Michigan. Left lane 563, 119 to a 586, 118 miles per hour. So Ken Selleck's roadster apparently leaving a little bit of fuel or water or something out there. The crew out there mopping. We have a racer at the top end needing a tow back, car 822X. Once again, a racer down at the top end, all the way down the top end needs a tow back. Craig Vandersloot and Rich Van Els getting their time run here. Rich in the 69 Dodge Coronet. Craig driving the Diamond car, Kalamazoo, Michigan. 457 and 680 that time for Rich. 99 miles per hour. Mr. Paterka in the right-hand lane with the dragster backing up. Pennsylvania hot rod. First run of the weekend we've seen this car. Patrick Boris left lane, East Jordan, Michigan. 456, 151 to a 476, 143 miles per hour. Kenny Underwood and Andrew Heinig. Chevrolet Vega out of Harrison, Michigan for Andrew. He's a no box 32 racer. Kenny Underwood driving the Go GPS Oldsmobile. Well, that's Kenny staying over there. It's not Kenny driving. I bet they forgot to switch the number. Probably Troy Williams Jr. maybe. Once again, we have a racer, car number A22X. A22X. I don't have the name in front of me. Maybe Alex Scheel, maybe? Stuck at the end of the track. Anybody that can help Alex out, take a golf cart with a strap and drag him back. He's all the way down to the end, a far turnoff. And I believe he might be here racing by himself is my guess. But anybody with a strap and a ability to tow him back, I'm sure he'd appreciate it. Carver and Unks, 004, 005. It'll be a 560 to a 576. Scott Allen in the right-hand lane. Mesick, Michigan. El Camino and Mark Daniels. Chevrolet Camaro left lane. Little red light there for Allen. Left-hand lane, a 29 green light, and a 622, 111 to a 594, 115. Yeah, it's happening again. Another El Camino. Jeremy Luce, Gladwin, Michigan. 84 El Camino. And Tyler McCurry from Shelby Township, the S10. A lot more S10s here than El Caminos, but you just seen them both back to back. We do appreciate everybody. We got like 19 golf carts heading to the top end to tow this guy back. Awesome. Thank you. Jeremy's 005, and he's going to run 675, 646 for Tyler, 103.84 miles per hour. Dan Ide and Eddie Hall are going to run. Eddie in the right-hand lane, the Oldsmobile Kellis. Vicksburg, Michigan. It was about maybe 2 years ago. I believe Eddie was on the ladder round during the 50 grander. Driver in the Oldsmobile. Racing Dan Ide, a dragster that he just bought about 3 weeks ago out of Hillman, Michigan. And actually, this may be the first actual weekend of competition for Dan. Red light for the dragster. Eddie is 13 green. Left-hand lane 535, 126 to a 620 run, 107 miles per hour. 0:14 reaction time for the truck. Chad Sandlin made the trip in last night on an aeroplane from Texas. 6:20.109. Left-hand lane, Jim Davis. 5:13.135 there. Andy Christopherson and Jeff Alexander next. The Vega in the Chevy 2 getting their time run in here. Working our way through time runs. I'm guessing maybe another hour or so to finish everybody up. 0:04 reaction time for Christopherson and 0:13 for Jeff Alexander. Scott Kiefer, 55 Chevrolet in the left-hand lane. Match up here with Will Steckley out of Milverton, Ontario, Canada. Charger, former IHRA World Champion. .010 reaction time to an 0:25 reaction time. 575, 119 to a 598, 113 miles per hour. The Gia's back, Joe Samalik and Eden Farrell in the S10. .001 for Joe in the right-hand lane. He's going to run 5:43, 127 miles per hour to a 6:03, 112 miles per hour for Aiden Farrell. Well, look who's here. Michelle Taylor in left-hand lane, backing up the Malibu, Portage, Michigan. Her first run of the weekend. And Sam Manuel, Adrian, Michigan, Ford Mustang. Lots of new entries here for the 50 grander here on Friday. Michelle, an 0:16 reaction time and a 5:48, 124 miles per hour. 6:31 out of the Ford, 108.14 miles per hour. Steve Vandersloot and Jim Clark coming up for their final time run here before eliminations. Vandersloot, left-hand lane, Plainwell, Michigan. It's the Davis chassis Corvette Roadster. Jim Clark from Lake Odessa, Michigan. 79 years old. Driving the Oldsmo Rat here in the right-hand lane. 0:21 to a red light for Vandersloot. 5:22 to a 5:33. Of course, today the run order changes a bit as the dragsters will take eliminations first today. It'll be yellow, red, and black dragsters once we get to eliminations, but the dragsters are up first here on Friday. Anthony Benedetti, the blue dragster in right-hand lane, Monroe, Michigan. Wes May driving his wife's dragster there in the left-hand lane, Huntington, Indiana for Wes. One of the all-time best at this deal. But he still hasn't, he don't have his name on the list yet. His dad does. Gary, a winner way back in 2013. Wes has won the preliminary races multiple times, the 10 granders, but he's never won the 50. Left lane 492, 139 miles per hour to a 526, 129.01 miles per hour. Jason Hicks, Tim Heineck, Dodge Dart Swinger up against the Oldsmobile Cutlass. Jason, the manager of Hitches and More down there in Lansing, a sponsor of his Oldsmobile. He won the event out here last night for the No Box 32, and then also advanced to the ladder round once he got past the 5 rounds of No Box racing. 692 and 98 was 741 at 90.43 miles per hour. Roy St. Dennis, former winner of this event way back in 2004. The Oldsmobile Cutlass and Terry Bauman in the Chevy 2. Terry with over 50 years of drag racing. .007 to an 014 reaction time here. Left-hand lane, 528, 130 miles per hour to a 649, 106.08 miles per hour. Bob Payton backing up from his burnout over there in the left-hand lane. 2019 Diamond car, Brighton, Michigan. Wow, Ben Wenzel Jr. across the starting line with the Fat Matt's Barbecue Cavalier out of Hemlock, Michigan. He'll be in the No Box 32. Bob with an 010 reaction time. A little red light there for Wenzel. 453, 153 miles per hour. Right hand lane, 983 at 69 miles per hour. The other half of the Brown Boys Racing Monte Carlos coming up. This is Vance Brown, Charlotte, Michigan. And the Showtime dragster out of Roanoke, Indiana, Justin Daniels, who has had a lot of success here at the 50 Granders in the last 4 or 5 years, constantly deep in the event, but Justin also has not won the 50. .536 there for Daniels, 127 to a 6 flat, 113.95 miles per hour. Here's Vance's dad, Pete, coming up in the left-hand lane. And Mike Horetsky back onto the dragster right side. Seeing some more of those T-shirts down here on the starting line. The Collector Souvenir 33rd Annual World Super Pro Challenge T-shirts. They are on sale over at the Souvenir Building. I have no idea whether there's 1 left or 100 left, but if you want one, I would recommend getting a World Super Pro Challenge T-shirt at the Souvenir Building. Koretzky runs 5:02, 138 miles per hour, the no 10 reaction time. Brown was 006 green, we're in 5:32. Dave Lorentz coming up. Little Red 2.0 here in the left-hand lane. And Jason Jensen, his dragster right-hand side. Jensen, a former winner of the event. He won it in 2017, driving his Malibu. Be racing a dragster today. $25 to a 17 on the tree here. 455, 151 to a 535. 127 miles per hour. Two more dragsters coming up next. Jim Hamilton and Matt Gramlich. Both diamond chassis. Matt out of Monroe, Michigan. Jim Hamilton from Fraser, Michigan. Got a baby blower on top of his big block Chevy. .443, 158 miles per hour to a 479, 143.56. Now we're going to bring up a couple door cars here. Ed Curtis and Craig Skinner. Skinner of the Trans Am. Ed Curtis, the Oldsmobile Kellis. Ed got here late yesterday, did not get a time run, but that didn't matter. He proceeded and went, I'm going to say 4, 5, 6 rounds in eliminations with the Illinois Oldsmobile. Did well here. Left-hand lane, 509, 136 miles per hour to a 673, 102.14 miles per hour. Burning Money dragster getting his final time run. One of the few hardtail dragsters competing out of Garden City, Michigan, Austin Spittler. And Troy Stone, Elkhart, Indiana. Dragster backing up in the left-hand lane. Troy Stone running a 434 this morning, 159 miles per hour to a 575, 117.90 miles per hour. John Ekenberger, North Lawrence, Ohio, blown dragster up against Kenny Underwood, Fortville, Indiana. 81 Chevy Camaro. Red light there. Dragster goes to the center. 441, 157 miles per hour. Left lane 607, 111.55, 012 green light for Underwood. Ken Atherton Jr. and Dave Scherbandi. Two very unique hot rods here running. The Jeep in the left-hand lane up against the 41 Willys. Ken Atherton running a 561, 120 miles per hour. Sherbani with 629, 107.19 miles per hour. Jordan Lichanowski, Chevrolet Camaro, and it'll be the Ford Mustang of Warren Smith. In right-hand lane, the Righteous Ride. Once again, Drag Race Solutions offering 20% off all online orders this weekend for attending racers and online viewers. Just use the promo code WORLD26, WORLD26. At the end of your order, it'll save you 20%. Go and check them out, dragracesolutions.com. Right lane 616, 112 miles per hour to a 617, 109.21 miles per hour. Also want to thank McCarty Auto Parts. Bug is on the grounds, I've heard. The continued sponsor and supporter of the World Super Pro Challenge, Bug McCarty. FTI, folks. Longtime supporters of the World Super Pro Challenge and actually a sponsor of our left-hand lane, FTI Performance. Of course, today's race sponsor is FTD Customs. If you need a set of wheels, go and check out FTD Customs online. Digital Delay was our Thursday sponsor out here yesterday. Gave away a delay box. Royce Osborne, you get a chance, come on up to the tower. Over here on the race control, we got a delay box up here for Royce Osborne, our winner of our delay box yesterday, and also Pro Systems Carburetors, once again, a sponsor of the World Super Pro Challenge. Mike Gramlich and Kyle Stockwell on the starting line here, getting their final time run. .001 reaction time for Stockwell in the wagon. He's going to run a 618, 109 miles per hour to a 499, 136 miles per hour for the dragster. Ricky Kellums, the Rick's Flooring Services Cobra Jet Mustang. There's a no-box 32 racer. He'll be in the left-hand lane in Tom Bray. Chevrolet Camaro, another no-box 32 competitor. Little red light start there by 001 for Bray. 045 green for Ricky Kellums. Then a 627. 703 out of the Camaro there. Cody Height, former winner of this event. Back when he was driving the Malibu, driving the Monte Carlo today, Farmington, Michigan. Racing another winner that hasn't been down the track this weekend yet. That's Mike Bloomfield Jr. in the left-hand lane. Showed up last night, Hamilton, Ohio. He won it just 2 years ago. .009 for Bloomfield, 026 for Cody Height. 585, 117 to a 610, 111 miles per hour. This guy we just talking about here, Bug McCarty, Hazelhurst, Georgia. Looks like he brought the blue S10 here in the right-hand lane. Match up with Tim Stout, Carson City, Michigan in the left side. McCarty, of course, McCarty Auto Parts. Big-time supporter of Big Money Bracket Racing and a longtime supporter of the World Super Pro Challenge. Georgia S10 pickup truck, wheels up, red light start. Tim is 018 green in the left-hand lane. And it'll be a 6 flat with a 0, 113 miles per hour to a 680 at 98.68 miles per hour. So here's the Overkill Motorsports pickup truck. Gary Williams, former winner of this race. Gary won it back in 2012, driving Old Red today, taking on Brandon Wax dragster in the left-hand lane. So we mentioned today is FTD, 50 Grander Friday. They will be giving away a brand new set of front wheels to somebody that is out of eliminations, a random pick. So you got to be out of eliminations. Don't try to do this, but you got to be out of eliminations before the third round. 001 red for Williams, 12 green in the left-hand lane, 466 to a 570. Stan Jones Jr. and Cal Yako on the line. VP Racing Fuel Corvette against Kyle's Daytona. 002 reaction time for Kyle. He runs 624, 596, 114 miles per hour. I believe this is Scotty Taylor backing up in the right-hand lane with his dragster. First run of the weekend here for Scotty. And check Ridenauer, 63 Corvette. Deep in eliminations yesterday was Chuck. I believe at the very least quarterfinal. I think he may have lost in the semifinal. So Chuck Ridenauer and Scotty Taylor here, the old Adderall in the right-hand lane. Red lights by 19. First run of the weekend. Should be a pretty quick run here. 436, 159 miles per hour. Chuck went 517. He's been pretty much glued to that area all weekend. 132 miles per hour, 11 green. Corvette Roadster, hard to beat. Carly Duffy, Duffy Girls Racing dragster out of Ontario in the left-hand lane, and Tyler Clark, Traverse City, Michigan Lumina. Tyler, big money winner a week ago at Northern Michigan Dragway. I believe he won somewhere around $5,000–6,000. Carly Duffy, 481, 142 to a 553, 125 miles per hour. Corey Mikas, Chevrolet Camaro coming up in our handling. Bear Lake, Michigan. Brent Martin, Sarasota, Florida, flew in to race the S10 this weekend, driving for Pat Raymond. Double 01 red light there for Mike is 24 green for Brent Martin in the S10. He'd be a 620, 109 to a 623, 108 miles per hour. Martin Racing truck in the right-hand lane. Cody Martin, Vicksburg, Michigan. Against that wheel Stanton Vega wagon out of Kokomo, Indiana. Art Reed. Left lane 603, 112 to 616, 111.92 after a 009 reaction time. Here in Ruszewski, Wind Lake, Wisconsin, Artie Cat, Chelsea Duffy, Amherstburg, Ontario, Young Lady Racer. Left lane 546, Ruszewski 578 after red light start. Gene Reynolds in left-hand lane, Roseville, Michigan. Match up here against Mike Stokes. Both drivers ahead of the green a little bit there. 005 red light for Reynolds, 4666 on the scoreboard. 146 miles per hour to a 576. 117 miles per hour for Mike Stokes. Ryan Pachaki coming up in right-hand lane. The Maverick out of Wayland, Michigan. And Jeremy Bargo's wheel, Stanton S10 out of Barberville, Kentucky. Double 04 for Jeremy, left-hand lane on a 610, 110 miles per hour. Ryan runs 589 at 150 per hour. He was 14 green. Donnie Hagar. Donnie, the only driver to win the million without a delay box in the car. Vega in the right-hand lane. Out of VP Racing and A&A Manufacturing. Cornell. He won probably one of the most memorable 50s. He won the Fog 50 with his Chevrolet Camaro. And I say it every year, I love his car number. His car number is 150K. 009 reaction time for Cornell in his Dragster. He's going to run a 488, 140 miles per hour to a 646 for Hagar. 105.22 miles per hour. Craig Eberhardt. Olds Habits, the backup ride. The Olds Cutlass in right-hand lane. Langsburg, Michigan. Jeff Burdess, a Malibu wagon at Hemlock, Michigan. Had some engine issues this year. He borrowed a motor. Well, he borrowed a little more horsepower than he was running. This thing all of a sudden is doing big wheel stands that it's never done in its life. And I got a feeling Jeff's kind of digging it a little bit. .31 reaction time to a 1 red. 122 miles per hour. Craig Eberhardt was 001 red, went a 6:14.4. Justin Harrington Chevette in right lane. Middletown, Indiana, Connor Jensen. the Malibu. He's driving a car that's been in the winner's circle for the 50. His dad won with this hot rod a while back at 2017. .604 to a 6. Devin down the Motor State side, FTI lane. Jeff Cook, Ohio-based dragster. Left hailing 450, 652. Devin with the exact run he wanted there. 001 light, 479.9, 144.27 miles per hour. Stacey Bueller and Ernie Goodson. Ernie backing up his dragster at Hartford, Michigan. Stacey sitting behind the steering wheel of the 66 Chevy 2 in the left-hand lane of Fort Wayne, Indiana. Stacey with a 001 reaction time. Ernie runs 475 that time, 144.92 miles per hour to a 616, 109.71. Brad Walters, Chevrolet Corvette, Danny Angels Mustang. Left lane of 548, 126 miles per hour to a 6099, 110.85 miles per hour. Chantel Lorenz, 69 Camaro. Kurt Harrington, 66 Chevy 2. Left lane 583, 116 miles per hour to 627, 108.63. Coming up in the FTI, and Ricky Atkins, the Mini in the right-hand lane, Milan, Michigan. Mentioned before, Ricky has been a winner of this event. He sat in the winner's circle 31 years ago. He was in the final a year ago, but ended up as the runner-up, driving the blown Mini. Actually, a new Hemi blower setup coming into this for the first time. 009 reaction time. He's going to run 467 with a 951 miles per hour. With 654, 102.27 miles per hour. Look who's back. Bob Mandel's 55 Chevy blower car. Top Sportsman machine going to run down the left-hand lane here. Getting the Mandel boys out of Culleoka, Tennessee. They love this. They love this race. They love this racetrack. They've been friends of the Ledford family since the mid-'70s. And that's why they're here running these Top Sportsman cars at the World Super Pro Challenge, kind of in honor, in the memory of Jim Ledford. They knew he liked the fast door cars, and they didn't have any racing going on for a few weeks and thought it would be a good idea to do this and have a good time. That's what they're doing. Kaylin McCurry in the right-hand lane, her dragster. I hate to tell Kaylin, nobody's watching her here. All eyes are on the 55 Bel Air here. There we go. Got him down through there. 414, 178.28 miles per hour. Kaylin ran 466 at 148. We have a parts call. We have Brandon Lang is looking to go from an 8 AN to a 10 AN fitting and adapt it just about however you could figure out how to do that for his fuel tank. Brandon Lang's looking for an 8 AN to a 10 AN fitting. He's parked down there by the scoreboards out in the middle there, to the south of the scoreboards out in the center section of parking, the Monte Carlo. Brandon Lang's looking for an 8 AN to a 10 AN fitting or some way to adapt it. I guess if you got a bunch of fittings and a box in your trailer, take them down there and figure out how to make his setup work. I think he was having a fuel pump problem or something. My guess is trying to adapt to make something work here. Troy Williams Jr. and Brett McKay. Troy Williams in the left-hand lane. The Phantom Dragster, Bradenton, Florida, Team FTI. Brett McKay, Westmoreland, Tennessee, Chevrolet Camaro. Brett has been to the final round. Troy Williams, this is one that eludes him. He's won everything in drag racing, but he has not won the 50. And trust me, he wants to win the 50. One of his deals is to get his name on the T-shirt. 455, 151. And a 604, 114 mile per hour run. Next is Chase McKay. He's been in the final round. 24 American car backing up in the left-hand lane. Jenna Jimenez in right-hand lane, rear engine dragster. Jenna wasn't out here yesterday, so this will be her first day of competing. I believe Jenna won an event out at Milan last weekend. 46 green here, 016 for McKay. He's going to run 446, 155 to a 496 at 138 miles per hour. The Uptown Racing dragster in the left-hand lane. Tyler Treloud out of Canada. Doug Foley Jr. has 10 pickup truck, Mooresville, North Carolina. Foley with a 001 reaction time there with the truck. Left-hand lane 541, 126 to a 605, 112.34 miles per hour. Jason Emmerline, Aaron Vale coming up. Chevrolet Camaro for Jason. Aaron out of Fortville, Indiana, the Napa store owner with a Trans Am. $17 and a 19 here. Left-hand lane 496.9, 140 miles per hour to a 625, 106 miles per hour for the Pontiac. Dustin Loins, his Pontiac, going to be in left-hand lane. C-Tech Performance. Lane Ledford driving the Chevrolet Monte Carlo right-hand lane. Charlotte, Michigan. Double 08 red light for Monte Carlo. 504 with a 137 miles per hour. Dustin's 20 green, runs 589.8, 116.32. Ty Farmer backing up left-hand lane. Texas Racer, the dragster. 13 to a 20 on reaction time here. 4:38, 159, and a 4:54, 151. So AJ Ash and Wes May are going to run. AJ car quit on the burnout. He's going back to the burn box here. Mississippi dragster, Wes May in left-hand lane, the Regal, Huntington, Indiana. This car just feels more Wes May than that dragster he's driving. .001 for Wes, 13 green for AJ Ash, 4:38, 159 to a 6:52, 102.05 miles per hour is Maddie McCormick. Her dragster in right-hand lane. Taking on Jeff Jaquish in the truck on the left side. Both drivers here with 0:15 reaction times. Maddie runs 4:43, 158 to 6:02, 112.38 miles per hour. Neil Swain and Scott Hornline to run next. Scott in the right-hand lane, Freeland, Michigan, 2017 American car. Neil with a CJ9 out of Portland, Michigan. Hornline runs 490, 141. Neil with a 0:23 reaction time and a 5:79, 117.70 miles per hour. Justin Daniels, Showtime dragster. And Bailey Ferraro driving for the Taylor family. .002 and .003. 4:38, 157 to a 5:36, 127 for Daniels. Shaheen dragster back up in the Motor State side. Zach Ungst. And Darren McChesney in the FTI lane, Lawrenceburg, Tennessee Duster. 475, 145 miles per hour to a 644, 105.89 miles per hour. Once again, congratulations to Royce Osborne up here picking up his digital delay box from Charlie Hammond, a group from Digital Delay, sponsors out here on Thursday. Congratulations to Royce. William D. Gibbons on the line, the S10 in the right-hand lane, and Andrew Mitter, 442 Oldsmobile, gonna run down the left lane. Matt Gramlich, the Vega in the left-hand lane, and Talon Farmer out of Abilene, Texas, on right side. Right lane 454, 151 to a 713 and 96.68 miles per hour. Justin Wakel and Joe Ballman going to make a time run here. One red for the Vega, 007 green for the Camaro, 610, 111 miles per hour to a 640 with a 106.03. Josh Cole and Scott Doyen here, 464, 149. Left lane 630, 108.97 miles per hour. Dragster right-hand lane will run a 480, 144 miles per hour. Sean Carver, 576, 119.90 miles per hour. Aiden Farrell and Kyle Stockwell. Couple buddies on the starting line here, getting their final time run in. Malibu out of Kalamazoo, Michigan. Yes, 10 also from Kalamazoo. Keith Elsel on the starting line, Chevy 2. Going to run down the Motor State lane. FTI side, Corey Selleck in his altered out of Fenwick, Michigan. Little red light start there for Helsel. Runs a 586, 120 miles per hour to 596, 113.57. Kirby McLennan getting his time run here in the Motor State side. Temperance, Michigan dragster made about 37 runs yesterday. Had a little battery charging starter problem toward the end of the event, but he carried 2 entries for about 6 rounds. Yeah, Team Profab kept him in business over there. Thank God they're parked in front of the stadium lanes. Taking on Brett Williamson, Winnebago, Illinois, 57 Chevy Bel Air. Went all the way to the no box 32 final round yesterday. Kirby, 000 reaction time in 4:22, 166 miles per hour to a 584, 117.55 miles per hour. Lucas Fisher backing up in the right-hand lane. Lucas was on the ladder round last night with a Quicksilver dragster. A.J. Selleck with his Mustang getting his final time run. Lucas way early there and runs 542, 123. AJ with a 650 run, 104.15 miles per hour. Scotty Taylor got the Roadster out. First run down the track here for this car. Portage, Michigan, and Michael Gramlich. Yes, 10. A red light for Taylor by 005, 7 green in the left-hand lane. Scotty Taylor 515, 142 miles per hour to a 582, 118 miles per hour. James Vanderbrook, Fife Lake, Michigan dragster. Tangier Ledford, winner out here last night with a Chevrolet Camaro. Hardensburg, Kentucky racer. All right, attention to the pits. Round number 1, no box 32. Round 1, no box 32. To lanes 3 and 4, please. Round number 1, no box 32 to lanes 3 and 4. Double 04 for Jared. James is 014 in the dragster. 486, 138 to a 615, 110.28 miles per hour. So once again, getting down to the end of the line here in time runs, we have called round one of eliminations. Round one of eliminations for the Friday 50, no box 32, our first class coming out. We will take you to lanes 3 and 4, please. Chris Wells up at the Vega Wagon right lane, and Bill Swain, the S10 pickup truck, driving for Doug Smith, Ionia, Michigan racer. Both drivers 00 here, a 002 to a 005, left-hand lane 566, 120 miles per hour, and a 637, 105.78 miles per hour. Tom Artikas, he's going to have a quick turnaround time, as we've already called no box 32, and he'll be involved in that. Right-hand lane Barracuda taking on Kenny Underwood, the Oldsmobile Calais. Let's get no box 32, round number 1 to lanes 3 and 4, please. Underwood's 006 and 644, 634 for Artikas, 108.14 miles per hour. Jeff Wissinghausen's dragster taking on Chad Sandlin. Sandlin Family Racing, Texas racer with the pickup truck in the left-hand lane. So Carrie May over here in the left-hand lane, Race Tech car, Grand Haven, Michigan, getting her final time run here as we get down to the very end here. We can see the end of the line. No box 32 should be out there lining up for round number 1 of eliminations. Once again, dragsters, be ready. You go first here on Friday. Dragsters go first. Don't forget, 005 reaction time. And a 447, 153.66 miles per hour. Looks like Brandon Lang found his fitting he was looking for. Monte Carlo to Milan, Michigan, going to make the final time run down the track here before we go into eliminations. Do a little track prep and cleanup here before we get to it. But no box 32 drivers should be out in the stadium lanes for round 1 of eliminations as we get close to starting our 33rd annual World Super Pro Challenge round number 1 here. Brandon going to finish up the time runs here. Brandon and his Chevrolet going to run down through there at 590, 716.73 miles per hour, and that puts a wrap on time runs. So we're going to get ready and do some track prep and maintenance and get ready to roll into round number 1 of the event that we all came here for, the World Super Pro Challenge, the 50 grander for the first time ever being run on Friday. So we mentioned yesterday, the game plan now is for Sunday, the 15 grand. Basically the Friday and the Sunday purses get put together and we will run for 15 grand on Sunday instead of $5,000. So there will be no activity on the racetrack tomorrow. Just want to make that very clear. We're sticking with the plan that we went with. If for some strange reason it clears up or gets nice or whatever, I don't think, honestly, there's zero chance of that. But if that was to happen, we are sticking with our plan. We are not racing on this drag strip tomorrow. We'll be on the track Sunday morning with a new entry time run only, which basically means a driver and a car that haven't been here combination. That's the only thing that'll go down the track on Sunday morning for a time run. We'll be racing for $15,000 to win on Sunday. But tomorrow here at the Motorplex, we will not be racing cars up and down this track. Today, the main event, $50,000 to win. We're excited about it. And we'll be crowning a champion here tonight for the 33rd time. Get somebody new to put on the T-shirt for next year's event. But we're just a few minutes away. I want to thank each and every one of you for being here and supporting this event. I haven't got I'll give you a car count later on, but I'm guessing it's somewhere approaching 350 entries once we get rolling into eliminations here for the 33rd annual Ultratech RaceFab sponsored World Super Pro Challenge. So Warren Smith up here in the tower with us, our RFC chaplain, also a bad to the bone no box racer, and we haven't let anybody know, but we are going to now. There will be a chapel service Sunday morning at 8:30 a.m. We're going to hold that upstairs here in Club Motorplex, the indoor seating up above the track here that looks down the track. So 8:30 Sunday morning. Our RFC chaplain, Warren Smith, will have a service upstairs. Plan on being up there 8:30 on Sunday morning. Also, I announced earlier, Drag Race Solutions, another sponsor of the World Super Pro Challenge, offering 20% off all online orders this weekend for attending racers and online viewers. Just use the code WORLD26 when you check out. We'll check out dragracesolutions.com. Scott Lemon and his company down in Tennessee. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are about to get rolling into the World Super Pro Challenge main event. Before we do so, we're going to do the Canadian National Anthem, the American National Anthem, and first the prayer from our RFC chaplain, Warren Smith.
Let's pray. Dear Heavenly Father, Lord, we have so much to be thankful for. The finances you allow us to come here and race, the sponsors, Ultratech that puts it on. Lord, we're surrounded by good people. The racing community is filled with awesome people. The Mandels here celebrating and giving honor to Jim Ledford. Lord, we live in a country that allows us to come here and chase our dreams. We are so blessed. Lord, we have people that gives their lives on the line voluntarily to protect those freedoms. We're blessed. Touch our heart and our mind and let us realize just how blessed we are. Lord, we ask for your hand of protection on this race today. Let everybody have a good time and good fellowship with family and friends and racing community. And we ask these things in Jesus' name. Amen.
All right, here we go. Round number 1 of eliminations. No box 32. Coming at us out of the staging lanes at this time. We need yellow and red run sticker dragsters to the staging lanes for round 1 of eliminations. Yellow and red run sticker dragsters. Round number 1 of eliminations. We'll take you to the staging lanes, please. Andy Wingo in the right-hand lane, the Fiero, dialed in at 539. Jason Mikula, 66 Chevy 2, 599. Opening pair for no box 32. Red light start by 004, green light 002. Left lane, 3 total for the first car down the track here in no box. 002, dead 1 for Mikula. He'll go to the round of 16. Scott Kiefer and Ben Wenzel Jr. Kiefer's 55 Chevrolet dialed in at 597 in the left-hand lane. Ben Wenzel Jr.'s Cavalier dialed 985 in the right-hand side. Ben Wenzel Jr., the Cavalier. Scott Kiefer, the 55 Chevrolet. Big head start. They're dead even on this end. Down the finish line, wind light going. Left lane on a breakout. Cavalier got there first one, 500s under the dial in. Kiefer's 1 over. He advances to the round of 16. Kelly Smith and Rich Van El's next. Smith with the Bel Air Roadster in left-hand lane, dialed 527. The Coronet in the right-hand lane for Rich Van El's dialed in at 685. We have called 2 colors on dragsters, yellow and red. We need you in the lanes. Yellow and red dragsters to the lanes, please. Red light start 2 for Rich Van El's. Kelly Smith with a win. He's 18 green and runs 1 over with a 0. Alex Shield coming up in the right lane. The Chevrolet Camaro out of Pontiac, Michigan. Dials in at a 614. Taking on the Doobie Duster. Eric Doobie in the left lane, dialed in at 696. Potential buy run here in round number 1. Bill Swain. Swain, the potential buy run. Car number 303. To the back of the Bill Swain, potential buy run number 303. Red light start by 004. Green light 004 in the left-hand lane. 2 over the dial in. 004 green light. Doobie advances. He'll be in the round of 16. Shield was dead on the dial in, but turned it 4 red. Warren Smith and Ricky Kellums. Smith in the right-hand lane, dialed in at a 616. Kellums Mustang left lane, 627. Warren's total control of this one. They down the finish line, wind light going. Warren, 009 reaction time. And 3 over the dial in, he will advance. Ricky Kellums was a little bit under and a little bit late on that one. Scott Erickson in the left-hand lane, taking on Stan Jones Jr. Erickson, 69 Chevrolet Camaro, down in at 562. The Corvette for Jones in right-hand lane, dialed 596. Once again, dragsters, yellow and red, we're looking for you in the lanes. Round 1 of eliminations for dragsters, yellow and So Scott Erickson and Stan Jones Jr. down the finish line, win line going. Stan Jones is 009, dead 7. 16 total for the Corvette. He'll go to round number 2. Tracy Muchler and Chris Messbergen on the line. Chevy 2 dialed in at 724. The S10 on a 636. Well, we got another 00 on the board here. Down the finish line, win light going. Muchler, 001 reaction time. 3 over the dial in for the win. Messbergen was 23 and 3 over in the left lane. Muchler goes to the next round. Andrew Heining and Jeff Alexander on the line. Vega in the right lane dialed 612. Vega in the left hand lane for Alexander dialed 617. Once again, dragsters, yellow and red for round 1 of eliminations. Dragsters, yellow and red for round 1 to the lanes, please. Red light start for Heinig. Jeff Alexander with a win. On a 17, he runs an 18 with a 4:108. Cody Martin and Brett Williamson going to run. Martin in the S10 in the right-hand lane, dialed 618. Williamson's 57 Chevy. He won the No Box 32 during the $50,000 to win race last year. Winnebago, Illinois racer dialed 587. Brett Williamson and Cody Martin here. 618, 587 dial-ins. Green lights a pair of them. 100 separate them. Slight advantage, left lane. Win light, left lane. Got it. Brett Williamson, 022, goes down there and takes 0005 stripe to be 2 over the dial-in. Martin in the right lane is 035 and dead 7. Tom Braves, Chevrolet Camaro in the right-hand lane, dialed 703. Mark Martinez, Chevy 2, 606. Another 00 here, a 003 to an 013. Finish line winner, Bray, 003, dead 6. 9 total in the Camaro. Martinez is 13, dead 6. 19, and he's 100th behind Tom Bray. Ambush team, round 1. Aaron Rashewski, the snowmobile. The Artie Cannon right-hand lane out of Wisconsin, dealt 579. Clint Bailey's Dodge Dart. In the left-hand lane, dealt 629. Red light start in the left lane for Bailey, so Rashewski in the sled advance. On the 79, he runs a 76, 120 miles per hour. Bailey was dead on the dial-in, turned on the red light big time there. Big pair here, Jason Hicks. He won the No Box 32 yesterday. The Oldsmobile left-hand lane down 692. Taking on the $1 million winner, Donnie Hagar, the Vega in the right-hand lane down 647. Red light start by 005 for Hicks. Hagar with a win. He's 029 green and holding 300s, running a 44 and a 47. He'll be in the round of 16. Emma Helsel and Kyle Yako next. Kyle in the left-hand lane to Daytona. 624 dialing. Emma the Chevy Nova in the right-hand lane down 737. Both drivers in. Here we go. Kyle Yaka and Emma Helsel. Green lights a pair. Slight advantage Nova. Head down the finish line. Win light going. Daytona. 034. One over the dial-in. Taking 7th out stripe. Emma Helsel's 025 and 300s over the dial-in. Kyle Yako goes the round of 16. Mike Gramlich and Mark Daniels on the line. The Camaro in the right-hand lane dialed in at 622. Left lane Mike Gramlich's S10 dialed 582. If you lost your cell phone, it is in the tower. If you can identify it, it's in the tower. So again, we found a cell phone. It's up here in the control tower. Well, we got another 001 here. Finish line, win light. 001 dead 2 for Mark Daniels. 3 total. That's the second 3-pack during this round of No Box. Left lane Gramlich is 13 on the let go. 100th over. Daniels advances to the round of 16. Tom Martinez Jr., the Barracuda coming up. 635 dial in the right lane. Tyler McCurry's S10 down 647. McCurry in the left, Artikas in the right-hand lane, 635, 647 dial-ins. This is the car he won the 50 grander with. He's out of the gate, and he has work to do. Another 00. Finish line winner, McCurry. 003, 1 over for McCurry. Artikas is 29, dead on, locked out. McCurry goes to the round of 16. Jeff Wistinghausen and Danny Angel, our final pair of no-box racers. Angel in the left-hand lane Mustang dialed in at 612. Jeff Wistinghausen's Camaro dialed 654. Another good one, a 002 to a 10. Win light here. Left lane, 010, 1 over. Wistinghausen was 002 and 8 thou under the dial-in, taking too much stripe down there. So Danny Angel and the Mustang go to the round of 16. All right, we're now going to switch over to the dragsters round number 1 and also put out the call for black sticker dragsters. Black sticker dragsters, which means we've called all 3 colors, yellow, red, and black for round number 1. All dragsters for your first entry for round 1 to the staging lanes, please. Harley Dempsey, Amanda Campbell, our first pair of dragsters out of the lanes. A couple of young ladies going to do it here. Carly in the left-hand lane, 81. Amanda in the right-hand lane, Dale, 493. So we've got all three colors here for dragsters, all three colors. Bill Swain is sitting on the buy run. Bill Swain sitting on the buy run. Double breakout going to Carly Duffy. Both ladies were 0-20 on reaction time. Double under in the left, 8 thou under in the right. Carly Duffy goes around number 2. This is Chelsea Duffy, her sister, backing up in the left-hand lane down 546. Match up with Talon Farmer, Abilene, Texas racer down 455. Wind light left-hand lane. Talon Farmer, the Texas racer, 0-19 and 9 thou. 0 margin of victory. Daryl Pollock rolling up the right lane. Hemlock, Michigan, American dragster down 479. Match up with Brandon Wack. Wack in the left-hand lane down in at 468. All dragster colors have been called. All dragster colors have been called for round 1. All dragster colors have been called. Yellow, red, and black Runsiggers. All 3 have been called for round 1 of eliminations. Wack and Pollock on the starting line. Right-hand lane, Daryl Pollock, 005 light, one over the dial in. Left-hand lane, an 031 and 4th out under the dial in. 80, left-hand lane, Troy Stone, the vintage dragster Dell, 434. So Devin Payne with a 002 red light right there. Troy Stone gets the win. Couple under the dial in with an 032. He will advance around number 2. Derek Gilman, Evan Davis next. Derek in the left-hand lane drags it out 450. Evan right-hand lane down 495. The dragster side coming out first here on Friday. Door cars ran first yesterday, so we're going to see the dragsters first here for round 1 of eliminations. Evan Davis and Derek Gilman out there on the starting line right now. 495 and a 450 dial in. Red light start by 005 for Davis. Gilman with a win ticket here in round number 1, holding about 200s there. 447.9 on a 450. Davis was 1 over, but had a 005 red light. Austin Spittler and Chase McKay. Down 446. Going to give a big head start to the Hartsville dragster of Austin Spittler. He's down 576. Dawson Spittler and Chase McKay. Win light going left-hand lane. McKay. Spittler got there first, took 35 stripe to break out by 4th thou. Needed to be 31 or less. He's 0-14. Chase McKay went dead on the dial-in with an 0-39 light, and that got his win light to light up down there. Patrick Boris in the left-hand lane racing Bailey Ferraro. Blown dragster in the left-hand lane, and the 19-year-old down 477. Bailey Ferraro, 440 dial-in for his dragster in the right-hand lane. Finish line here, win line going Ferraro, 441 on a 440. Boris was one over with his dragster, but it was an 012 to an 034 advantage for Ferraro. Helped him win that one. John Cook in the right-hand lane. Ohio dragster down at 457. Match up with the Schneider dragster in the left-hand lane down at 488. Both out on green lights here. Cook and Schneider. Win light Schneider double breakout winner. Thou under in the left-hand lane. John Cook went 9 thousandths under Schneider with a win. Tyler Treelout in the right-hand lane. 541 dial in. Zach Smith over there in the left-hand lane, down in at 458. Well, Tyler is in deep trouble here. Left-hand lane, a 462 win. 003 winning reaction time. Tyler went under and had a reaction time start with a 2, and that will not work in this event, that's for sure. Bob Payton and Gene Reynolds next. Gene in the left-hand lane down at a 466. Bob Payton on a 453 dial in. A red light for Reynolds, so Payton with a win. He is 004 in dead 6, 10 total for Bob Payton. A little bit under and a little bit early for Reynolds. Payton would have been hard to beat on that one. Steve Smith and Scott Hornline next. Dragster in right-hand lane. The insurance man Cardell 473. Scott Hornline left-hand lane. His dragster down 491. Win line here, a right-hand lane double breakout winner, 2 thou under for Smith. Hornline a full 100th under his dial in. So by 008, Steve Smith advances. Zach Unks backing up with the Shaheen dragster, 475. 440 the dragster, left-hand lane. Josh Ludke in the left-hand lane. Indiana racing for 440. Zach Young's right-hand side. Shaheen Dragster 475. Win light here, Ludke. 008 light, takes 009 stripe to be 100th over the dial end. Zach Unk's a little bit under and a little bit late there with an 035 reaction time. Scott Doyen and Steve Williams next. Scott in the right hand lane down 464. Steve Williams left hand lane down in at 531. Scott Doyen left on nothing. Williams is 009. Look at that. 009 dead zero for Mr. Colorblind in the left-hand lane. 9 total. Doyen wasn't going to win that one anyway. Rob Lutsky and Nick Leakey's next. Nick in the left lane. 485 dial in. Rob in right-hand lane down 479. Ninth, I'll separate them. Win line, Lutsky. 010, take 3 stripe to be 100th over the dial in. Nick Keys was 019, dead 4. Good side-by-side one there. Rob driving both ends pretty well. Kalen McCurry and Chris Stein next. Kalen right hand lane down 467. Chris with the fastest dragster on the grounds. Left-hand lane dialed in at a 4:05 dial-in for the former champion of this event. So we're pretty sure Chris went a 4:03 on his time run, so might be holding a couple hundreds here up against the dragster of Kalen McCurry. She's out. Finish line, win line. Right lane got it. Caitlin wanted that one, and she wanted it bad. 001 dead zero. 1 total for Caitlin McCurry in the right lane. Stein is 014 and wasting fuel. Matt Cornell and Troy Williams Jr. Cornell, the former winner of this race. Left lane down 490. The FTI car on the right-hand lane down 454. Final call for dragsters for your first entry. Final call, dragsters, for your first entry of round number 1 of eliminations. We need you in the staging lanes, and we need you now. About 100 separate them here. Win line going, Troy Williams Jr. 012 dead 2, 14 total. Locked out Matt Cornell's 022 reaction time. Williams will be in round number 2 with that entry. Mike Horetsky and Matt Gramlich next. Gramlich Family Racing dragster in the left lane down 479. Mike Horetsky's dragster right hand lane down 502. We have called all dragsters for round 1 of eliminations for your first entry. Your first entry only. Now we're going to put our first call for yellow run sticker door cars. Yellow run sticker door cars for round 1 of eliminations to the staging lanes, please. Yellow run sticker door cars. Win light here, left-hand lane, Matt Gramlich, 480 on a 79. Mike Koretsky got to the finish line first by 3 thou and broke out by 2 thou. Needed to basically make that nothing to get his win light to come on. Gramlich with a win. This will be Mike Gramlich in the left-hand lane. Monroe, Michigan, dialed 5 seconds flat, taking on Jenna Jimenez in the right-hand lane, dialed in at 497. Win line here, right-hand lane got it. Double breakout winner is Jenna Jimenez. She is 7 thou under, 15 thou under the dial in for Gramlich. Jimenez with a win. Gary Williams and Wes May. Here's an all-star race right here. Williams in the right-hand lane, Bradenton, Florida, driving fancy with a 443 dial in. Wes May sitting in his wife's dragster in the left-hand lane, Huntington, Indiana, dialed in at 492. 2 of the all-time very best to do it in big money bracket racing. They're both double O. Win light, right lane. Oh, Gary Williams, 006, take 1 thou at the finish line to be dead 6. Wes May, 001 and 100th over. Williams will take that entry to round number 2. Wes will walk on up to the buyback window. Craig Vandersloot and Anthony Benedetti. Benedetti in the right-hand lane. Drags her down at 525. Craig Vandersloot drags her down 457. This one taking a while to get going, but now we're ready here. Vandersloot going to be the winner. Benedetti turned it 1 thou red. Vandersloot 456 and a 457. Benedetti not going to be super thrilled when he looks at that time slip. Carrie May in the left-hand lane. A.J. Ash on the right-hand side. Carrie out of Grand Haven, Michigan. Drags her down at 446. A.J. Ash. Driving for Overkill Motorsports this weekend. Driver out of Gulfport, Mississippi. 440 dial in on the right. Double 07 red light for Carrie May. Ash will be the winner, holding 200th of a second. Carrie is 7 red, dead 3. AJ's 037 and 2 under for the win. Eric Paterka will be in the left-hand lane. West Bloomfield, the dragster down 475. Match up with Mike Bloomfield Jr. in the right-hand lane down 438. Actually, that's Scotty Taylor in the right-hand lane doing the driving. This dragster, and Eric Paterka in the left. 475 to a 438. Paterka and Taylor, winner. Paterka, double breakout winner, 004, 5 thou under. Taylor was 018 and 18 thou under his dial in. Paterka with a win. Dan Ide in the left-hand lane, dialed in at 535. Drags over here in right-hand lane. Don't have the info in front of me on this one. 481 dial in. Left lane going to be the winner. Dan Ide running dead on the 7. Dan Ide, 004 dead 7 is his best run of his life right there, and he's going to get a win and go to round number 2. Right-hand lane, Ernie Goodson. Undercover car down 475, 455 for Ty Farmer in the left-hand lane. Win light here, Ernie Goodson, 006, taking two thou stripe down there to be a couple hundredths over the dial-in. Farmer missed it a little bit there with a 47 reaction time. Justin Daniels will be in left-hand lane. He's going to 537, and Paterka right-hand lane down 457. Gerard Paterka out of Pennsylvania, and Justin Daniels out of Indiana. Finish line here, it's Daniels 014 and dead on with a 1. He will get a win ticket to round number 2. Paterka missed it a little bit on this end. That's what cost him that round. Kirby McLennan and Matty McCormick, 443 in the left. Kirby on a 422 in the right. Win light here, right-hand lane, 010, dead 2 for Kirby. 12 total. Matty is 022 on react and cannot win that round. John Ekenberger in the right-hand lane, the Ohio blown dragster down 442. Racing James Vanderbrook, 5-plate dragster left-hand lane down 485. Looks like we must be getting to the end of the round here in the dragsters. James getting pushed over there to the left-hand side. Big red light there for John Egenberger. A problem on the line. Vanderbilt going to get the win. He runs a little bit under at 0:37 light, but Egenberger's car did not. I have no idea what happened. He jumped through the stage beam and he somehow kept it from going all the way through, but then he still went 3/10 red. Jim Hamilton backing up with his dragster in the right-hand lane down 4:43. Brooke Paquette in the left-hand lane down 4:40 in the left. Twenty-three-year-old young lady driving the shorty dragster there in the left-hand lane down 4:40. And Jim Hamilton in the right-hand lane, his diamond chassis, baby blown, big block. Gonna get the win, 009, red light in the left-hand lane. Dead 1, dead 5 on the scoreboard. Hamilton is 9, dead 5. He'll advance. Lucas Fisher and Jason Jensen are gonna run. Fisher in the right-hand lane down 5:42. Jensen left-hand lane dialed in at 4:55. They're both out. They're both green. A foul separate them on this end. Down the finish line winner. Right lane. Double breakout. Fisher's 2 thou under. Jensen is 9 thou under the dial in the left lane. Lucas Fisher with a ticket to round number 2. Well, here's our first door car out of the stadium lane. Going to be a door truck. Jeremy Bargo, Barberville, Kentucky. In the left-hand lane, going to dial a 610. Match up with Jeff Wissinghausen's dragster. Our final dragster dialed in here at 496. Wheels way up in the air for the truck. Here comes the dragster chasing on finish line. Win light going. Truck. 019, dead 2. On the left-hand lane, Wistinghausen got there first, but went 8 thou under the dial in. Taking 18 stripe, needed to be 10 or less. Tyler Clark and Ken Hansen. Here's a matchup. Ken in the left-hand lane, the Impala dialed 862. Tyler's Lumina dialed in at 553. Red light start for Ken Hansen in the left-hand lane. So Clark with a win. He's 028 green on the 53, dead 6. 125 miles per hour. Hansen went a little bit under, was a little bit early there. Hayden Lutsky and Mike Bloomfield. Chevrolet Camaro. And the trip clear from Stanton, Michigan this weekend. Down in at 6:39, Mike Bloomfield, left-hand lane, won this event 2 years ago in the truck. Hamilton, Ohio, dialed 611. Nobody in a real big hurry here. Bloomfield in the left, Lutzke in the right. Win light here, left-hand lane, double breakout winner, Bloomfield. Eden got their first 300ths under the dial and Bloomfield's 0-12 and a thou under. He'll get the win. Andrew Heinig and Brad Harris, a couple of our no-box racers here running round one. 597 left-hand lane. Andrews Vega dealt 615 in the right. Little 004 red light for Brad Harris. Andrew Heining with a win. 003 green light. Holding about 100th and a half there. Andy Wingo and Connor Jensen. Malibu dialed in at 610. The Fiero on a 539. Win line here, right-hand lane Fiero on a double breakout. 7 thousandths under for Wingo, 9 thousandths under for Jensen. Wingo with a win line. Kyle Kidder and Jeff Pitts. Iceman Camaro dealt 594. Kyle Kidder is Camaro in the right-hand lane, 647. In the 10 grander. Left-hand lane winner there for Pitts. Kyle Kidder had a 003 red light. Jason Jenkins and Jeremy Luce. 725 to a 677. Winner, Jeremy Luce. 018 light, one over the island. Dead on for Jenkins with an 060. Kirk Cheney coming up right-hand lane, 593 dial-in. He's going to get an opponent broke single. Apparently, Jason Hemmerline is not able to make the call here in round number one. So Kirk Cheney, 593. Kirk will take it. right into the next round. 006 reaction time on the 593, runs 594, 113 miles per hour. Greg Rose and Dustin Loynes on the line. The Firebird in the left-hand lane down in at a 592. Ford Mustang on a 634. We're rolling through round number 1 of our door car side. I believe yellow. Yep, yellow is who we called. Win light in the left-hand lane, 591 on a 592, 006 reaction time. Breakout by 9 thou. Greg Rose went 23 thou under his dial-in. So Loynes with a win. Bernie Vanderplug match up with Shannon Stone in the right-hand lane. 602 for the truck, 594 for the Nova. Both drivers in, and a red light start for Bernie by 009. Sean in right-hand lane, a dead on 602 on a 602. Jim Clark and Brian Police coming up. Brian the left-hand lane, the S10 down in at 604. 442 Oldsmobile for 79-year-old Jim Clark in the right-hand lane down in at 533. South Carolina truck and Jim Clark's Oldsmobile. Winner, Jim Clark's Oldsmobile. 016, 1 over the dial-in. Good win. Felice is 038 and 1 over in the truck. Chad Sandlin coming up in the left-hand lane in the pickup down 622, and Chantel Lorenz 625 with a Camaro on the right side. Burleson, Texas for Sandlin. Traverse City, Michigan for Lorenz. Wheels way up in the air. 00 on the tree. And a win light. 002 and 2 over the dial-in. Good win, taking 8 thou stripe down there. Chantel went dead 0 in the right-hand lane, but had an 030 reaction time. Zach Harris and Dave McChesney on the line. Left lane, Duster dialed in at 643, the Nova on a 634. Red light start for Harris, so McChesney with a win here in round number 1. On a 43, he runs a 54 at 104 miles per hour. Eden Farrell, 604 dial-in for the S10 in the right lane, and Tom Bueller's Camaro, 602 in the left side. 5 thou separate them here. Down the finish line, win light going. Right-hand lane truck. 021, dead 2. 23 total. Tom Bueller is 026 and cannot win that round. Craig Eberhardt and Dave Lorenz on the line. The Chevy 2 dialed in at 536. The Oldsmobile on a 614. Win line here, left-hand lane Dave Lorenz by 004, 024 light, 2 over the dial in. Eberhard is 042 and dead on to the right-hand lane. So Lorenz goes to the next round. Austin St. Dennis in left-hand lane down 522. Joe Samolik-Skia on a 545. We had announced earlier there's a 50-50 drawing that will be taking place here today. 50-50 drawing. They're raising money for Team Mid-Michigan Motorplex Bracket Finals team. If you like a ticket, they're selling them on the platform right up here by the starting line. The deck up here by the starting line on the platform for the next 20 minutes. And right now the pot is over $900. So if you want in on that 50-50 drawing, get up here to the starting line and get yourself a ticket. Win light here, left-hand lane, breakout for the Gia. Joe was 544.5 on a 545 dial-in. St. Dennis is 100th over his dial-in, so he gets the win. So once again, if you want one of those 50-50 tickets, they're selling them on the platform, the deck up here on the starting line. The pot is over $900 right now, and they're going to be selling them for about the next 20 minutes or so. Just drive up here and grab yourself a 50-50 ticket. Jeff Jaquish and Brad Walters on the line. Chevrolet Corvette dial 551. Jaquish in the S10 dialed in at 602. Jaquish going to be the winner. 007 reaction time. Red light for Walters. Jaquish 007 dead 4, putting up 11 total right there. That would have been a hard one to beat. Walters turned it 13 red. Pete Brown and Jason Mikula on the line. J&M Racing Chevy 2 dial 599. Pete Brown and Ray Allen dial 532. Win light here. Oh, Jason Mikula did it again. 001 dead 4. 5 total for Mikula. During the no box round, Mikula put up 3 total. During the box round, he puts up 5 total here in round number 1. Get you some of that. Both times 001. Kyle Stockwell, left-hand lane, no box. Malibu dialed in at 619. Helsel's Nova, right-hand lane, Keith dialed in at 587. Once again, 50-50 tickets. They're selling them over here. Let's get that thing up to about $2,000. That'd be a fun deal to give away here this afternoon. Get a 50-50 ticket. They're selling them for the next 20 minutes or so over here in the wooden deck up here by the burn box area. 50-50 tickets. Stockwell and Helsel out there right now. And it will be Stockwell getting the win. 024 and 2 over the dial-in. Keith was a little bit under and a little bit late. Don McGarva coming up. The Impala down in at a 709. Match up with Troy Williams Jr. The Oldsmobile Calais in the left-hand lane dialed in at 656. Red light start for McGarva. Williams was ready. He's 003 in the Oldsmobile. And on the 56, he's holding 600, running 650. Chevy 2 Nova coming up. Kurt Harrington, Middletown, Indiana in the left-hand lane, dialed in at a 584. Bill Smith, the Chevy Monza in the right-hand lane, dialed in at 613. Good race here. One foul. Separate them on reaction time. Down the finish line. Win line going left lane. Harrington 0-11, dead 9. Smith is 0-10 and 100th over. By 0-0-8 at the stripe, the Chevy 2 of Kurt Harrington gets the win. Jared Ledford and Rich Brower on the line. Jared in left lane, Chevrolet Camaro. Won the 10 grander last night. He's dialed in at 616. Brower in the Buick Somerset in the right-hand lane, dialed in at a 542. Red light start for Brower. Ledford with a win. He's 002 green and runs 3 thou under. Brower 100th over, but turned it 22 red. Terry Yates, the 69 Nova of Indiana, right-hand lane, dialed 580, racing Steve Vandersloot. Corvette Roadster in the left-hand lane, dialed 522. Win light here, going right-hand lane Nova. Vandersloot got there first and broke out by about 300ths of a second. Yates is 2 over the dial-in. Yates with a better light on 017 to Vandersloot's 028. Yates gets the win. Jim Davis, Cummings and Davis Chevrolet Camaro in the right-hand lane, dialed in at 515. Match up with Bug McCarty. The Junkyard Junkie S10 in the left-hand lane, dialed in at 6 flat. Red light start by 006 for Bug. Jim with a win, 16 green, and he runs a 14 on a 15. Bug McCarty is dead on with a 7. But he went 6 red. Jeff Sanchez and Jeff Burdes coming up. The Malibu wagon dialed in at 556. Chevy 2 to the right-hand lane, dialed in at 623. And finish line winner, left-hand lane, dead on the dial-in for Burdes. 030 light, dead 5, beats an 018, 2 over. 005 at the stripe for the wagon. Tension in the pits. Red run sicker door cars. Red run sicker door cars to the lanes. Red run sicker door cars to the stadium lanes, please. Red run sicker door cars to the lanes. Jordan Lichanowski coming up. Columbia, Tennessee Chevrolet Camaro. Dialed in at a 617. And Skylar Drew's Oldsmobile out of DeWitt, Michigan, dialed in at 589. Red light start for Lichanowski. Drews is 006 green in the left lane. And he runs a couple under 87 on an 89. He will advance. Brett McKay and Ed Curtis coming up next. Oldsmobile out of Lake Villa, Illinois, dialed in at a 512. McKay Chevrolet Camaro, Westmoreland, Tennessee, dialed in at 603. Good race here between Curtis and McKay. Down the finish line, win light going. McKay on a double breakout. 2 thou under for McKay. 6 thou under for Curtis in the Oldsmobile. Brett McKay with a win light here in round number 1. Matt Gramlich, the Vega in the left-hand lane, dialed in at 713. Doug Foley Jr. S10 in the right-hand lane, Mooresville, North Carolina, dialed in at 606. Green lights a pair of them here, Gramlich and Foley, as we hear the Mandels coming into the burn box. Win light, right lane. Doug Foley, 008, one over the dial in. Matt Gramlich, 025 and dead on. Bobby Mandel coming up in the left lane, the FTI side, the 55 Chevy blower car out of Culleoka, Tennessee. Going to dial a 413, and look who he's running. Craig Skinner's Trans Am, dialed 673. Big head start here, going to the right-hand lane. So Bob Mandel III, the 526 Hemi powered 55 Chevy, 413 dial in, and Craig Skinner's Trans Am in right-hand lane dialed in at 673. This is a good one to be sitting down there at the 8th mile finish line. I feel like yeah, he's going to shoot by him at 175, 180 miles an hour. We got a green light. They're both green. Here we go. Here comes a 55. Got him. 415 on a 413 dial in. Bob Mandel with a win. Skinner was 037, went 5 thou under the dial in. Mandel 022, 2 over, 177.93 miles per hour. The 55 will be in round number 2. Well, let's do it again. Here comes his dad in the left lane. The wagon out of Culleoka, Tennessee. Bob Mandel Jr. 540 Vortec power. Dialed 410. Match up with Chris Wells in the right-hand lane. He's dialed in at 637. Car that ran in the 4 O's earlier on a time run. He dialed it up just a little bit to a 410. Taking on, you kind of forget there's a car in the other lane here. The Vega Wagon, Chris Wells, 637 dial in. Yeah, just 2 regular old station wagons. Green light, here comes Mandel. Down the finish line, wind light going. Mandel, 4:11. Oh, my Lord. Bob Mandel, 0:10. He got to the finish line by 0.0005. 5/10,000ths of a second. The wagon gets the win in the left lane. Wells was 0.24 dead 3, which I'm guessing is exactly what he was trying to do. A 000 finish line to the wagon in the left lane for Mandel. A.J. Selleck and Terry Stewart on the line. Chevelle dialed in at 560. Selleck's Mustang left-hand lane dialed 651. And Selleck turns on the red light. Stewart of the Chevelle going to get the win on a 560. Runs a 62.017 reaction time. Selleck was dead on with the Mustang, but turned on the red light by 14. Michelle Taylor and Lane Ledford are going to run. Michelle in the left lane, the Malibu going to dial 547. Lane in the right side, the Monte Carlo dialed in at 504. Red light start by 004 for Michelle. So Lane gets the win. Shuts it down early, running 5:29 at an 0:22 reaction time. Clint Bailey coming up next. He'll be in the right lane, dialed in at a 6:30. Chris Messberg and Chevy 2 dialed in at 7:25. Identical reaction times here. Messbergen and Bailey. Finish line winner going Messbergen. Bailey got there first. Took too much stripe going 9 thou under. Took 26. Needed to be 17 or less. Chris Messbergen gets a ticket to round number 2. He went 7:26 on a 7:25. Jeff Alexander in the left-hand lane. A.J. Ash on the right side. Gulfport, Mississippi driver dialed in at 6:05. Jeff Alexander's Vega dialed in at 6:17. Red light start for Alexander, so A.J. Ash with the win. On a 6:05, runs a dead on with a 5:018 reaction time. Shake and Bake Chevy coming up in the right-hand lane. Eric Anderson dialed in at 594 with a Camaro. Justin Harrington Chevette dialed in at 6:04. Too close to call on reaction times. Finish line win light, left-hand lane. 0:15 and one over the dial-in. Eric was 0:13 and one over the dial-in. Get down to the little numbers down there at 0:02 at the finish line for Harrington. Robbie Gervin and Cody Height. Cody right-hand lane, dialed 589 with the Monte Carlo. FTI side, Robbie Gervin dialed in at 618 with the truck. Green light's a pair of them here. Robbie Gervin and Cody Height. Win light going. Cody. 009 reaction time, and then 6 over the dial in. Gervin was 022 and way over his dial in down there. 900ths over. Gary Williams and Joe Bauman on the line. Camaro on a 609 dial in. Old Red, the Overkill Motorsports pickup truck dialed in at 572. Eighth, I'll separate him on react. Finish line winner going. Left lane got it. Gary took 21. It had to be 20 or less. Broke out a thou. Bauman with a win. 018 and 1 over in the left-hand side. So Joe Bauman with a win line right there. David Davis and Tom Bray on the line. Chevrolet Camaros 632 to a 701. David Davis and Tom Bray down the finish line. Win light going. Tom Bray 006 and 2 over the dial in. David Davis is 022 and 4 thou under. Bray with a win. Steve Mikas and Bill Swain. Bill with the S10 dial 565. Mikas dialed in at 584. So Steve Mikas and Billy Swain down the finish line. Win light going. Mikas. Steve putting 9 up there. 006 dead 3 with a Nova. Billy's 028 dead 9 in the truck. Not good enough. Chuck Ridenauer in the left-hand lane. Tracy Mutchler right side. 518 to a 635.
Mutchler for the win. 637 on that 635. 107 for the win. Chuck Ridenauer, 4 off the number. 522 at 131. Coming up a little bit short. Corey Selleck and Art Reed will line up next. Selleck in that 27 Roadster over on the left side. Got a 596 on the board. Art Reed right side. Kokomo. The Vega Wagon. Dial is 603. So have 700 head start for the little Vega Wagon. Both of them off on the green. One of them's 00 on the tree. That is Reed, and Reed 1 over for the win. 009-604 at 111 gets the win. Selleck got down there. 043 had no chance to win that race. Broke out trying. 594, 2 under on the 96 dial at 115 for the speed. Here's Kelly Smith in the car that he calls Betty White, alongside David Scherbandi. Scherbondi's had an adventurous weekend in this Jeep Cherokee. Finally got it kind of tamed down. 528, 598. The numbers up on the scoreboard. Scherbandi will be off first on the 98. Kelly with some work to do. Scherbandi better on the tree, but broke it out. Scherbandi way under the number. 595, 3 under on the 98. Kelly Smith on round number 2, dead on 4. 528, 4 at 134.
Our next pair here, Danny Angel, Ricky Adkins on the line. Adkins in the mini in right-hand lane to 467. Wheel stand and Mustang dialed in at 609 for Danny Angel on the left-hand side. Both drivers in. Here we go. Tree on the way down. Green light. Green light. Both of them 00. A 2 to a 3. Win light here. Left lane got it. 003 and 100th over the dial-in beats a 002. 3 over for Adkins. Aaron Vale on the line in the right-hand lane, taking a West May. West dialed 652, Aaron on a 626. But 100th advantage for Aaron. Win light, Aaron. 012 dead 4, 16 total. West is 22 on react. Cannot win that round. Mike Stokes and Brent Martin going to be next. Just doing a little bit of mopping up here in the starting line. Stokes Dodge Dart's going to run down the Motor Estate side. Brent Martin will be in the FTI lane. 623 and 576. So Brent Martin and Mike Stokes up here on the starting line. 576 and 623 their dial-ins. Both out in green lights. A 10 to a 16 here. Win light going. Brent Martin 010 dead 6, so he's 16 total. Stokes is 16 on react. Needed to be dead 0 to have a chance there, and he's dead 4. Fourth out behind. Neil Swain in the Jeep. He'll be in the left lane down 579. Railing Rich Van Els dialed 685. Attention to the pits. We will now call the last color door cars. Black run sticker door cars. Black run sticker door cars for round 1 to the lanes, please. Our final color here. Black run sticker door cars. Red light start for the Jeep by 100th of a second. Rich Van El's going to be the winner. He's 52 green and 3 thou under. He'll advance. 4 thou under for the Jeep, but he turned it 10 red. Tyler McCurry and William D. Gibbons on the line, the S10s. Tyler down 6:48. Gibbons on a 6:35. So once again, all colors have been called on the door car side. All colors, round one of eliminations on the door car side have been called. Red light start for McCurry, so Gibbons with a win. 009. 100th under the dial in. Annie Christopherson and Michaela Hemmerline left hand lane, 624 to a 615. .616, a wop, 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 and a 008 stripe down there. Christopherson with a Chevy 2 010 light. Michaela's 016 reaction time, and one of the dial in. She gets runner up on that pair. Tom Artigas Jr., the Barracuda, Dal 635, and Toby Crownings, yes, 10 Dal 616. Win line here going Artigas 004 dead 2. 6 total for the no box racer. Toby Croning is 019, a couple hundreds under his dial in. Mark Daniels and Scott Taylor going to run. Scott right only dealt 515. Mark left only dealt 491. .003 red light for Scott Taylor. Daniels left-hand lane, 002 and 4th out under the win. Taylor's 3 red, holding a couple hundredths there. Royce Osborne and Josh Cull next. Josh in the left-hand lane, 629. Royce in the Nova Delt, 603. Final call for door cars for round number 1. Final call for door cars, round number 1. First call for dragsters with your second entry. Dragsters with your second entry. We will take you to the stadium lanes, please. Dragsters with your second entry. We'll take you to the stadium lanes, please. Josh Cull and Royce Osborne. Winner Osborne, 010. 100th over the island, taking 9th out stripe. Josh Cull is 008, 200ths over with his truck. Kenny Underwood and Justin Wakel. Kenny left lane, 611 dial in for the Camaro. Vega on a 640 for Justin Wakel. .003 for Kenny in a win light. Wakel turned at 16 red. Left-hand lane holding a couple numbers or more. Wakel went a couple under his dial in. Underwood with a win. Hicks coming up. Jason Hicks, the Oldsmobile, L 692. Mark Coleman, the GTX, L 562. GTX all over the place here. 4 over the dial in. Jason Hicks is 026 dead 7 in left-hand lane. Mark is 30 on react, and then for whatever reason, car decided to go pretty hard left. Steve Parkett in the starting line in the right-hand lane. The Buick Regal dialed 656. Stacy Bueller on the left-hand side dialed 616 with a Chevy 2. Win line left-hand lane for Stacy, 619 on a 16. She had a 004 reaction time. The Regal for Steve went dead on the dial in, but had an 051. Paul Wolf coming up in the right-hand lane. Chevrolet Vega dial in at 584, and Sean Carver's Camaro left lane to 575. So once again, we put out the final call for door cars. We put out our first call. Now it'll be our second call for dragsters with your second entry. Dragsters with your second entry to the lanes, please. Sean Carver, 016, and taking 9th out stripe to be 500ths over. Paul Wolf is 017 and 600ths over. Brian Campbell coming up in the T-Bird in the right-hand lane to 587, taking on Brandon Lang's Monte Carlo to 597. Win light here going Campbell dead on the dial in 011, dead 7. 18 total. Brandon was 017 on React. Had to be dead 1 or dead 0 to have a chance, and he went 4th thou under. So Brian with a win on the T-Bird. Doug Heinisch, the 63 Corvette, right-hand lane, dealt 551, and Jeff Mandel. Here's the third team Profab car coming up. The other two turned on win lights. Culleoka, Tennessee Corvette dealt 572 in the left-hand lane. Doug Heinisch, former winner of this event, driving the Corvette of his own, the 63 Corvette, 551 dial in. Slight advantage to Mandel on React here. Down the finish line, winner going. Mandel got it. 019, 1 over the dial in. Beats an 027, 1 over the dial in. 006 margin of victory for Jeff Mandel. The Willies in right-hand lane. Ken Atherton Jr. dealt 560. Tim Stout's truck dealt 679. Win light here going pickup truck, got it. Tim Stout, 007 reaction time for the truck and 3 of the dial in. Ken went dead on the dial in, but he had an 065 reaction time that time. The Avenger coming up, Jim Johnson, right hand lane down 560, up against the Chevy 2, Mark Martinez, 606. Win light here going left-hand lane. Mark Martinez, 004, dead 9, 13 total. Jim Johnson is 16 on reaction time, so he can't win that round. Will Steckley and Eric Doobie. Doobie Duster dealt 696 in the left-hand lane. The Charger from Canada, Will Steckley, dealt 577 in the right. Forget buybacks going on the bottom of the tower on the pit side. If you need to get back in the event, buybacks going on the bottom of the tower on the pit side. First round only. Red light for Will Steckley by 002, so Eric Doobie gets a win, runs dead on the dial in. Steckley was 2 red, Doobie was 20 green. Tim Heinig and Kyle Yacko. Kyle dialed in at 625. The Dodge Swinger in the right-hand lane dialed 740. $1,000 separate them here between Yacko and Heining here in round number 1. Winner going. Heining got it. Kyle Yacko got to the finish line first, but took too much stripe. Took 28 down there. Needed to be 23 or less. He broke out by 0.05 of a second. Handed it over to Tim Heining. He's 200ths over his dial in. 27 to a 28 on reaction time. Warren Smith and Ken Selleck. Roadster in left-hand lane, dialed 563. Warren Smith in right-hand lane, dialed 617. Want to thank those folks online watching on Drag Racer TV. Apparently we've got a pretty good bunch of you out there that are not being very productive at work on Friday, watching your computer screens. World Super Pro Challenge number 33. Warren Smith with a win light right there, 022 and 100th over the dial in. Selleck is 17 green. but he went 300ths over his dial in. So Warren Smith with a ticket to round 2. The Shaheen Chevrolet Camaro coming up. Mike Unks dialed 559, match up with Andrew Mitter. The 442 Oldsmobile dialed in at 658. A red light start for Andrew by 10. Mike Unks was ahead of the green light himself, but Andrew did it first. So Unks gets the win. 4 over for the Camaro, 1 over for the Oldsmobile. Scott Allen coming up. Match up with Scott Erickson. Erickson left-hand lane, dialed 562. Allen's El Camino dialed 596. Hold on, and green light starts here, and it is Scott Allen holding the advantage, and Scott Allen holding the win light. 003, 1 over the dial-in. Left-hand lane, Erickson was dead on, but had an 067 reaction time. Ted Dunham and Vance Brown are going to run. Vance out 599, Ted on a 538. Down the finish line here, win light going left-hand lane, breakout for Dunham. He went 8 thousandths under the dial-in, taking 9 thou stripe. Left-hand lane, Vance Brown was 014 dead 1, a 15 pack. Dunham had to be dead 0 or dead 1 to have a chance on that one. Corey Mikas and Mike Kozlik in a race. Kozlik in the truck dialed in at 656. Corey's Chevrolet Camaro dialed in at 621. Good race here. 5 thou separate him, a 14 to a 19. Now the finish line, win light going. Micah's double breakout winner. 8 thou under for Corey. 19 thou under the dial-in for Mike Kozlik. So Corey Micah's gets the win. Ryan Pachaki and Eddie Hall next. Eddie dialed in at 620. Ryan's Maverick on a 590. So Eddie Hall holding the advantage. They had to the finish line winner going. Eddie Hall, 033, dead on with a 9. Ryan Pachaki was a little bit under and a little bit late. Brandon Wack coming up. Being left-hand lane, dragster down 465 as we do the crossover deal here. Terry Baum in the door car in the right-hand lane, 648. Our first dragster and our last door car here. The win line here going Terry Ballman got it. 002 reaction time and one of the dial in, taking 6th thou down there. Brandon Wack in the dragster was 018 dead on with a 4. Not good enough. Terry Ballman with a win here in round 1. Evan Davis and Gene Reynolds. First pair of dragsters here with their second entry. Reynolds on left-hand lane down 465. Evan Davis right-hand lane down 495. Neither driver really hitting a tree here. Evan's going to get a win because one of them had to win. 048 dead 5 beats an 065 100th over the dial in. Evan Davis says, I'll take it. And he goes around number 2. Austin Spittler and Josh Lutke next. Lutke in the left-hand lane down 437. Spittler in the right-hand lane down 574. Final call for dragster doubles. Final call dragster doubles with your second entry. Final call for the dragsters with your second entry. You need to be there. You need you in the lanes. Lutke and Spittler. Finish line winner. Lutke 10 dead 5, 15 total. He'll advance with his second entry. Scott Doyen. Big burnout in the M&M car in the right-hand lane. He's down 463. Carly Duffy, left-hand lane, 480 dial in for the Duffy Girls Racing Dragster. So once again, dragsters with your second entry. If you've not yet made it to the lanes, you have officially been labeled as late, and we're giving you one more chance. Get up there. If you're a second entry dragster or you got a second entry here in round number 1, you have not yet made that run or you've not yet made it to the lanes, head in that direction soon, like now. Carly Duffy and Scott Doyen, both in the teens. Win light going Doyen 011, taking 3 thou stripe down there. Be 100th over the dial in. Carly laid down an okay run there. 016 dead 9, not terrible, but not good enough that time. Say hi to Brody Mickle out there running the backhoe, listening to the 50 grander. Is Talon Farmer, the Abilene, Texas dragster in the right-hand lane down 454, and take on Chelsea Duffy. How about Texas versus Canada here in round number 1? Duffy girls up against the Farmer boys. Down the finish line here, win light going Duffy, got it. 012, 2 over. Talent is 028 dead 7, 000 finish line down there. And it is Chelsea Duffy getting the win slip. Tarek Gilman in the left-hand lane taking on Tyler Trelout. Tyler in the right-hand lane. Another Canada racer, Dell 538. And Derek Gilman, Grand Rapids, Michigan, dialed in at 448. One light there, Derek Gilman, 009 reaction time and 2 over the dial head. Tyler just flat missed it there with an 068 reaction time. Chris Stein and Bailey Ferraro. Chris in the left-hand lane down 4:05. Bailey in the right-hand lane down 4:38. Chris Stein down the finish line. Chris Stein getting the win. 001 reaction time. Takes 9 thou stripe to be 200ths over the dial head. Bailey Ferraro missed it a little bit there. He was 30 and then went dead 5. Not good enough against Stein that time. Dragster over there in the left-hand lane down on a 457. Kyle Stockwell in the right-hand lane down 473. Attention to pits. We'll take double entered door cars with your second entry to the lanes, please. Double entered door cars with your second entry to the stadium lanes, please. 10 to a 16 here. Wind light going. Left lane dead on the island. They're both dead on with a 4. A 10 beats a 16 on reaction time, and that's the difference at the finish line. 0-0-6. John Cook back at right lane down 456, and Kerry May left lane down 445. Once again, door cars with your second entry to the lanes, please. Door cars with your second entry here in round number 1 to the stadium lanes, please. Red light start by 005 for Kerry May. John Cook with a win. John is 003 green. Both drivers a couple hundredths over their dial in right there. Mike Horetsky going to race Patrick Boris. 479 in the FTI lane. 502 in the Motor State side. Well, we got a perfect light out there down the finish line. It'll be, oh my Lord. Patrick Boris missed a perfect run by a thou, and he lost. 000, a thou under in the left-hand lane. Horetsky's 35 and dead 6. Just took too much stripe down there, but Patrick Boris just missed a perfect run by 1,000 of a second, and then he gets the loss. Justin Daniels in the left-hand lane down 536, and Chase McKay's drags for right-hand lane down 446. Identical reaction times down the finish line, wind light going, left-hand lane. Identical on the starting line, and they're both dead on. Daniels goes dead 2. McKay goes dead 9. That's the difference at the finish line, 007. Daniels advances. Scott Hornline, Caitlin McCurry are going to run. Caitlin laid one down with her first entry. It's going to be over there in the left-hand lane, down 467, and Scott Hornline in the right-hand lane going to dial in at 490. Win line here, right-hand lane, Hornline lays one down here. 7 total, 005 dead 2. Caitlin was a 24 100th under. Hornline with a win light. Zach Unks and James Vanderbrook. James in the left-hand lane down 484. Zach in the right-hand lane down 474. Red light start for James Vanderbrook by 004. Zach's going to get the win, 475 on a 474. He will advance. Zach was actually way red himself, but James did it first. Anthony Benedetti and Troy Stone next. Troy back up the right-hand lane. Elkhart, Indiana. Vintage Trailers Dragster Dell 432. Anthony Benedetti's Dragster Dell in at 524. Win line here going right-hand lane. Troy Stone, 027, dead on with a 2. Benedetti was 026 and 300s over his dial in. So Troy Stone takes that entry to round number 2. Amanda Campbell and Ernie Goodson. Ernie in the left-hand lane, 475. Amanda on a 492. Once again, door cars with your second entry for round 1 should be out in the lanes. Looks like the majority already are. It's our final call for round 1. We've been through all the colors, and the second entries for dragsters are going down the track right now. We'll move into the door cars here shortly. Both out in green lights here. Slight advantage, right-hand lane. And a breakout in the right-hand lane. 014 and 9 thou under. Look at Ernie. Dead 0. 030 dead 0. He gets the win after the breakout. Kirby McLennan in the right-hand lane down into 422. And Jenna Jimenez in the left-hand lane down 496. Both drivers in. Here we go. Red light start in left-hand lane. So McLennan will get a win here. And he runs dead on with a 5, 422 on a 422. 009 reaction time, putting down 14 total. Jenna was dead 4, but may have let go before it come on. Jason Jensen. Don't even know his engine's running over there in the left-hand lane. He's down 454. John Ekenberger, the loud Ohio blower car in the right-hand lane, dialed in at 442. So running him down through there is going to be a win for Ekenberger, taking 4th out the stripe. 002 reaction time, 100th over the dial in. Jason Jensen was 012 dead 9, 21 total there. Not terrible, but not good enough against the blower car there. Just a little freshen up on the starting line before we roll back into it here. Still running through round number 1 of eliminations. And we're ready to go back at it. So the crossover run here again. The last drags are going to race the first door car here. Ty Farmer going to be in the left-hand lane. Abilene, Texas. 452 dial in. Craig Eberhardt in the right-hand lane. The Oldsmobile Cutlass dialed in at a 614. So little door car dragster matchup here. Ty Farmer, the touring bracket racer out of Texas, dialed in at 452, taking on Craig Eberhardt, his backup ride here this weekend, the Oldsmobile, dialed in at 614. About a 100th advantage to the dragster here. Winlight dragster got it. Both of them 100th over the dial in. It was a 27 reaction time for Farmer and a 36 reaction time for Eberhardt. Tyler Clark going to race Toby Croning. S10 in the left-hand lane, dialed 611. Tyler Clark's Lumen and right-hand lane, dialed 553. Red light start for Toby. So Clark with a win in the right-hand lane on a 53. He runs a 54. The Oldsmobile Rat coming up in the right-hand lane. James Clark out of Lake Odessa, Michigan, dialed in at 533. Brett Williamson, Winnebago, Illinois, 57 Bel Air, dialed 586. Young gun out of Illinois, Brett Williamson. I don't know who the oldest driver is right at this event, but Jim Clark's in the running. 79 years old. I don't know that we got any 80-year-olds racing. But the young gun's in trouble here. Winlight, oh, young gun got it. Jim Clark had a better reaction time, an 0.16 to an 0.42, but then he went a tenth over the dial in there. Williamson gets the win. Brad Harris, the left-hand lane, the Ford Ranger, Dale 598, and Cody Martin's SN, Dale 618. Two trucks here, Brad Harris and Cody Martin. Down the finish line, win line. Cody dead on the dial in 618 on 618. He had an 0.17 winning reaction time. Brad Harris missed it a little bit there. He was late. Neil Swain and Andy Wingo next. Neil in the left-hand lane dialed in at 578. Andy's Fiero dialed 538. Red light start by 007 for Andy Wingo. Neil Swain with a win. He runs down on the dial in. 78 on a 78. 39 green light. Neil Swain takes that entry to round two. Jeremy Bargo, Barberville, Kentucky. Wheel standing truck. 610 taking on Jeff Sanchez. Wheel standing Chevy 2 in the right-hand lane. 623. Sanchez and Bargo finish line winner. Sanchez 0.21 reaction time and 100th over. Jeremy missed it a little bit there with an 0.39, went dead 5, but is Sanchez by 100th at the finish line getting the win. Cummings and Davis Camaro. Jim Davis dialed in at 515. Justin Harrington Chevette dialed 605. Red light start for Harrington by 008, so Davis with a win. He runs up 14 with a 9 on a 15 dial in, 135. He'll advance. Jason Hemmerline and David Davis on the line. David dialed in at 629, Jason on 497. Good race here, an 8 to an 11. Finish line winner, 008 dead 1, 9 total locked out. David Davis. David Davis was 11 dead 6. Hammerline is 008 dead 1. Kyle Kidder and Steve Vandersloot. The Roadster on a 518. The Camaro on a 647. Steve Vandersloot with major work to do here. Down the finish line winner going Vandersloot did it. The reason his win light came on is because Kyle Kidder broke out a thou. Kidder's Camaro was 003 and 1 thou under. Vandersloot was 039 dead 5 for the win. Justin, nope, that's Pete Brown in the right-hand lane. Brown Boys Monte Carlo dealt 532. Corey Selleck in the left-hand lane dealt 595. $4,000 separate them on reaction time. Win light going left lane, got it. 019 and 1 over the dial in beats an 015 and 4 over the dial in. Steve Mikas coming up in right hand lane. Nova dealt 584. Tom Bueller's Camaro dealt 602. Win light here, Steve Mikas. 002, 7 over. Bueller's car fell off the pace down there. Running 2/10 over the dial in. Still rolling and heading to the return road, but something going wrong there. Jeremy Luce, the El Camino, and Jared Ledford in the Camaro. 616 to a 676. Win light here. Left lane, double breakout winner. Jared Ledford, 5 thou under the dial in. Jeremy Luce went 400ths under the dial in. 41 Willies back up in right hand lane. Ken Atherton, he's dealt 560. Dustin Lloyd's left lane. The Firebird dealt 590. Double 01 red light for Ken Atherton. Dustin Lloyds with a win. He's a couple under with a 14 green light. Ken is 1 red, dead on with an 8. David Scherbandi in the right-hand lane. The Jeep out of LaPorte, Indiana, Dale 596. And Bernie Vanderplug, Plainwell, Michigan 67 Chevy 2, Dale 597. It is Bernie holding the advantage here, and it is Bernie holding the win light. 028, 1 over the dial in. Scherbani went dead on. but missed it on the starting line. Mike Stokes in right-hand lane. Mopar Dale 576. Match up with Ken Hansen, the Impala Dale 862. Ken Hansen, Mike Stokes, winner Stokes, one over the island, 577 on a 576. 034 reaction time. He will get the win. Brad Walters taking on Joe Bauman. Bauman's Camaro dialed in at 610. Brad Walters' Corvette dialed in at 550. Win line here in the right-hand lane, 007 reaction time for Brad Walters and one over the island. Bauman's dead on with a 5, but had an 031 reaction time. Zach Harris being right-hand lane. Dave Lorenz left side, 536 to a 637. Once again, if you haven't got your event t-shirt, get over there to the souvenir building, get your event t-shirt before you forget about it and you're on your way home and going, oh, I wish I'd have got an event t-shirt. They're on sale at the souvenir building behind the second set of grandstands. Get your event t-shirts. Not sure exactly what's left over there, but get that taken care of. Red light there for Zach Harris. So DLR gets a win. Skylar Drew is going to race Cody Height. Skylar left-hand lane, 588 dial in. Cody on a 587 dial in. Win line here, Cody Height by a thou at the finish line, 014, 100th over the dial in. Skylar is too far behind on reaction time there, 035. Went 5 thou under trying to take it, but Cody gets the win. He'll take that entry to the next round. Shannon Stone coming up in right-hand lane, Dale 602. Left-hand lane, Roy St. Dennis, Oldsmobile Dale 528. Win line here for Shanna Stone. 003 reaction time, 3 over the dial in. Roy St. Dennis got to the finish line first, 019, and then 4 thou under. So Shanna with a win here in round number 1 with this entry. Craig Skinner coming up right-hand lane, the Trans Am Dale 672, racing A.J. Selleck. A.J. Dale 651 with a Ford Mustang. light here on right-hand lane, Craig Skinner. 019 dead on the dial in for Skinner. Selleck's 036 dead on. Skinner with a win light. Keith Elsel and Kurt Harrington going to bring their Chevy 2s to the starting line. The Indiana car in the left-hand lane dealt 584. The Michigan Chevy 2 for Keith Elsel dealt 585. The win light here, left-hand lane, double breakout winner. 6 thou under for Harrington. Helsel a full 100th under the dial-in. 004 margin of victory. Kurt Harrington with a win slip here with his second entry. Donnie Hagar and Sam Manuel on the line. The Mustang dialed 629. Double O Donnie dialed in at 645 in the left lane. Win light here, right-hand lane, Sam Manuel. 1 over the dial-in. Donnie down there, 4 over the dial-in. Kind of an unusual run there for Donnie Hagar. He had the advantage on this end, but gave it back by almost 200, or something went wrong with the Vega there. Right-hand lane, Aiden Farrell dialed in at a 605. Chad Sandlin, left-hand lane. Burleson, Texas truck in the left-hand lane, dialed in at 620. Sandlin carries him out there for about 200 feet and breaks out. Aiden Farrell gets the win on a double breakout. Sandlin is 6 thou under. Farrell is 4 thou under. An 013 beats a 009 on reaction time there. Steve Parquette and Sean Carver. Camaro dialed 576. A Regal on a 656. Well, Steve is in deep trouble here. They head to the finish line, 003 in the left, 4 over the dial-in. Steve is 1 over the dial-in, but had an 073 reaction time. Michelle Taylor and Aaron Rashewski. 548 dial-in for the Malibu. The Artie Cat in the right-hand lane dialed in at 577. Good race here, a 4 to a 14. Finish line winner, left lane 004, 1 over the dial-in for Michelle. Rajewski is 014 and 1 over the dial-in. Michelle took a 100 stripe down there and gets a win. Josh Cole in the left lane, the S10 dialed 631, and William D. Gibbons in the right-hand lane dialed 635. The win light here, right-hand lane. William D. Gibbons, Josh Cull in the left-hand lane got to the finish line first by 0.04 of a second, and he broke out by 1,000 of a second. Gibbons in the right-hand lane was 004, 2 over. He gets the win. Doug Heinisch in the right-hand lane. He dialed in at 5:51 with the Corvette. I believe that's Mikey Bloomfield in the left-hand lane, dialed in at 6:10. A red light start for Heinisch, a win light for Bloomfield. 004 red light and a 009 green light. Ed Curtis will be in the left-hand lane. 5:11 dial in for the Oldsmobile. Brian Campbell's Thunderbird dialed in at 5:86. Final call for door cars here with your second entry. Final call for door cars with your second entry. We can see the end of the line here. Final call for door cars with your second entry. You need to be in the lanes if you haven't yet ran that second entry. Final call, door cars, second entry. Ed Curtis, the Oldsmobile. Brian Campbell in the Thunderbird. Both out, they're both green, and one of them has a 400th advantage, and it's the guy with a win light on down there. Ed Curtis is 010 and 3 over the dial in. Brian Campbell is 052 in dead 6. Jordan Lichanowski and Tim Stout next. Tim in the left lane dialed 681. Jordan's Camaro right lane dialed 617. Win light here, left-hand lane, dead on the dial-in for Tim Stout. 0:16 reaction time. Jordan Lichanowski dead on as well in the right-hand lane, but he had an 0:45 reaction time. So Stout with a win. Blaine Anderson and Kyle Sockwell next. Kyle dialed in at 621. Blaine in the Camaro dialed in at 594. Win light here, left-hand lane, double breakout winner. Stockwell is 008 and 6 thou under. Anderson is 025 and 12 thou under. 006 margin of victory for the wagon. Couple S10s here. Jeff Jaquish, Mount Pleasant, Wisconsin. S10 in the left-hand lane. Dialed 602. Doug Foley Jr., Mooresville, North Carolina in the right lane. Dialed 608. See some wheels up in the air here on this one. Jaquish and Foley. Here we go. 10 to a 3 on the reaction times. Down to the finish line, win light going Foley. How about 003 take 002 to be 100th over. Jaquish is 10 dead 5, 15 in the left lane, and he's 2 thou behind at the finish line. Scott Allen, the El Camino in the right-hand lane. Dialed in at 596. And Bug McCarty's S10 left-hand lane, the Georgia Chevrolet, down in at 6 flat. Win line here. Left lane got it. Dead on the dial in for Bug. 024 dead 9. Scott Allen had him by more than 100th on reaction time, but went 300ths over his dial in, running 599. Kenny Underwood and Brent McKay on the line. Underwood in the left-hand lane, down in at a 644 with the Oldsmobile. Camaro on a 602 in the right-hand lane for the Chevrolet Camaro. Eighth mile finish line, win light going, right-hand lane for McKay. 012 dead on with a 9 for the win. Underwood was 001 on reaction time, but went 300ths over the dial in, 47 on a 44. Mike Unks in the Shaheen Chevy in the left-hand lane, dialed in at 560. Brent Martin, the S10 dialed in at 622. And Brett Martin with a win, 008. One over the dial in. Left-hand lane, Mike Unks was 2 over, but had a bad reaction time. 10 to the pits, will take no box. Round 2, the 16 drivers still in it in no box. Round 2, Mutchler versus Angel. Mutchler lane choice. McCurry versus Alexander. McCurry with lane choice. Mikula versus Williamson. Mikula with lane choice. Smith versus Yacko. That's Warren Smith versus Yacko. Warren with lane choice. Daniels versus Kelly Smith. Daniels with lane choice. Doobie versus Hagar. Doobie with lane choice. Bray versus Kiefer. Bray with lane choice. And Stan Jones Jr. versus Rashewski on the snowmobile. Jones Jr. with lane choice. Those 16 drivers, we need you in the back of the lanes, please. Ricky Adkins and Art Reed on the line. Interesting matchup here. The wheel stand and Vega Wagon out of Kokomo, Indiana, dialed 603. Taking on Adkins, Blown Hemi, Mini Cooper, dialed 469. Red light start. It's over on the line for Reed. So Adkins going to get the win. He runs a 67 on a 69 with a 14 reaction time. Art Reed turned it red, then went dead on the dial-in with the Vega Wagon. Tim Heining in right-hand lane. The Dodge Dart Swinger dialed 739. Chuck Ridenhour's Corvette dialed in at 518. We'd like to wish Mark McKay a happy birthday. Happy birthday out there, Mark McKay, the crew chief this weekend, I believe. So kind of getting down toward the end of the line here in our round number 1. Chuck Ridenhour and Tim Heinig. Ridenhour went deep in eliminations last night with a Corvette Roadster. Went all the way to the semifinal, the final 4. He's dialed in here at 518. Tim Heining on a 739. Win light, look at that. Tim Heining pulling one off here. 012 and 3 over the dial-in. Chuck went 020 and 4 over his dial-in. So Heining will get a win on that one. Aaron Vale going to race Justin Wakel. Justin in the Vega dialed 638. Aaron Trans Am 626. Win line in the left-hand lane for Justin. 019, 2 over the dial-in. Here in Vale's 023 and 2 thou under the dial in. Corey Mikas be in the right hand lane down 620, and Royce Osborne's Nova down 603. Win light in right hand lane. Corey Mike is 005 and 4 thou under. 11 thou under there for Royce Osborne in the left hand lane. Bill Swain. He waited for, where are we at? 2.5 hours? Somewhere, maybe more than that. Waited that long to see if there'd be a bye run, and guess what? Nope, Bill, you got to run the Vega wagon here of Chris Kozlik in the right hand lane. 638 to a 565. Chris Wells sitting behind the steering wheel. Swain in the UPS 10 in the left hand lane. Final pair, round number 1 of eliminations. Well, a 26 to a 16 on reaction time. Down the finish line, win light going. Right hand lane, 016, dead 6, 22 total. Billy's 26 on react, locked out, cannot win that round. Puts a wrap on round number 1. We have our 16 drivers still in the no box shootout getting lined up for round number 2. We will take a yellow run sticker and red run sticker dragsters for round 2. Yellow sticker and red sticker dragsters for round 2 of eliminations. To the staging lanes, please. Got a few minutes. We'll go over and visit the concession. They got hand-dipped ice cream, serving up cheeseburgers and chicken strips and french fries. Also, the souvenir building open with the event T-shirts on sale. Got a few minutes of track prep before we roll into round number 2. And here we go into round number 2. 16 drivers still in the no box shootout. Kelly Smith, Mark Daniels, our opening matchup here in round number 2. Smith, left-hand lane, the Betty White Bel Air Roadster dialed in at 527. Mark Daniels, Chevrolet Camaro, right-hand lane. He's going to dial 621. This is no box, round number 2. So trying to get to the round of 8 cars left on the no box side. Kelly Smith and Mark Daniels, our opening pair here. Good way to start it here, a 9 to a 14. Win line, oh, Kelly Smith, 009, dead 8. Daniels is 014 and 100th over, so Kelly Smith goes to the round of 8. Jason Mikula and Brett Williamson. Williamson, the right-hand lane, the 57 Chevy, 584. Jason Mikula. Chevy 2 in the left-hand lane that had a 3-pack in round number 1 and the no-box side. On the box side, he had a 5-pack. He's matched up here with Brett Williamson. Red light start for Mikula by 005, so Williamson with a win. On an 84, dead on the dial-in with a 9 at the end. Williamson goes to the round of 8. Tracy Muchler and Danny Angel on the line. Danny in the left-hand lane dialed 612. Tracy on a 637. We have called dragsters, 2 colors of dragsters, yellow and red for your second round. Yellow and red run stickers to the stadium lanes, please, for round number 2. Both drivers in, tree and away down. Green lights, a pair of them, and 1 foul separate them on this end. Down the finish line, win light going. Left-hand lane by 0.003 of a second. Danny Angel will advance. Both drivers 2 over the dial-in. A 31 light to a 30 on that pair. Warren Smith and Kyle Yacko next. Righteous Ride Mustang dialed 616. The Daytona dialed in at 624. Another good one, a 13 to a 14. Down the finish line, win light, left-hand lane. Kyle Yacko by 2 thou. 013 dead 7 beats an 014 dead 8. Kyle Yacko in a great race there goes to the round of 8. Jeff Alexander and Tyler McCurry next. McCurry in the truck dialed in at 653. Jeff's Vega dialed in at 616. Red light start for McCurry. So Jeff Alexander will go to the round of 8. 013 light, dead on with a 5 for Jeff Alexander. He advances. Tom Bray and Scott Kiefer next. 55 Chevy dialed 597. The Camaro on a 703. Good race here. Kiefer and Bray down the finish line. Win light going. Scott Kiefer. 0-10, dead on with a 5-15 total for Kiefer. Bray is 0-20 and cannot win that round. Donnie Hagar and Eric Doobie. Hagar in the Vega dialed 646. The Doobie Duster dialed in at 696. Win light for Donnie Hagar, 008 light, 2 over the dial in. He will go to the round of 8. Dead on for the Doobie Duster, but he had an 036 reaction time. Aaron Rashewski in the left-hand lane, Artie Cadell 577. Stan Jones Jr. on a 595. The driver sitting on the bye run here in round number 2, sitting on the bye run, car number 415. 415. I believe that's Caitlin Smith. Car 415, you are sitting on the bye run here for round number 2. One thou separate them here, a 16 to a 17 on the tree. Finish line winner, right lane got it. 017, 2 over the dial in. Rashewski is 016 in 600s over the dial in. And here we go into the dragsters. All right, here we go, the dragsters. Troy Stone and Carly Duffy out first. Duffy girls left lane down 479. Troy Stone in the right lane down 432. Troy Stone and Carly Duffy out there right now as we get into the dragsters round 2. Win light here going Stone 006, taking 006 to be 100 or a couple hundredths over the dial in. Carly Duffy was 014 and a couple hundredths over her dial in. Chelsea Duffy will be in the left-hand lane, dialed in at 546. Bailey Ferraro on a 438. Duffy in the left, Ferraro in the right, winner going left-hand lane. Look at Chelsea Duffy, 002, dead 3. 5 total, takes out Bailey Ferraro's first entry here in round number 2. He's 021, dead 4, but Duffy gets the win. Daryl Pollock backing up at a right-hand lane. Dialed in at a 479. Patrick Boris left side dialed 477. Win light for Patrick Boris after the red lights are for Daryl Pollock. Actually, Daryl's 005 on the wrong side. Patrick's going to win with a negative 011 reaction time. Derek Gilman in the left-hand lane. Grand Rapids, Michigan dragster down in a 448. Look at this matchup. Gilman in the left. Kirby McLennan in the right-hand lane down 422. One of them's going to lose an entry right here. Both went deep in the 50 grander last year. A 10 to an 18. Finish line winner. McLennan dead zero. 0-10 dead on with a 0. Gilman got there first by 002, but his 018 reaction time took him out of that one. He's 100th under the dial in. Tyler Treelout and Brandon Wack. Brandon left lane dialed 466. Tyler on a 540 dial in. We will take the final color of dragsters, which is black. Black run sicker dragsters. All three colors now been called. Black, your last, yellow, red, and black have all been called here for round one of eliminations on the dragster side. Yellow, red, and black dragsters, round two. Win light here, left-hand lane, a breakout by 1,000th for Tyler Treelout. He got there first by 21, had to be 20 or less to get his win light to come on. Brandon Wack gets the win. He's 020 and 100th over in the left lane. Schneider coming up in the left-hand lane, dial 487, taking on AJ Ash, dial 438. Red light start for Schneider. 002 red. AJ's 14, dead 7 in the right-hand lane. Jeremy McCormick coming up at the right-hand lane, down in at a 479. Zach Smith, left-hand lane, dialed in at 457. Win light here, left-hand lane. Zach with a 008 light and one over the dial in. Took 300 stripe down there. Ray Allen McCormick 012, 300s over. Locking him up to 134 miles per hour. Matty McCormick next. Ray Allen down 442. Steve Williams left lane down 531. Red light start by 006 for Williams. So Maddie McCormick going to get the win. Runs dead zero. 0:15 reaction time. Nick Lakeys left-hand lane. His dragster down 485. Ernie Goodson. His dragster right-hand lane down 475. Win light in the left-hand lane for Nick Lakeys. Ernie Goodson turned it 001 red right there. So Nick Lakeys takes that entry to the third round. Matt Gramlich in the left-hand lane, dialed in at 479, and Rob Lutzke, right-hand lane, dialed 478. So buyback still going on at the bottom of the tower. If you haven't yet got your buyback, you want to get back into the main reason you came here, the 50 grander. We are in round number 2 in the dragsters. Starting out with the dragsters here in round number 2. Matt Gramlich and Rob Lutzke on the line. Red light by 007. Matt is 003 green. And 100th over the dial in. Couple hundredths over for Rob Lutzke. Ty Farmer, left-hand lane. Abilene, Texas, down 453. And Steve Smith, Insurance Man Dragster, down 473. Both drivers in. Here we go. 3 and away down. 7 thou separate them. Finish line win light going. Left lane. Smith got there first by 17 thou. Broke out by 1 thou. Had to make that 16 or less. Win light in the left-hand lane. Dead on. 453 on a 453. Devin Payton back up in the right-hand lane. Dialed in at a 480. Left-hand lane 437. That is Josh Ludke.
All right, 004 and 017. Devin Payton will get the win. 480, dead on with the 2, 140 mile per hour, a 17 thousandths margin of victory. 440 at 154. Next pair, Mike Koretsky, Wes May. Wes on the FTI side, 492. Mike Koretsky, Mortar State side, 502, a tenth of a second apart. In their dial-ins here as we weed our way through the beginning of round number 3. Dragster's up first. Right, Huretsky last the stage, really taking his time. And he is late. Big time. 600ths of a second behind at the start. Wes May handles that one easily. 497, 133. Taking it up to a 15th margin of victory. Huretsky was dead on chasing him across, or trying to stay ahead. 502 at 138. Justin Daniels now, the other half of the Indiana team from Muncie Dragway, 536. And John Eckenbarger, the Ohioan, blown M&M dragster, 442 here in the Motor State, or right-hand side of the racetrack. Both drivers full stage, in set and ready, and away. Red light start, John Eckenbarger. 15th thou on the red side. Justin Daniels, 019, he goes 536, dead 2. 21 thousandths package at 127 miles per hour. Eckenbarger after the red light goes 442, he was dead on at 157. But decided to race back here at the tree. Chris Stein getting set to take on Chase McKay. Gibraltar, Michigan, 446. Stein, I believe the quickest dragster on the property, 407. All right, Stein and McKay. Both drivers rolling up to the pre-stage beams carefully. McKay finds the starting line, waiting on Chris. Chris bumps it in. Here comes Chase. They're ready. And away. Red light start by a thou. Stein fouls out. Little under with a 404, but a 446 by McKay is dead on. He was 25 green, 155 the speed, and he will move on to round number 3. All right, Scott, excuse me, Scott Doyon. He's on the Motor State side. 463 dial in, pretty close on the handicap here as he gets to set the face on the father-daughter team of Doug and Carrie Mae Smith. 446, leaving last and away. Doyen with the advantage, but neither one's going to make the reaction time on a roll. 037 to 051 turns into a win for Carrie Mae. She runs dead on though, 446, 153. Doyen with problems. 501 at 138. Carrie may have got away with one there a little bit. Took the stripe by almost 0.4 of a second. Passed Doyon, and he was nowhere to be found at the stripe. Problems for Scott. And Carrie May moves on. Next pair. Here's Bob Payton, engineer from Fowlerville, Michigan. 453 dial in. He's on the Motor State side with the orange and black machine. Getting set to take on Eric Paterka from West Bloomfield, Michigan. Diamond chassis dragster. Both of them are. 475 dial in for Paterka. Okay, dragsters have all been called. First call out for door cars. We need door cars first entry to the staging lanes. And we need yellow. Yellow first tag. First run sticker, yellow. We need door cars for their first entry here for the third round, or rather second round, I'm sorry. 025 and 015. Peyton had 100 to work with at the starting line, runs dead on. Takes the straight by 2 thou in a good race. As Paterka was also dead on with a 1. Peyton with a 9 on the little number takes a tiny little hole shot win there. 153 the speed. Paterka going 140. And Craig Vandersloot comes up with his orange and black and white dragster. He will be on the FTI side, and he will dial 457. Another diamond chassis machine from Kalamazoo, Michigan. And the FTI guys, that's Troy Williams Jr. Motor State side. 454 as they're almost heads up. Red light start for Troy Williams Jr. 7 thou on the red side. Vandersloot is 008 green. Runs 100th over, 458.3 at 149. 481 after the red light start. Shutting her down at only 116 mile per hour for Troy Williams. Scott Hornline, another one of the locals, regulars here at Mid-Michigan Motorplex. Freeland, Michigan based dragster, 490. Dan Eide, Hillman, Michigan. Not familiar with Mr. Eide. He has dialed 535, though, and he will race from the FTI side. Dan Eide with the whole shot. He goes 010 at the tree. Hornland was in the 40s, and he'll run dead on. 535 at 127 to advance. Hornline was dead on as well. 490 with a 2, 141. But was 44 at the tree and gave up 300s there, and that was about the margin of victory at the finish line. Matt Cornell, past 50K winner in his dad's Camaro, now in this dragster. Zach Unst and his dad Mike campaigning this Shaheen Chevrolet sponsored dragster over here on the Motor State side of the racetrack. He has dialed 475. Right, Zach's in. Matt takes his time, but he's in. Off and running. Oh, Zach was a little late. He's in trouble. Cornell, 023, takes the win. By about the exact margin of victory at the finish line is what the difference was in reaction times. 491 for Cornell was 2 over, 134. Zach was 1 over at 476, 140. Matt Cornell moving on. His quest for $50,000 here today. Very interesting pair here as we got the Paquette family racing team. Dad Mark is the dad, an HRA Pro Stock motorcycle campaigner occasionally. Daughter Brooks at the wheel, this very unique little shorty dragster with what is a factory stock showdown blown 350 Copo engine. John Cook over here on the Motor State side fouls out. Brooks going to get the win. The little blown LS motors on through there to a 439, 100th under the dial in, 157 mile per hour. Didn't matter though, as John Cook turned it red by 7 thousandths of a second, runs a thou under the dial as well. 456, 152 with his departing shot. So the Paquettes move on. John Cook is gone. That'll bring up the Alexander team. Or rather not. That looks like a dragster. That doesn't look like an Alexander car. Far right, left lane?
Yeah, that is
Jenna Jimenez, 496, and Jeff Westinghausen almost heads up here, 496 and 494. 24 and 15 green, 496 dead on 3 for Jimenez, 137 mile per hour. And a good race at the stripe, 0.9 thousandths the difference there. Wistinghausen's 2 off, 496, 137. Red light start here. Gary Williams fouls out by 0.06 of a second. You don't see that very often. 440 is under the dial as well, 159. And James Vanderbroek's going to be the winner, 485 on the 83 dial, and 018 green light. Yeah. Lucas Fisher, he and his dad Larry campaigning that small block Chevy dragster on the FTI or left-hand lane side of the racetrack, 541 the dial in. Evan Davis will be over here on the Motor State side, and he will dial 495. Lucas off and running, 005, 007, and Evans is right there with him. Win light on by an even 100th of a second in a good race. 496, 1 over at 134. Evan Davis gets his win ticket punch to move on. Lucas Fisher, 543, 2 over, 122. All right, Scotty Taylor getting set to face off with Jim Hamilton. Taylor 436, Hamilton with a 443. Win light on for Scotty Taylor, 2 over at 438 by a thou. Crosses the finish line first at 153 mile per hour. Hamilton was 1 over at 444, closer to the dial in, but gave up 12 thou at the tree, 012 to 024. Taylor moving on. That'll bring up Jason Jensen, stepdaddy, FTI side of the racetrack. Past winner of the 50K here in his door car. Getting set to take on Talon Farmer from Abilene, Texas. The Texan dial 454 on the Motor State side. Heads up. Oh, Jason was a little late. Talon had a reaction time in the 30s, but he's in control and he gets the win. A lot of ripping at the throttle at the stripe, and he comes up with a 454, dead 3 at 145. 200ths the margin of victory at the stripe. It was about the difference in their reaction times. Jensen also dead on with a 454 run, 151. All right, a little dust on the starting line. I presume that was probably our last pair of dragsters, and now we're rolling into door cars. Yes, it is. And the first pair will be J-Led taking on Northern Michigan racer Tyler Clark and his dad Mark. Chevrolet Lumina. .553 for Tyler Clark. Jared, the winner last evening, now living in Kentucky. 22 national champion. at the wheel of his trusty white Camaro. He dials 615 on the FTI side, be leaving first. Tyler Clark is going to try to track him down. First pair of door cars here, first entry, round number 2. All right, Jared is ready. Tyler Clark not making a move, but he rolls in, doesn't hold him up. Off and running. Both lights in the teens, slight advantage for Clark, but not by much, but he's going to get the win. Both drivers won over. 554 with a 7, 616 with a 9, 2 thou. Difference between them there and from their dial ends, and a 5 thou margin of victory for Tyler Clark. 016 to 019 at the tree in a very good race. Tyler Clark moves on. And that'll bring up Jeremy Bargo, another Kentucky racer, 610 to dial in. And Andrew Heining from Harrison, Michigan, Motor State side, the Red Vega. Both drivers on the deck and away. Nice launch there for Bargo. Carries him out a long ways. He's got the advantage in reaction time and the win. 612 with an 8, 107. On the 10 dial in. He was 020 to Andrews 039. Heining 2 over, 615, 111. Another Northern Michigan racer, Andy Wingo. He is in the Pontiac Fiero. He has dialed 537. Not on file, FTI side of the S10, dialed 619. Another Texan, it is Chad Sandlin in the S10. FTI side, 619. Be leaving first. Great lead there for Sandlin. He's going to be the winner. Wingo turns at 300ths of a second red. 620, 1 over at 109 for Chad. Moves on to round number 3. Andy, after the 300ths foul, runs 539, 2 over the dial in. Jeff Sanchez in a 66 Chevy 2, 624. And the 4-second dialed Camaro of Jason Hemmerline, one of the quickest cars in the class. We're on the grounds, dialed in the 4s, 497. FTI lane with a 2013 Camaro with the All right, both drivers set and away. Oh, Jason missed the tree here. Sanchez almost perfect. And the win. Dead on, though. 624 as he takes over 500ths at the stripe. Don't have to worry about lifting when you know you're going dead on, right? 002 reaction time had 500ths in the bank off the starting line. Jason was 1 over with a 498. 140 the speed. He was in trouble. Right at the drop of the last yellow there. Shanna Stone, Elkhart, Indiana. Good looking S10 truck. All white machines on the starting line. Set to take on the Mustang, the Cobra Jet Mustang on the FTI side. Ricky Collins, 626 dial in. Both drivers ready. And they're off and running. Oh, Ricky missed the tree in this pair. Shanna is in control, 019 green. 1608 way over the dial in, but she still had 300ths to spare at the stripe, 107 to speed. Ricky runs 3 over, 629 at 110. But had a reaction time in the 70s. Mark Martinez back up again. Chevy 2. Out of Birch Run, Michigan, he will dial 606, and he'll face off with Kirk Cheney, the Motor State side of the racetrack, veteran racer with that orange S10 truck. 594. Pretty good start for both guys, less than 100th apart. Martinez and Cheney at the stripe. Cheney by a thou is going to get the win. 596, 113. Marcus 2 over with a 0, 608 at 110. Might have let him take it, but by a thou, Kurt Cheney is going to get the nod there in a good race. Jeff Pitts, Doug Foley Jr., 607 and 595 be the next pair. Another all Chevrolet matchup. Pitts in the pre-stage beam with the Iceman, first generation Camaro. Doug Foley Jr. in the blue S10. Finds the pre-stage beam and Pitts is ready. Boy, the last stage bumps in, and here we go. Oh, 003 reaction time for Jeff Pitts. Has a couple of Hun to play with, and he's going to be your winner. A 21 thousandths margin of victory there. 597, 112 the speed. Doug Foley Jr. with a 609, 2 over at 110. Pitts moves on. All right, Dave Lorenz and Jim Davis. Two buddies matched up here. And Jeff and I was just talking. It's like every Thursday night, there's a Facebook post of these two drinking beer in Lorenz's garage. Might as well get it done early. Off and running, almost identical reaction times. Only 100th apart. Davis with the advantage and a double breakout win light for Lorenz. 5:35.8. He is 2 thou under 126. Jim Davis, 19 thou under, 5:13, 134. Lorenz moves on. All right, next up, Brian Felice, Kyle Kidder. Felice now living down in Beach Island, South Carolina, former Michigan resident and regular here at the Mid-Michigan Motorplex, making an appearance for the first time in quite a while here at the 50 Grander. Kyle Kidder from up northern Michigan way from Benzonia, 646, runner-up last evening, off and running. Felice is late. Kyle, unless he makes a mistake at the stripe, is in control. He doesn't. 648, 2 over, 102. Comfortable margin of victory there at the stripe as he had a nice 007 reaction time and had 7/100ths of a second to work with right at the drop of the green light, even though Brian was dead on too, chasing him across the finish line with the S10. 6:05 at 112, and he's out of here. Jeremy Luce, Gladwin, Michigan. That is the black El Camino. And Scott Erickson, another northern Michigan racer, 69 Camaro, SS, 562 dial in, about a second apart. Good lights for both guys. Erickson, slight advantage of the 009 light. Oh, but Luce is going to get the win there. 674 rather is dead on, 98 mile per hour at the stripe, and an 18 thousandths margin of victory. Erickson, even though he was 0-0 on a tree, 3 off the number with a 565 run at 121. And Jeremy runs dead on to slay him there and take him out. Steve Vandersloot, Corvette Roadster. FTI side dialed 519. He will take on Joe Samalek, another northern Michigan racer, 543 the dial in. From Beaverton, Michigan, just up 66. He will dial 543. Into Carmen Gia. Now the Gia is a little late here. Vandersloot, 400ths. Better reaction time. And a 520 and a 19 gets the win. 129 to speed. Samlek, 541.7, 13 thou under 127. Next up, Brad Harris, another northern Michigan racer from Messick, Michigan. 595 dial in, about a second. The difference in the dial ins here as he takes on the Plymouth GTX of Rich Van Els, 685 dial in. All right, both drivers bump in carefully. And they're away. Both drivers miss the tree. Harris has the better of two mediocre lights, but he's going to, he does not get it done. 686 for Van Els by a thou. Gets the win, and what turns out to be a very close finish line. Van Els was 71 on the tree. Brad had the advantage by a couple of hun. He runs 599 at only 109 miles per hour. Maybe gave up the stripe there. Van Els moving on with the Mopar. All right, AJ Ash, all-white Firebird on the Motor State side of the racetrack. Mississippi racer, past 50K winner. 606 dial-in will be leaving first. We got Mike Gramlich, the door open here on the S10 truck. 584. We're looking to, Mike's going off the bottom, so we need to turn off the crosstalk thing for this pair. There we go. The minus sign for the dial indicates no crosstalk. As Mike goes off the bottom bulb, he'll be doing the chasing here. Not crossing over to the 606 dial in, leaving off an AJ's bulb. He will go off in his own light here in his side of the tree. Ash's stage, Michael bumping it in. He's ready. And off. AJ 009's got the advantage by a couple of hun. Brake lights on, wind lights on. 607, one over with a 3, 110 the speed, gets the win by 100th. Mike Gramlich goes down, 584. He's dead on 5, only 114. He was 027 at the tree in a pretty good race. But AJ gets the nod, he'll move on. Two more Northern Michigan racers here. Clint Bailey, Chantel Lorenz in a Chevrolet versus Mopar matchup. Nearly heads up, 624 for Chantel. She's in the Camaro. Clint Bailey in the 69 Dart, 628 from the FTI side. Both drivers with wheels in the air launches. A little cattywampus when they both came down. Chantel is going to be the winner, though. 3 over the number in the left lane, 5 over the number on the right. Chantel was 008, had the advantage, and takes a 14 thousandths margin of victory at the finish line. 629 on a 24 dial at 105 is going to be good enough. Clint was 39th the tree, 3 off, 631 at 107, and a lot was going on there. Here's Dustin Loynes and Aiden Farrell. Dustin, FTI side with the Pontiac Firebird. I believe he was the national champion or runner-up going back a few years ago, maybe during COVID, where he got the opportunity on the NHRA side of things to go to Pomona. National champion and pro. Red door cars to the staging lanes, please. Red door cars. Need you drivers to the staging lanes here for round number 2. Red door cars to the staging lanes. First entry, round number 2. Aiden Farrell, Dustin Loynes. Slight advantage, but not by much. Going to Dustin. Finish line. Farrell's going to get the win by 4 thou in a good race. 605, 1 over at 112. 592 for Dustin, 112 for the Firebird. 025 to 031 off the starting line. All right, a pair of Novas on the starting line of the same generation, the 66 of Kurt Harrington, Middletown, Indiana. I was looking at this car back in the staging lanes. Very clean, very pretty race car. And Keith Helsel will be on the Motor State side. Lake City, Michigan, Christmas tree farmer. And they are heads up, 584 on both sides for these two Novas, 66, 67. Yeah, Jeff just lets me know that this was a rematch of round number 1, but these two were paired. All right, 007, Harrington is in control. And the win, 588, 4 over at 111. About 200ths of a second at the finish line. Helsel 2 off. Also, 586, 8, 119. Harrington moving on in the battle of the 66 and 7 Novas. Here's another one. This is Jason Mikula. Another veteran racer, another local racer here. A lot of wins at the Mid-Michigan Motorplex. FTI side of the racetrack, 6 flat dial in, and he's taking on the 65 Chevelle. Terry Stewart from Texas. 22 lights on both sides. We're going to figure this one out at the finish line. Mikula, dead on. 6 flat with a 5, 112. 022 lights for both guys, and Stewart breaks out by 2 thou in a good race at the finish line. 119 the speed for Stewart and Jason Mikula. We'll move on to the next round for the locals. That'll bring up Justin Harrington, 87 Chevette, 604. Came within a pair or two here of being paired with a teammate, I believe. Well, I guess Harrington was on the left side and another pair as well. Justin's on the FTI side this time. He will dial 604, and we're almost heads up here. Brett McKay, Westmoreland, Tennessee, 68 Camaro. He was runner-up a couple of years ago during the big 50K day to Steve Mikas, one of the more popular 50K races, where we had a local driver with a big following, long-time following, finally bag the biggest race in his home state. Wheels in the air launch for both guys. A couple of hundredths better light for McKay. 605, 2 over, 112, and a 0.003 10,000ths margin of victory there for Brett McKay. 605, 112, moving on. Harrington was dead on with a 1. It was 37 on the tree to Brett McKay's 014. All right, Aiden Lutschke from right here in Stanton, Michigan, 79 Z28. The orange machine dialed 620 or 636 rather. Going to get chased down by the Burtis family racing team. That's Jeff Burtis in the wagon, 555. Big wheels in the air launch for Burtis. Aiden's got the better start though. And the win, 639, 106. 13,000ths margin of victory there. Burtis 3 over, 558 at 120. And that'll bring up Ken Hansen and Aaron Vale. Hansen and Vale. Ken's off and running. Vale chasing him down. Kenny at the finish line. What's he going to do? 3 over, and the win's going to go to Aaron. 628 at 100 mile per hour even. 300ths margin of victory at the stripe. Ken goes 865 on the 62 dial in. Vale 024 to 044 had the advantage. Ed Curtis, 91 Olds Cutlass, FTI side. Brad Walters, the 87 Vet, 552. Madeline, Michigan based, Motor State Lane. Getting set to go between the two Pro Stock style door cars here. Red light start for Curtis. Fouls out by 0.03 of a second. Walters 012, 5506 at 126. Moving on. Yet after the red light, lifts early to a 529 on the 11 dial in, 108. Skylar Drews, another one of our local racers, DeWitt, Michigan, runner up at the 50K a couple years back to Tom Artakis. He is in the Oldsmobile Calais. He will dial 588 and he will take on Art Reed, Kokomo, Indiana. Art, if I'm not mistaken, is employee at Cone Engineering and one of the head honchos there and making decisions on converters and gear ratios and all that transmission type stuff. He will dial 603 with that Vega wagon. Here we go. Nice wheels in the air launch for Art. He's got the better light and the win. 604, 1 over, 113. Skylar also 1 over, 589.0. A little better on the little numbers there, but Reed was 10 on the tree and had a couple hundredths better light. Craig Eberhard, David Davis. Davis for Fleet Doctor out of Toledo, Ohio, the 88 Camaro. He will dial 629. He will be leaving first. Craig Eberhardt, mechanic from Langsburg, Michigan, 614 to dial in on the Oldsmobile. All right, Eberhardt's in. He's ready. Davis bumps it in. Pretty good start for both guys. David, though, is almost perfect. 002 and the win light as Eberhardt breaks out by a thou. 613 with a 9 on the 14 dial. Davis, 002. He runs a 30 with a 9 and 106 on the 29 dial in. Moving on to round number 3. Two good-looking machines on the starting line here is Tom Jones, Fort Wayne, Indiana base 66 Nova will dial 617. Heads up with the Martin family racing team. The black S10 driven by Cody Martin here today. Shares driving chores along with Dad Jim and his sister Alyssa, former junior dragster drivers. Know how to get it done here on the bottom bulb. Red light start this time, though. 008 on the red side for Cody. Jones is minus 006 on green, under his green light, but he runs dead on. 617 at 107. We'll move on to the next round. Martin, after the foul, goes 619 at 103 with a truck. Troy Williams Jr. back up this time. Fouled out in the dragster. He's on the FTI side this time with that red Calais, 604. And Bill Smith and the Jeff Alexander Chevy Monza. Troy's on it this time, has the advantage at the starting line, takes a 6-thou margin of victory, 656, 2 over at 99 miles per hour. Bill goes dead on, 615 at 112. He was 033 at the tree and behind at the starting line. Here's Bob Mandel, Jr. rather. All right, Bob the third this time, I should say. The 55 Chevy top sportsman car. Burning out darn near the 330-foot mark, and we'll dial 413 this time. 79-year-old Jim Clark, Lake Odessa, Michigan. Long-time racer. General Motors employee, the Oldsmobile at 442. And Jimmy's not at all intimidated by that blown 55 Chevy. He's like, come on, let's do this. I've known Jim since I was about 6 years old, and he is ready. Loves to race. He's off and running. 015, 014. Mandel with problems. As long as Jim controls the finish line, he's in good shape. 541. Gets it done. 132 the speed. Mandel nowhere to be found there as they turn the tire and can't run a number, and he lifts. 874. 85 miles per hour crossing the finish line of the 55 Chevrolet. And Jim Clark will move on to the next round. Jimmy didn't even need to look. He just could hear that Mandel wasn't coming. All right, here's Dad, Bob Mandel Jr., the 67 wagon, 410. Chris Wells, this is a rematch too, isn't it? Yeah. Yeah, so the Vega panel wagon of Chris Wells for the second round in a row is going to face off against D Fast. Blown 67 wagon of Bob Mandel Jr., 410, 637. All right, both drivers in the pre-stage beams. Chris Wells, Bob Mandel Jr. Mandel's ready. Wells is ready. Off and running. Oh boy. Here comes Bob Mandel Jr. at the finish line. One over for the win. 4:11, 176. Blast by Chris Wells by 70 miles per hour. Chris Wells missed the tree there. He was 50. Mandel was on it. 007 reaction time, 4:11 at 176 foaming mile per hour in the 8th mile. And that'll bring up Kyle Stockwell, Kalamazoo, Michigan, and his wagon. Set to take on that wild little Mini Cooper with the blown Hemi between the frame rails of Ricky Adkins, 467 on the Motor State side. Stockwell out in front. Here comes Atkins. Wind light on, dead on. 467, 150 miles per hour for Ricky. He was 24 at the tree. Stockwell 010 under the dial-in though. 6th thou breaking out with a 6:18.4, 108. All right, Brett Martin, Chevy S10 from Florida. 6:22. Getting set to take on Cody Height. 589 Motor State side. He was the 2020 World Super Pro Challenge during the 50K day. Back up again here to try to do it again. Pre-stage, as is Martin. Both drivers bump in carefully. And Cody's ready. 100th apart reaction time in this one. Rip, rip, rip of the throttle. Martin's wind light comes on with a 624, 2 over 108 the speed. Cody breaks out by 8 thousandths of a second, 588, 112, taking the finish line by 17 thousandths of a second. You need to take it by 9 thou or less. Martin moving on to the next round. Mike Bloomfield. Same truck that he won the 50K with here a couple of years back on the FTI side of the racetrack. 610 dial in. Justin Wakel 639 on the Motor State side of the Vega. Bloomfield with a better light. 17 to a 47, 300ths of a second difference and the win. 612, 107 moves on. Wakel 1 over 640 at 103. Here's Michelle Taylor, the 65 Malibu from Portage, Michigan. 548 dial-in, getting set to take on William DeGivens, Detroit, Michigan-based S10, 635. Both drivers ready, and here we go. All right, DeGivens and Taylor at the stripe. Oh, breakout by DeGivens. He had a better light, 009. He's 4th thou under, though. 548 for Michelle. She is dead on 4. 124 the speed to move on to round number 3. Corey Selleck, another one of our regulars, our local racers here at the Mid-Michigan Motorplex. 596 for the Black Roadster. And Blaine Anderson, Wisconsin racer, dialed 592 with the Camaro. 011, 037. Selleck had the better start. He's going to be the winner by an even 100th of a second at the finish line. 599, 111 for the win. Anderson 593, closer on the ET, but behind at the starting line, 115 the speed. All right, 50-50 will be announced before we run dragsters. 50-50 will be announced this round before we announce second entry dragsters later on this round. 50-50 to be announced before we run second entry dragsters. Kenny Underwood and Steve Mikas going at it here. 004 and 016. Steve gets the win in his quest for another $50,000 payday as he won it here a couple years ago. 584, 116 is dead on, and that's a 6 thou package for the veteran from Ashley, Michigan. Underwood under by 6 thou, 609, 111 after an 016 light. Royce Osborne, Indiana-based Nova, 602, Motor State side of the racetrack. Bug McCarty in the S10 pickup or GMC Sonoma. He dials 6 seconds flat from the FTI side of the racetrack. All right, folks, we have some kids that are out there roaming around on golf carts and bicycles. Park them, please. Parents, could you keep your kids off the pit vehicles? We need them clear of the return road and the staging lanes. Need the kids off from the pit vehicles, out of the staging lanes and off the return road, please. All right, Royce Osborne, 1 over for the win, 603, 110. He was 005, nice reaction time, good run. Moves on to round number 3. 6 seconds flat for Bug at 110. He was 024, puts together a decent run, but not enough in that pair. Kelly Smith and Scott Allen come up next. Allen, Messick, Michigan, another Northern Michigan racer. And Kelly Smith, probably one of our very, very best bottom bulb local bracket racers here. 528 from the white, Petty White, 57 Chevy Roadster. And he proves it here. 002 has got the advantage in reaction time. Kelly Smith gets the win. 529, 1 over at 125. Takes a stripe by 15 thou. Allen was dead on. 598, 114. 027 at the tree. Gave up over 200 though. Joe Bowman comes up. Chevrolet Camaro getting set to take on Terry Bowman. Aunt Terry. 648, Motor State side of the racetrack. Kind of an inter-team matchup here that I don't think was planned. Terry will dial 648 from the Motor State side. Joe Bowman, 610. Almost identical in reaction time, only 2 thou apart. Terry and Joe at the stripe. Terry's going to get the win by 7 thou in a good race. 1 over, 649, 105. Joe 2 over, 612, 109. Terry gets the win in the family matchup there. That'll bring up Scott Taylor in the Roadster. 516 to dial in here from the Motor State side of the racetrack. And Jeffrey Wistinghausen, FTI side of the racetrack, 654. Right, Taylor and Wistinghausen. Here we go. Oh, both drivers tardy off the mark. Wistinghausen with a better light, though, but Taylor is going to eat him up at the finish line. 518, 2 off. Scotty with an 83 light. Jeffrey was 4 hun better and runs 662. On the 54 dial and can't get it done. Taylor moving on to the next round. And it's like I always say, Doesn't matter who you run, it's when you run them. Black door cars, please, to the staging lanes. Black door cars. Black run sticker door cars. We need you to the staging lanes as Lane Ledford and Austin St. Dennis get set to duke it out. Two very cool fast door slammers here. Lane, former Mountain Motor Pro Stock car, 504. Austin St. Dennis, the Cutlass, 523. Red light start. Oh, and problems for Lane as he misses the tree. At a reaction time, it started with a 2, but he gets away with 1 as Austin turns it red by 12 thou. And a 505 run for Lane. 1 over with a 0-137. The Monte Carlo moves on. And St. Dennis lift into a 556 run at only 99. Danny Angel, David Shervandy. Shervandy from LaPorte, Indiana with the Jeep Cherokee. And Danny Angel with the Mustang. Wheels in the air launch for Danny, and he's got the better light. 0-13 and a 6:13 win. 107 mile per hour the speed, 1 over. Shervandy breaking out by a thou, 596 at 109. Sean Carver, Tim Heinig, 74 Dart Swinger, dialed 740. And Carver with the white Camaro, 576. All right, Joe Bowman needs a tow back from the top end of the racetrack. Pat Terry would have hung around. She could have gave him a tow back. But Joe Bowman needs a tow back from the top end of the racetrack, please. 006 and 022. Pretty even start. Wind light on for Carver, 579, 115. Heining's 5 off the number, 745 at 88. Carver moving on. Brandon Lang comes up to face off with Gary Williams here. Oh, red. Extended cab GMC Sonoma pickup, 570. Lang will be leaving first in the Monte Carlo. He is dialed 596. Twelve lights on both sides. No advantage in reaction time at the stripe. Brandon Lang is dead on. 596, 18 thousandths package for a 14 thousandths margin of victory. Williams 2 over, 572 at 115. And Will Steckley and Jeff Alexander come up next. 616 here for Jeff, FTI side. He was also competing in no box. In the little white Vega, normally campaigned by his son Nate. Jeff at the wheel. Very good little race car. Taking on a very tough customer here. Canadian Will Steckley. Former national champion on the IHRA side. Many-time Big Bucks event winner. Particularly off the bottom bulb. Will dialed 575 on the Motor State side with that Mopar. Little Dodge Omni. Oh, and he proves it here. He is 007 at the tree. Alexander misses it. Yeah, Will, 580, 109 mile per hour. Took a 400 stripe there as Jeff missed it big time. Had a poor reaction time. Runs 1 over at 617 for the loss at 109. Steckley moving on. Josh Call, Romulus, Michigan. He will dial 630 and he will face Paul Wolf. The Blue Vega, 591 dial in on the Motor State side. Here we go. Red light start for Call. 13 thou on the red side. Wolf, 32 is the winner. 591 is dead on at 115. with a 5 for the little number. 6:30, Cole is also dead on at 109 after the red light. Wes May. I'm trying to think back here. Did Wes win the 50? I know Wes has won 10s here a couple of times. Yeah, Gary won the 50 with the wagon. Wesley's won a couple of 10Ks when I've been announcing. Very, very tough customer. 651 dial on FTI side. Ryan Campbell in the Motor State lane. He's in a car that won the 50 grander. Former Roy St. Dennis, Blackbird Ford over here on the Motor State side. He is dialed 586. All right, double-entered dragsters. Second entry back to the staging lanes. Red light start for West Bay as he fouls out by 0.07 of a second. Brian 023 runs 584. 118 for the win. 652 for West, 1 over after the red light. Toby Kronig, 613, almost heads up here with Andrew Christofferson, Chelsea, Michigan, 63 Chevy 2. Kronig in the S10. Again, dragster second entry. Need you drivers back to the staging lanes, please. Red light start this time by 7 thou. I think that's like 4 or 5 007 red lights I've seen since I've been up here. 007 green, coincidentally, for Christofferson. He's going to be the winner. 615, 111, 1 over for the win. Growing also 1 over. 614, 109. 007 red, 007 green. Chuck Ridenauer was around late last night with his 63 Corvette Roadster. Another member of the Indiana gang. Doing well here. Tom Bray. 90 Camaro from Mears, Michigan. Tom's dialed 703 here on the Motor State side. All right, 100th apart in reaction time. Bray with the better light. 7:04 gets the win by 0.09 of a second. Tom Bray moving on. 5:23 for Chuck Ridenauer at 129 miles per hour, a 0.09 margin of victory going to Tom Bray. 2 gray machines on the starting line here. So we've got Michaela Hemmerline, the old Cutlass from Unionville, Michigan. The young lady dialed 625. Nearly heads up with Sam Manuel, Adrian, Michigan-based Mustang, 629. Here we go. 003 and 022. A couple of hundredths advantage going to the young lady, and she gets it done. 627, 2 over at 106 for Michaela. 631, Samuel also 2 over at 107 mile per hour of the Mustang. Michaela moves on. Neil Swain, Mike Ungst over here on the Motor State lane. The Shaheen Camaro dialed 561. Neil Swain from Portland, Michigan. He is in the Jeep, and he is dialed 579. No, Neil missed it. Mike Ungst hammers him on the starting line and gets the win. 006, 563. 2 over for the win, 122. Neil 580, closer on the ET, but had a light in the 70s and just missed the tree there. Jeff Jaquish and the Muchler team. Tracy and son Evan. Jeff tells me that Tracy's driving in this pair and Motor State side of the racetrack. That's the orange S10. 636. Going to be leaving first. Jaquish at 602. Off and running. Slight advantage, or at least by a couple of hun, going to Jeff Jaquish. He gets the win, 6:04.109. 6:37, 1 over for Muchler at 107. 14 thousandths margin of victory there going to Jeff. We'll see him back in round number 3. Chris Messenberg, 7:24. Mike Stokes, another Northern Michigan racer, 67 Dart, dialed 576. All right, good lights for both guys, only 6 thou apart. 7:25, Messenberg gets the win, 92 miles per hour. Stokes was right there, 577, 116 after a 20 light, 13 thou at the stripe. Win light going to Chris Messenberg and the 62 Nova. Bill Swain, Ionia, Michigan. Driving the S10 for Doug Smith, and he will take on another tough customer here, Tom Artakis Jr., 635 dial-in. Two guys that have done their share of winning here in the last decade. The red Cuda bumping in on the Motor State side, 635. Oh, foul start here for Tom Artakis. Billy is actually 100th under his green light, but he's going to get the win. 564 with an 8, 120. And a 634 for Tommy, breaking out by a thou after a 6,000ths foul. Tough race there. Billy 2 thou under. Both drivers under on both ends, but close. All right, Jason Hicks. Big win for him last evening and a pretty popular win here for the local racers. Knowles Cutlass in no box. Now back up here with his second entry. He dials 691 against the fast Corvette of past 50K winner Doug Heinisch, 552. Off and running. Pretty even start. 6 thou apart. Hicks out front. Heinisch dead on. Gets him by 11 thousandths. A margin of victory at the stripe and a good race. 552 dead on. 130 the speed. Out of the throttle at the stripe. Coasting round by. Jason Hicks, 692. 1 over at 98. An 11 thou margin of victory at the stripe going to Heinisch. All right, Mark Daniels, South Borden, Michigan. Another Northern Michigan racer, another regular here at the Motorplex. Pro stock style or former comp eliminator car, that 97 Pontiac Firebird. Sporting the Street Outlaws hood scoop there. 490 dial-in. Ted Dunham, Canadian racer. 87 Buick Somerset. Car owner Rich Bowers, the sudden impact car, Buick powered, and he has dialed 536. Leaving first on the Motor State side of the racetrack will be Teddy. Dunham off and running, and he is late. Daniels has got the advantage, and he's already around him. Stripe, 492, takes a comfortable margin of victory there. Mark Daniels moving on at 134 miles per hour. Ted had a light in the 60s. He's 3 off the number as well, 539, 128. Mark Daniels moving on to the next round. Jeff Mandel coming up now. Slovakia, Tennessee, 62 Corvette, modified eliminator style car. Warren Smith. He is on the Motor State side. Temperance, Michigan in the Mustang. 617 dial in for our RFC chaplain. Oh, 004 both sides. Good race shaping up. Stripe, Mandel, as Warren breaks out by 11 thousandths of a second. Mandel 1 over, 573, 122 for the Corvette. Moving on. 6:15 at 110, the numbers for Warren Smith. Both drivers 004 leaving the starting line. Here's Tim Stout and Emma Helsel, 2 more local racers going at it. 680 and 740 the dial ends. Emma and the Nova. Stout in the S10, off and running. 007 on the tree. Emma's got the better light. Stout, though, is going to get it by 0.03 of a second in a close race at the stripe. 682 for the win, 96 miles per hour the speed. Emma, 007 at the tree. 744 off the dial in by 400s, 91 miles per hour. And Mike Kozlik, Corey Mikas up next. Mike Kozlik, Corey Mikas. We're ready. All right, good lights for both guys, only 5 thou apart. Finish line, Corey Mikas dead on. 13 thousandths package for the white Camaro, 620 at 107. 006 at the tree. Kozlik was 011. He runs 3 off the number, though, 657 at 102, and that was the margin of victory at the stripe. 3 Hun. Kyle Yako. Mopar powered 86 Daytona, 624 dial in, getting set to take on Vance Brown. 599 dial in for the LS powered Chevrolet Monte Carlo on the Motor State side. Good lead for both guys, about a hun apart. Finish line, Yako, 629 at 103. Vance, for whatever reason, off the dial in. He was 15 on a tree, but can only come up with a 616 run at 110. Eric Doobie, he's in the purple duster. Another veteran racer here on the Motor State side, that's Ed Hall. Vicksburg, Michigan-based Oldsmobile Cutlass, 620. Red light start for Eric Doobie. Turns it red by over 0.06 of a second. Eddie is 36 green. He's moving on to the next round with a 619 run at 108. Doobie after the red light, 696 at 96 with the purple duster. Andrew Mitter comes up next. Howell, Michigan, 71442. He will dial 660. And he'll face off with Craig Skinner's Black Firebird, Trans Am, 672, Motor State side. All right, a 673 of the win there for Skinner. They were 008 and 015 at the tree. 102 mile per hour the speed. 659, 100 for Andrew at 103. 008 and 015 in reaction time. Everybody grab their 50-50 tickets. Attention to the pits. 50-50 tickets. 50-50 tickets. They'll This is a yellow ticket, the winning number for, what is it, $1,200 here. 197143. 50-50 winner, yellow ticket, 197143. That is our 50-50 winner. One more time, 197143. It's a yellow ticket, $1,200. Come up here to the tower, race control. All right, second entry dragsters here. Carly Duffy, young lady from Canada, taking on Troy Stone. Vintage Trailers gang, 432. Carly with a 480 dial in. Here we go. Duffy and Stone off the starting line, and Carly is a little late. Stone had the advantage and runs 434 for the win, 161 miles per hour, 16 thousandths margin of victory at the stripe. Carly was dead on, 480 with a 6, 143. Gave up a little bit too much in reaction time. All right, final call, double dragsters. Double dragsters, second entry has been called. All colors need you in the staging lanes for your second entry. Steve Smith, Motor State side. Chelsea Duffy, FTI side, 546. 473 for Steve Smith in the black car. Red light start. Steve Smith's going to get the win. Chelsea goes 2,000 on the red side. 473, dead on at 145 miles per hour for Steve Smith. Chelsea 547, one over at 124 after the red light. Kirby McLennan 422, Motor State side. Brandon Wack, FTI side of the racetrack, 465. Double 06 and 005. McLennan, a thou advantage, and he is going to go dead on and have a 5 thousandths, or rather a 9 thousandths package there for the win. Kirby McLennan, 422, 166. Man, that car and driver are tough. 2 thou under for Whack after a 006 reaction time, 464. 006 reaction time. Kirby McLennan, no. Moving on. Talon Farmer, Abilene, Texas, 453 on the Motor State side. Congratulations to Mike Stokes. He is our 50-50 winner. Mike Stokes, driver of the Red Dart. He is our 50-50 winner. 001 015. Talon Farmer, the Texan, moving on with a 455 run. 145 the speed, a 2 thousandths margin of victory at the stripe. 458 on the 57 dial in after 015 on the FTI side of the racetrack. Tyler Trill out, Amsterburg, Ontario, Canada, the Gold Machine. He is dialed 540, Motor State side of the racetrack. Jenna Jimenez, FTI side of the racetrack, 496. All right, Tyler Trill out, 019. Takes a comfortable margin of victory at the stripe as he runs 541 and 121 for the win there as Jimenez missed the tree even though she runs dead on. 496, 137. Josh Lutke, Boonville, Indiana in the black car in this pair, 440. James Vanderbrook, 484 on the Motor State side. Here we go. 008, 010. Finish line. Whack, whack, rip, rip of the throttle. 485 win light for James Vanderbroek. 1 over at 139. 4 thousandths the margin of victory at the stripe. Lutke 1 over 441, 152. Another good race. As 2 black dragsters come up in the next pair. Derek Gilman, Jason Jensen, 2 of our regulars paired up. 447 FTI side, that's Derek. 454 Motor State lane, that's Jason. Double entry door cars. Your second entry to the staging lanes, please. Door cars, double entered. We need the second entry to the staging lanes, please. 14 and 20 green, and another good race. Gilman gets the win. 1 over with a 448.3, 151. 3 thousandths margin of victory there as Jason runs a 55 with a 0 on the 54 dial. 152 the speed. He was 020. Derek was 6 thou better at 014. All right, Bailey Ferraro and Patrick Boris will be the next pair. 438 for Bailey, 477 for Patrick. LS powered blown dragster on the FTI side. Off and running. Oh, Ferraro may be in trouble. Boris tattooed him a bit on the starting line. It's gonna cost him 479, 2 over, 139 to win. Bailey 439, 151 after an 047 late. All right, Carrie Mae Smith, Grand Haven, Michigan, driving her dad Doug's. Dragster on the FTI side, 446. And Ernie Goodson, fencing business from Hartford, Michigan, 475 dial in on the Motor State side. IHRA World Finals champion, or WDRA World Finals champion last year. That's Big Ern. Carrie Mae's ready. Ern bumps it in. Tree fires their way. Less than 100th apart. Good race in the stripe. Carrie Mae, 446, runs dead on at 153 miles per hour. Ernie, 419 on the tree, 478 in the loss, 144. Chris Stein back up with his second entry, 406, fouled out by a thou earlier, FTI side of the racetrack. John Cook, 456, Motor State side. Again, door car second entry, door car second entry, and need you drivers to the staging lanes, please. Thou apart reaction time here. Cook had the better start though. Stein dead on 406 with a 3 at 170 miles per hour. Cook breaks out 455 with the 6, 4 thou under. He was 22. Chris was 23 in reaction time. Texan Ty Farmer on the FTI side, 453. Scott Hornline, 490 on the Motor State side. 100th apart in reaction time. Hornline had the better start, but the win's going to go to Ty Farmer. 453, dead on one at 148. 6 thousandths difference at the stripe. Hornline right there, 491, one over at 139. Scott had the better light, though, by 100th, 015 to 25. Scott Doyon, a Charlie Kirk themed dragster, dialed 463. Chase McKay will dial 447. He will be on the Motor State side. McKay with a slight advantage in reaction time. And the win, 464, is Doyon with problems. I believe for the second run in a row, he runs in the 490s, way off his dial in. 464 on the 47 dial in. McKay easily moves on to the next round. Doyon with problems, runs a 97 at 139 on the 463 dial in. Zach Untz, Mike Koretsky. All right, Zach is in control, had the better start and gets the win by 3 thou. 477, 3 over to 141. Koretsky was dead on, 502, 137, but missed the tree with a reaction time in the 30s. John Eckenbarger, 442. About a second difference in handicaps here. As he takes on Justin Daniels, 536 from the Motor State side. Red light start for Justin Daniels as he goes red by 6 thousandths of a second. Eckenbarger was 19 thou under his green light, but he's going to be the winner. 442 is dead 5, 156 the speed. 536 for Justin, dead on at 127. Little starting line maintenance going on with a spray and a little mop work. We'll be back at it here. Be rolling into door car second entries here in just a moment as we keep marching through round number 2 of the World Super Pro Challenge. 50K day here on Friday for the first time ever. If you're watching at home, weather will be moving into the area. Tomorrow's activities called off, and we're going to race for 15 on Sunday and get the 50K done today. Second entry door cars in the staging lanes getting set to go. Here we go, back at it again. All right, it'll be Sean Carver and Jeff Sanchez here getting things going again. Second entry door cars, first pair here in round number 2. Sanchez, 624 dial in Motor State side with the 66 Nova. Sean Carver, the 81 Camaro, 577. All right, 2 thou apart with 2 good green lights to get the door car second entry going. Double breakout win here for Sanchez, 623.9. He's under by a thou, 574. Carver hogs up the finish line a bit. On the 77 dial in, Sanchez moving on. Ken Hansen, 862 FTI side. The big Impala taking on the little Fiero. Andy Wingo, 538 Motor State lane. Red light start for Andes. He fouls out by 25 thousandths of a second. 541 on the 541 on the 38 dial in. Hansen's going to get the win. 856 on the 862 dial in. He was 61 green. Toby Croning, 615. Heads up here with Andrew Heinig, Nevega. 615 on both sides. Working our way through second entry door cars here in round number 2. Oh boy, one of these drivers is perfect. 000 on the starting line. And it's Croning for the win. 616 with a 406. Heining gets down there, 614, breaks out by 2 thou at 111. He was 25 at the tree and basically had no chance. Croning moving on, the perfect light, and Brett Williamson comes up behind him, 586 on the FTI side with the 57 Chevy. Good matchup here with Doug Foley Jr. I believe Doug won the $5,000 cleanup race on Sunday last year. 607, Motor State side with the blue S10. For the second run in a row, we have a driver. It's 000, and this time it's Williamson. He gets the win, 588, 2 over at 104. Trip zip on the starting line for the 57. Foley, just like Heining in front of him, has a decent light. He's 014, but he breaks out, 606 to the 8 at 111. Williamson moving on. Ed Curtis, Olds Cutlass, Lakeville, Illinois, 511. Steve Parkett leaving first to the 87 Buick, 656. Only 100th apart in reaction time. Curtis with a better leave and the win, 512, 128 in a close race, only 6 thou difference at the stripe. Steve goes 6:57, 1 over at 102. More second entry door cars here as Dustin Loynes and Jim Davis match up. Cummings and Davis Camaro, fast door car, 514 dial in. And Dustin Loynes and his dad Ken from Pinckney, Michigan, the 80 Firebird for C-Tech. Dialed 588 on the FTI side. Red light start for Dustin. He would have needed a good light anyway. Davis is 003 and it runs dead on for a 9 thousandths package for Jim Davis. 5:14.6, 003 at the tree. Jim Davis moves on with authority. Dustin Loynes, 006 on the red side, 589 with a 7. 1 over. Shauna Stone, the S10. For Vintage Trailers, 602 the dial in. Getting set to take on a tough local racer, Mark Martinez, 63 Chevy 2. Concrete worker, Birch Run, Michigan, 607 FTI side of the racetrack. Here we go. A thou apart with 2 good green lights. Finish line, Martinez by a thou. Mark lost one by a thou. This time he wins one by a thou. 607, dead one. He was 017. 018 for Shauna. She is dead one. A great race by 1 thousandths of a second. Mark Martinez moving on with that entry. Bernie Vanderklug, 67 Nova, Plainwell, Michigan. Ricky Adkins, 467, Motor State side with the Mini Cooper. Bernie, the last one to stage. He's set. Oh, problems for Vanderklug. As long as Atkins doesn't make a mistake here. 469, a little closer. I thought he would cut it, considering Bernie had problems immediately up the starting line. He was 015 and something immediately broke, a gear set or something in the drive line on the Vanderplug 67 Nova. Breaks. Adkins was 019, runs it out to a 469, 2 over for the win. And we're going to be down here for a moment as we get Bernie. And maybe in need of the dollies here because I'm fairly certain he broke something in the trans. Gear set or rear end. And hopefully nothing on the racetrack, but we'll need a moment or two here to clear him of the racetrack.
So we'll be down here for a few minutes while we get Bernie's Chevy 2 backed up off the starting line there. While it is quiet, Drag Race Solutions. putting up the ultimate package, $250 gift certificate to the best package each day. Yesterday, with a perfect run, it is Scott Erickson. So the driver of the Chevrolet Camaro, we have a gift certificate in the tower over here in race control from Drag Race Solutions for $250. If you want to come up and grab that when you get some time. Scott Erickson, the perfect run yesterday. You are the Drag Race Solutions Ultimate Package winner from Thursday. Also, while it is quiet, the question just came up in the tower. What if it's like 79 degrees and sunny tomorrow? We are sticking with the decision, and I made this exact announcement earlier. We're sticking with the decision that we made that we are not racing on Saturday. I'm going to tell you right now, it's not going to be 79 degrees and sunny tomorrow, unless you got some kind of special weather app that's not. Oh, now they're telling me there's a dog running down around by the ET Shack. If you have a dog, you're parked down on that end, go find your dog. It's running loose down by the ET Shack. But anyway, we are not running tomorrow. We are not putting cars down the track tomorrow. It's not going to happen. We're sticking with the decision that we made, and it is $15,000 to win on Sunday. So we get back at it here. So here we go. Aaron Rashewski and Corey Selleck coming back up to the starting line as we continue back with our door cars. You're saying door cars. There ain't a damn door car on the starting line. It's a snowmobile and an altered. Well, these both fit into the door car side. An 023 to an 066 reaction time, and it is going to be left-hand lane Corey Selleck by 800s down there. 023 reaction time. He will go to the next round. Jared Ledford. And oh, look what we got on the line here. A repeat of the final last night. Kyle Kidder in the right-hand lane. He was the runner-up. He's dialed 647. Matchup with Jared Ledford in the left lane. He was the winner last night. Dialed 616. So a red light for Jared Ledford by 001. The results have flip-flopped here. Kidder is 012, dead on with a 7 for the win. Jared is 1 red in the Camaro. So Kidder advances. Tyler Clark, Jason Hemmerline on the starting line. 498 to a 553. He's my finish line winner, left-hand lane Jason Hemmerline. 020 light, one over the dial in. 028 for Clark. 200s over the dial in. Hemmerline advances. Donnie Hagar going to race Aiden Farrell. 6:05 to a 6:46. Five thou different on reaction time here. Winlight going left lane. Donnie Hagar 016 dead on with a 2. Farrell got there first, went 9 thousandths under. He was 011 reaction time. Took 16 stripe. Needed to be 7 or less. Jeremy Luce and Kurt Harrington next. Luce Motors Sales El Camino 674 dial in. Harrington Chevy 2 dialed in at 583. Kurt Harrington and Jeremy Luce. Finish line Winlight going left-hand lane. Harrington 015 reaction time and 3 over the dial in. Jeremy's 024 and 4 over his dial in. William D. Gibbons and Steve Vandersloot are going to run. Roadster in left lane down 518. S10 on a 634. Winlight here, left-hand lane, a dead-on run. Gibbons and right handling. The truck broke out by 2 thou. Took 16 stripe, needed to be 14 or less. Gibbons was 10 on the tree. Vandersloot was 20. Steve Vandersloot advances. Michelle Taylor. Malibu in the left-hand lane, down 548. Taking the Martin Racing truck and right handling. Cody Martin down 618. Red light start by 10 for Martin. Michelle Taylor is going to go to the next round. Ranking 547 on a 548. 025 green light. Chuck Ridenauer and Doug Heinisch are going to run. Corvette Roadster Dell 522. Right hand lane to 63 split window Dell 551. The win light here, Chuck Ridenauer, 027 and dead on with a 1. Doug Heinisch was 100th over and had a 0:32 reaction time. Tim Heineck, Jeremy Bargo. Bargo's S10 left-hand lane Dale 6:10. The Dodge Swinger and right-hand lane Dale 7:42. Red light start for Tim Heineck by 002, so Jeremy Bargo gets away with a negative 007 green light there in the left-hand lane. He will go to the next round. Chad Sandlin, left-hand lane, the Texas S10 truck down 620, taking on the Lake City Chevy 2. Keith Helsel down 587. S10 out in front here. Here comes Keith Helsel. Win light. S10 got it. Dead zero. Keith Helsel got to the finish line first and went 200 under his island, running 585 on a 587. So Sandlin in the truck take that entry to the next round. Scott Erickson, left-hand lane, 69 Camaro. Down 563. Aaron Vale, the Pontiac, in the right-hand lane, down 626. Aaron Vale with a big advantage here on reaction time. He's going to put the front end down there. He's 002, dead 9. Took almost 600 win light. When you're going dead on, I guess it don't matter. Aaron Vale advances. Erickson was a couple over and had a 50 reaction time. Steve Mikas and David Davis are going to run. Camaro down 631. The Nova on a 584. David Davis and Steve Mikas, winner going. Mikas pulling the rabbit out of the hat down there. David Davis was 001. Mikas was 015. Steve went down there and set it down dead zero to take 2,000 stripe. Davis 100th and a half over the island. Mikas keeps that entry alive. Justin Wakel in the right-hand lane, the Vega, 639. In the left-hand lane, Dave Lorenz, Chevy 2, 536. Finish line win light, right-hand lane, Justin Waco. 003 dead 6 for the Indiana Vega. 9 total right there. There was nothing that Dave Lorenz was going to do with that. Waco advances. Craig Eberhardt coming up. The Oldsmobile down 614, racing up against the Jeep. Neil Swain down 579. I'd say final call for the door car side here with the second entry. Final call if you haven't yet ran your second entry and you have one, you need to be in the safety lanes. Red light there for Neal by 006. Craig Eberhard with a win. He's 024 and dead 2. Kenny Underwood driving the Go GPS Oldsmobile Calais with a 647 dial-in. Match up here with Kurt Harrington. Chevette out of Middletown, Indiana, dialed in at a 604. Red light start by 007 for Underwood. So Harrington with a win. On the 04, he puts it dead 112 miles per hour. Cody Height, Skylar Drews on the line. Oldsmobile Calais 589, the Monte Carlo 587. Cody with a big advantage here in the Monte Carlo. Win light, Cody. 007 reaction time. Takes a 100 stripe to be 3 over the dial end. Skylar Drews is 056 and a little bit under. Tim Stout in the left-hand lane, down into the 680. Match up with Chris Wells, the Vega Wagon, down 639. Identical in the reaction times here. Heading down the finish line, win light going, right lane, got it by a thou. 0-10 reaction time, 1 over the dial-in with a 4, beats an 0-10 reaction time, 1 over the dial-in with a 5. 0-0-1 at the stripe for Wells. Tom Artakis Jr., the Barracuda, down 635. And Mikey Bloomfield left lane, the truck down 611. Win light here, going left-hand lane, dead on the dial-in. 017 light for Bloomfield. Artigas is 020 and 1 over. Bloomfield advances. Tension in the pits. The 8 drivers still in no box to the lanes, please. Round number 3. The 8 drivers still in the no box. Shootout. We will take you lane number or to the lanes 5 and 6, I believe. They'll figure that out there. They know a lot more about that than I do. It'll be the 3rd round for no box to the lanes. 8 drivers still in it. Brent Martin on the line, left-hand lane. Florida racer, 623, and Royce Osborne, Indiana racer, the Nova, 602. Sixth aisle separate him, slightly better light to the Nova, win light to the Nova. 010 and dead 2, locked out Brent Martin. He was 016 and could not win that round. Brent McKay, Kyle Stockwell going to run 618 to a 604. Looks like maybe Neil Swain needs a toe back from the top end. Neil Swain needs a toe back from the top end. Winner in the left-hand lane, Stockwell. Got a breakout for Brent McKay. He went 8th out under the dial-in with a 22 reaction time. Stockwell was 015 and 200ths over the dial-in. He gets the win. Mike Stokes, he's having a good day. He won the 50-50. Driver in the red Mopar right-hand lane, 577. Match up with Bug McCarty, the Hazelhurst, Georgia pickup truck, 6 flat. Win light right-hand lane for Stokes, 029 and dead on the dial and beats an 032 and 200ths over for Bug McCarty. So Stokes takes that entry to round number 3. Jeff Jaquish in the burn box here in the left-hand lane. Mount Pleasant, Wisconsin racer, 602. Greg Rose in right-hand lane. Mustang on a 633 dial in for Greg Rose. Win light here, left-hand lane got it. Jeff Jaquish, 015, dead on with a 4. Greg was 002 on this end, but went 200s under the dial-in on that end. Corey Mikas and Bill Swain are going to match up. Bill in the left-hand lane with a 564. Corey in the right-hand lane dealt 619. I think Billy ran Corey's dad earlier. That didn't work out very well. Now he's running Corey here. Both drivers in. Here we go. Tree and away down. Green light, green light. 4th aisle separate them. Win light here. Corey Mikas. 016, dead on with a 7. Billy's 020, 100th over the dial in. So Corey Mikas will have that entry in round number 3. And so will Caitlin McCurry. Our bye run here in round 2 sat through that whole deal. She's going to get it. Shelby Township, Michigan, laid down 1 total in round number 1 that helped her earn that bye run here. Now she's going to get a free run here on a 465 dial in. Couple over the dial in for Kaylin. She'll be back around the next round, and she had a little more than one total that round. So we have the quarterfinal out there. 8 drivers in no box. They will be coming out next. Do a little housekeeping up here on the starting line. We are going to put out our first call for yellow and red dragsters for round number 3 of eliminations. Yellow and red run sticker dragsters. Yellow and red run sticker dragsters for round 3 to the stadium lanes, please. Yellow and red run sticker dragsters for round 3 to the lanes, please. Once again, dragsters for round number 3. We called yellow and red. Yellow and red. Black are going to be called in about 2 minutes here. Yellow and red run sticker dragsters. We will take you to the lanes for round 3 of eliminations. Round 3 of eliminations. If you haven't been over there to get your event t-shirt, make sure you get that handled. Event t-shirts on sale over there at the souvenir building. Also hand-dipped ice cream available at the concession stand. Hand-dipped ice cream. At this time, we will take black run sticker dragsters to the lanes. Round 3 of eliminations. Black run sticker dragsters. All colors have been called for round 3. We are getting ready to roll into the quarterfinal round of the 32-car no-box shootout. We're down to 8. Once again, all colors for black or dragsters, yellow, red, black, have all been called to the staging lanes. And here we go, Danny Angel and Jeff Alexander as we start the no box round of 8. Alexander left-hand lane with a 616, right lane 613 for Danny Angel. It is a 32-car shootout of bad hombres. I can tell you they qualify by reaction time by the winners in round number 1, and then they go on the ladder. And I can tell you the top 9 qualifiers were all 00 in round number 1 on the no-box side. 9 of the 16 were 00 in round 1. We're down to 8. Jeff Alexander, Danny Angel on the line. Here we go. They're out, and they're green, and they're not 00. They're both in the 30s. Down the finish line, win light goes left lane. By 0.003 of a second, Jeff Alexander advances to the final 4. 0.33 1 over beats an 0.36 1 over. Next pair, Stan Jones Jr. and Scott Kiefer. 55 Chevy Del 596 Corvette on a 596 as well. Scott Kiefer and Stan Jones down the finish line, win like going. Jones 0.22, 2 over the dial-in. Kiefer's 0.39 and 1 over, so Stan Jones Jr., the Corvette, going to the final 4. Kyle Yacko and Brett Williamson are going to run. 57 Chevy Del 585, Yacko's Daytona Del 624. Kyle Yacko with a 004 red light here. So Brett Williamson, 035, 1 over advances. Donnie Hagar and Kelly Smith are going to run. Kelly Del 527, Donnie on a 646. Green lights a pair. Hagar and Smith down the finish line. Win light going. Smith 0-11 dead 6. 17 total. Hagar 24 on the let go or the leave there and dead 5. So Kelly Smith goes to the final 4. Potential buy run, round 3, car 8622X, 8622X. We will take yellow and red run sticker door cars to the lanes. Yellow and red run sticker door cars to the lanes. Also the potential buy run 8622X. 8622X potential buy run. AJ Ash, Chelsea Duffy on the line. Ash out 438. Chelsea on a 545. Big head start. Here comes the Gulfport, Mississippi racer. Down the finish line, winner going AJ Ash, 441 on a 438. He had a 008 green light. Left lane Chelsea missed it a little bit there and then went 2 over the dial end. Steve Smith in right-hand lane, Dragster Dell 473, and Matt Gramlich left lane 481. Matt Gramlich. Steve Smith, win light going. Smith running 1 over the dial end, taking 7th out stripe. He had an 031 light. Matt's a little bit under, and he was a little bit late there. Nick Lakeys on the left-hand lane. Bellevue, Michigan, Dell 484, taking on Talon Farmer. Abilene, Texas, dialed in at 453 in the right-hand lane. So Farmer bumping it in. Now Lakeys are ready to go. Here we go. Tree fires. Green lights a pair of them. Both pretty good. Slight advantage to Farmer. Win light Farmer. 006 dead 2, putting 8 total down here in round number 3. Lakeys is 14 and cannot win that round. Brandon Wack in the left-hand lane. American Dragster dealt in at 465. Kirby McLennan, Mr. 422 in the right-hand lane. Dragster dialed, yeah, you guessed it, 422. Temperance, Michigan, blower car. Right-hand lane, he did it again. How about Kirby? 003 dead 5. Man's on a mission. Brandon Wack in the left-hand lane, 009. He cannot win at that point. 8 total for McLennan. Bob Payton and Zach Unks. Unks in the left-hand lane down 475. Bob Payton's dragster dialed in at 453. So Bob Payton and Zach Unks out there. 475, 453 dial-ins, trying to get to round 4 of the 50. Bob Payton's going to be there. 013 green light. And then dead on with a 3. Unks is dead on with a 9, but he turned on the red light by 14.
All right, girl on girl crime here. Carrie May. Maddie McCormick. 446 and 442, almost heads up. Oh, less than a 100th apart. Carrie had the advantage, and she has the win by 8 thousandths of a second. 447.4. 153, 443, one over for Maddie at 157, and a good side-by-side race between the two young ladies there. Derek Gilman, Brooke Paquette. Derek on the FTI side, 448. Again, we're within a 1/10 of a second on the handicap here to start the race. 439 on the Motor State side for Brooke. Driving her dad, Shorty Dragster here. LS-powered blown 350 Copo engine, a la the factory stock showdown cars of the NHRA. They're ready. And 15 to a 19 green. Good race. Breakout for Gilman there as Brooks going to move on. 439, 157. And a 447 for Derek, under by 9 thou, breaking out at 153. So Brooke moving on. Got to be loving that, as I don't believe she has a lot of experience in that car, but she's got to be thrilled to be moving on to round number 4. Troy Stone. He'll be on the Motor State side of the racetrack, and he will dial 432. Zach Smith will be the opposition, 457 on the FTI side. All right, Stone. The win's going to go to the FTI side, 457, 144. Troy was 027 up front, runs 433 at 160, 14 thousandths margin of victory on the FTI side. Patrick Boris backing up in the 477 dial-in. We'll take on Chase McKay, 448, Motor State side. All right, both drivers bumping in. We're set. Oh, Boris there kind of on and off the throttle at the starting line. That threw him off. 127 on the tree. Gives an easy win to McKay. 455, 139. Moving on. Boris 484, 142. After a little bobble on the starting line that threw him off, reaction time-wise. And ET-wise, the car moved, I'm assuming killed a lot of his rollout, too, as he's like 7 over the dial-in. Nothing went right for him there. 496 FTI side. That's the Jimenez dragster taking on James Vanderbroek, 484. All right, better start. Going to Jimenez. Made up for last round where she missed the tree on one of her runs. She's 16 green here and had 300ths advantage in reaction time. Goes 497, 135. Vanderbroek 484 is dead too, but was 49 green and behind by 23 thousandths at the stripe. Greg Vandersloot 458. Mike Bloomfield Jr. Motor State side 458 or 438 rather, 0.2 of a second quicker and on the dial-in. 001s on both sides. Finish line, win for Vandersloot, 459, 144. One over with a 1. Breaking out was Bloomfield Jr. at 437, 1 under, 155. Devin Payton and the Gallstar dragster backing up here on the Motor State side, 480. Ty Farmer, one of the Texas brothers up here in the FTI lane, 453 will be Devin's opponent. Here we go. 5 fell apart with 2 lights in the teens. At the stripe, 0-0-0-2 margin of victory. Going to Farmer, 454, 143. Devin 1 over, 481, 135 in a good race. Close at the finish line, and Justin Daniels and Evan Davis come up next. Off and running. Daniels has the better start. 0.32 green was enough. He runs dead on with a 5.36 run at 127. Breaking out was Evan Davis, 493. Under the 495 dial in. He had a reaction time in the 50s. Dan Eide, Hillman, Michigan, getting set to take on Caitlin McCurry. .535 dial in for Ide will be leaving first. Kate with a 467. Laid down 1 total to be the bye run last round. One of them on the deck here. Neither driver is going to make the reaction time on a roll. Katie was better by 0.02 of a second. She's going to get it done with a 468 run at 142. I had 531, under by 0.04 at 127. So there might not have been any two-step involved there for the Ide dragster. He's 0.04 under the dial in and very late off the starting line. Matt Cornell, 488. Chris Stein, the blown car over here with a 406 dial in, Motor State lane. All right, both drivers staged up carefully and went off the run. 001 to an 016. Good lights on both sides. Stein puts on the win light. Dead on with a 406.8 after a 001 light. 167 mile per hour at the stripe. 488. 138 for Cornell. He was 16 green. 11 thousandths margin of victory there going to Stein. David Davis, 88 Camaro from Toledo, Ohio for Fleet Doctor, dial 630, and Tyler Clark. He and his dad Mark campaigned in this Chevrolet Lumina on the Motor State lane from Traverse City, Michigan, 554, the quicker of the two. Both guys ready. And off and running. 15 to a 28 reaction time, a little over 100th apart. 5-5-5-0 for Clark, 1 over. Gets the win by 13 thousandths at the stripe. Davis is 1 over 0 as well. 631, 106. Difference in reaction time, 015 to 28 was the difference at the finish line, margin of victory. Ken Hansen coming back up with his Impala, 862 dial in. He'll take on Paul Wolf. There are 2 drivers that are regulars here at the Mid-Michigan Motorplex. Wolf, past track champion. He dials 592 with a Vega. All right, both drivers set. Hansen's away. There goes Wolf. Based on reaction time, Wolf is in control and he gets the win. 592.9 dead on, 111 to speed. Hansen breaking out with an 860 on the 62 dial in. 014 to 047 were the reaction time. Tom Jones. Tom and Stacy from Fort Wayne, Indiana. Good looking 66 Nova. We'll dial 617. Kyle Kidder, 648 for the 79 Camaro, runner up last evening. Kyle's got the better light and the win. A 49 on the 48 dial in, 103 the speed. Takes a 14 thousandths finish line. Jones runs dead on, 617 with a 3, 108. 012 to 034 was the difference in reaction time. Kyle gets the nod. Jason Mikula, Jeremy Luce. 84 El Camino. Jason with the Nova gets the win here as Luce fouls out by 8 thousandths of a second. Mikula gets away with one. He was 9 thou under his green light, but he is going to be the winner. 599 on the 601 dial in, 112 the speed. Luce after the foul start is way under the dial in, 671 at 99 in the loss here in round number 3. Jason moving on with that entry, and Michaela Hemmerline, Aiden Farrell come up. $626 for Michaela, 86 holes Cutlass for Diane Builders and her dad Jason. Farrell from Kalamazoo, Michigan, 603 dial in on the S10. Good green lights on both sides, 100th apart. 007 green, 603 with a 5. 12 thousandths package, 113 the speed for Aiden. Michaela got there first by 6 thou, 624, breaking out by 11 thou. She was 100th behind the start, 007 to 017. The Iceman, Jeff Pitts, taking on Kirk Cheney. Cheney 595 in the truck. And Pitsy from Oxford, Michigan, 595 for his Camaro. Oh, red light start for Cheney. Fouls out by a thou. Jeff was on it, though. 005 reaction time. How about that? He's dead on as well. 100th package there for Jeff Pitts. 595, 005, 116 the speed. Nice win. Cheney out by a thou, 596, 1 over at 113. Two classic Chevys on the starting line now as Jeff Sanchez and Jeff Mandel will duke it out. 573 on the FTI side for the Corvette. 62 Vet, modified Eliminator style car. Jeff Sanchez, that very clean 66 Nova over here on the Lane Automotive Motor State side. 14 and 12. Good start for both guys. A little better light to Sanchez, and that's going to parlay itself into a win. 623, 5 thou under. Mandel, 571, 11 thou under. 109 the speed for Sanchez, getting the win. Steve Vandersloot, Plainwell, Michigan-based Corvette Roadster, 518. He's going to wait it out for almost 2 full seconds here as he takes on Mears, Michigan-based Chevrolet Camaro, the father-son team of Tom Bray. 703, Motor State Lane, the 90 Camaro. We got another 007 reaction time. There's been a bunch of them since I've been up here. Both rounds. It belonged to Vandersloot. He gets the win. 520 at 134 moving on. Bray a 701 on the 03 dial in. He was 34 at the tree. That'll bring up Dave Lorenz and Ricky Adkins. Adkins, 469 dial in, Motor State side with the Mini Cooper. Dave Lorenz and Little Red. Latest reiteration of Little Red here. 67 Chevy 2. I believe a big block power plant now. 536 dial in, FTI side. Here we go. All right, Atkins with a better light. Chases him down, couple whacks to the throttle. 470 comes up on the board, 144. 537 for the Lorenz, one over at 140. He was 40 at the tree. Ricky was 011. Jeremy Bargo, Kentucky-based S10. Rich Van Els, local racer here for the Mid-Michigan Motorplex and the Mopar. 690 dial in, 0.8 difference in their handicap. Here we go. Van Els lets go. Bargo gives chase. Slight advantage to Jeremy by a couple of hun, and he's going to be the winner. 6'11", one over at 108. Van Els 2 under, 688 at 97. Aaron Vail and Corey Selleck come up next. Selleck, Fenwick, Michigan, 596 in the Roadster. And Aaron Vail, Napa Auto Parts entrepreneur from Indiana, 626 with his Firebird. Off and running, 00 lights on both sides. Vail and Selleck at the finish line. Aaron, 627, one over with a 9, 102 the speed, and a 4 thousandths margin of victory. Corey, 2 over with a 0, 598, 112. He was 009. Vail, 3 thou better. Chuck Ridenauer, 522. And Shanna Stone, the S10, 602. Right, here we go. Chuck Ridenauer, Shanna Stone. Oh, Chuck fouls out. 5 thousandths to the red side. Shanna 020, 602. Good run. Dead on with a 3, 112 the speed. Chuck was dead on as well. 522.9, 132. Turned it red by 5 thou. Mike Bloomfield. He's in the Chevy S10, same truck as what he won with here a couple years back in the 50K race. Brian Campbell in the Thunderbird, 585. 611 for Mike. Here we go. 006 and 000, two good green lights. A lot of ripping at the finish line, and Campbell's going to get it done. 585. He is dead three for a 3 thou package. 117 mile per hour. Mike was one over, 612 with a 3, 006 at the tree. 16 thousandths margin of victory. Win going to Brian. Brett Martin, 623, and Lane Ledford. Back up here in the Monte Carlo, he will dial 504. Hundredth of a second advantage here going to Lane at the stripe by 3 thousandths of a second. Martin gets inside of him here just a little bit. 623, dead on 2, 108 the speed. Lane's won over a 505 run and 137. He had the advantage 027 to 037, but Martin by only 3 thou gets to move on to round number 4. Here's Ed Curtis and Michael Ungst facing off. Olds Cutlass Chevrolet Camaro, tube chassis cars, 511 for Ed. Michael with a 562. Another 00 light, this time for Curtis, and he's going to be the winner. 513, 2 over at 127. 003 reaction time. Mike was 020 and he runs a 66 on the 62 dial in, 4 off at 121. Curtis moving on. Brad Walters from Mattawa, Michigan, the Chevrolet Corvette. Chad Sandlin, the Texas-based Chevrolet S10 on the FTI side, dialed 620. Huge wheel stand there for Chad. He's got the better reaction time, and he's the winner. 621, 1 over at 104. 7 thousandths finish line, margin of victory. Brad runs dead on. He runs 552, dead 5, 124, but was 33 at the tree. Gave up 17 thousandths. All right, black door cars to the staging lanes, please. Black door cars. All colors have been called as well for door cars. Black door cars. Michelle Taylor, Craig Eberhardt, 613 and 537. 014, 023, 100th apart. Eberhardt, 613 is dead on 7, 111 rather the speed. Couple of hundredths at the finish line, takes the win. 549 for Michelle, 121. Again, black door cars. All colors have been called for door cars for your first entry here in the 3rd round. Chris Mesbergen. Chris dialed 724. He will take on AJ Ash, 606 for the White Firebird. Both guys off and running. Slight advantage to Ash. He'll be the winner, 6:09, 110, and up by a thou at the finish line, 13 ten-thousandths to be precise. 7:25, Messenberg is one over at 91 miles per hour. 7:25 there for the 62 Nova. Ash moves on. That'll bring up Steve Mikas and Mark Martinez. Good matchup here. Two tough competitors. 584 for Steve. He's on the Motor State side. 50K winner a couple of years ago. And the Martinez family racing team, the Chevy 2 607 on the FTI side. Red light start for Mark as he fouls out by 6,000ths. Micah's 583.2, 8 thou under. He was 22 green at the starting line. Mark, after the red light, goes dead on, 607.9, 111. Jeff Jaquish, 602. Aiden Lutsky, 638. Aiden in the Camaro. Jaquish is S10. Off and running, and Aiden is late. Jaquish, much better start. 6:05 is going to get the win, 3 over after a 008 reaction time. Aiden's 2 off with a 6:40 run, 106 after being 050 on the tree. Kyle Shockwell, Kalamazoo, Michigan-based 83 Malibu. He'll take on Brett McKay, 6:03 dial in for the 68 Camaro. Stockwell and McKay. 23 and 25 green. 2 thou apart, and the win goes to McKay. He goes dead on with a 6:03, 812. Stockwell 6:19, 1 over with an 108 miles per hour, a 12,000ths finish line there. McKay with a win. Kelly Smith and Jim Davis come up. 5:28 for Kelly and the 57 Roadster. 5:14 for the Cummins and Davis team of the Chevrolet Camaro. Triple 0 to 006. Kelly Smith by 4 thou gets the win in a great race. 5:29, 1 over 133. 5:16, 2 over 135 for Davis. He was trip zip perfect on the starting line. Kelly was 006. Good race. All right, Jim Clark. Retired GM employee for like 30 years now. 79-year-old JC, Lake Odessa, Michigan, 5:33, off and running against Troy Williams Jr. in a battle of Oldsmobiles. 007 to 010, Williams is going to get the better of it here as Jim has some trouble and can't run a number. 6:54 for Troy, 101 the speed, moving on to round number 4. Jimmy with a 5:46 run at 128. Kurt Harrington and Chantel Lorenz, two good-looking 1960s Chevy muscle cars here. Harrington in DeNova, 584, 0.4 of a second quicker in ET. Going to give Chantel the opportunity to lead first, 6:24. Chantel misses the tree. Harrington in control. He's already passed by her, and he's going to get it done. 588, 111.11. 019 green. Chantel 82 on a tree. Off the pace of the 627, 108. Bob Mendel Jr. comes back up. Proprietor, owner of Bob's Profab. He dials 410 with one of his latest creations here, that 67 Chevy wagon. Centrifugally blown deal, and Will Steckley. He's got tough competition here. Will Steckley is no pushover. 574 dial in for Will. He's on the Motor State side with that Dodge Omni. 410 dial in for Mandel is going to give chase. All right, both drivers pre-staged here. Steckley bumps in. Mandel, he's ready. Oh, Will is going to make this hard on him. Almost perfect reaction time, and he's going to get the win. 576, 119 after a 004 light. Mandel, 025 up front, runs 410, or 412 rather, with a 6. And that was the margin at the finish line, 26 thousandths. Will Steckley gets it done against the fast 67 wagon there of Bob Mandel Jr. Kerr Harrington, 604 FTI side. Terry Bowman back up again. 648 dial in for Terry. Here's 67 Nova. All right, slight advantage here, less than a couple hundredths. Going to Harrington. 607 gets the win, 107 to speed. Terry a little behind on both ends. She was 21 up front, runs 650, over by 200 and 105. 14 thousandths of the stripe gets the win for Harrington. All right, Sean Carver back up again, 575 dial in for the white Camaro. Justin Wakel will be the opponent, 639 Motor State side. A thou apart. Dead even at the start at the stripe. 641. Wakel 2 over for the win at 103 the speed. 4 off at 579 for Carver at 119. Wakel gets the win. Brandon Lang, 596. Almost heads up here with Royce Osborne, 602. Both drivers in pre-staged almost simultaneously. Bumping in carefully. Lang's in. Osborne's ready. Red light start for Lang by 100th. Osborne 007 again. I've seen like 20 007 lights, it seems like. 6, I wish one of them was mine. 602 at 112. Royce moves on with a 11th out package. Good run. 596.9, 116 for Lang after the red light. Chevrolet versus Ford matchup here. Danny Angel, 611. Cody Height, 587. All right, final call. Door cars on your first entry. Door cars first entry. You've been all called. You need to be in the lanes. First call. Dragsters, second entry. Dragsters, second entry. Need you drivers to start making your way to the staging lanes. All right, Cody Height, bump. Finally in and ready. He's off and running. Danny Angel's got the better start, though, but not by much. At the stripe, Angel dead on. Nice run there. 12 thousandths package. 6:11 for the Ford at 108 miles per hour. 9 thousandths margin of victory in a good race. Cody was dead on also. 5:87.2. 21 thousandths package for the Monte Carlo. Out of here though in round number 3. Mark Daniels 4:90. Jerry Haas built Pontiac Firebird on the FTI side. He'll take on the Roadster of Scott Taylor. 5:13. Daniels on a 4:90. .008 to .009. Good race here. Taylor 5:14. 1 over with a 6 for the win by 9 thou. Daniels 008 492. Hit 140 miles per hour. Taylor getting the win. Bill Swain and Doug Smith up on the starting line, teamed up running this S10 truck. Art Reed, the Vega wagon from Kokomo, Indiana, 603. Billy on a 565. All right, Reed and Swain on the starting line, off and running. 20 to a 30 reaction time, 100th apart. 0008 finish line, win going to Billy, 566, 1 over at 120. Reed with a 605, 2 off at 112. Art had the better light though, 020 to 030, but Billy's going to get the win and move on to round number 4. Tim Stout and Jim Hamilton, 640 to a 681. So Chris Wells, 640, will be the driver in the Motor State side with the wagon. Good green lights, both in the teens, 2 thou apart. Stout and Wells. Wells breaking out. 39 with a 5 on the 40 dial in. Stout 1 over with a 682, run at 98. All right, Kyle Yacko. 86 Daytona. Corey Mikas, the 68 Camaro, 619 and 626. Oh, red light start for Corey. Car looked like it made a funny move when he was bumping in there, and he has a rather aggressive red light. Yacko, though, is 022, 626 for the win. He's dead on at 109. Corey, after the foul start, 621 at 109. Steve Williams, Andy Christofferson, 577 and a 615. Another Mike Stokes, the 50-50 winner, is in the dart. Christofferson, though, has got the better reaction time, and he'll run 1 over for the win, 616 at 111. Fairly close race at the stripe, 13 thou the margin of victory. Mike made a run out of it, going dead on with a 577 run at 115, but he was 44 in the tree. 200ths behind. Ed Hall, Vicksburg, Michigan, longtime racer with the 86 Cutlass, 619 dial in. Craig Skinner in the black Trans Am, 672. Again, about 100th apart here in reaction time. Eddie's going to get the win, 620 at 111 by 0.06 of a second. Skinner had a little better start by a little over 100th, but runs 672, almost 3 off at 101 miles per hour with the Pontiac. Second entry dragsters, we need you drivers to the staging lanes, please. Second entry dragsters, need you drivers to the staging lanes. Final call, dragsters, second entry. We're about to run you. Double door. All right, here we go with the double dragsters, and we need double door cars. Second entry for the door cars. Need you drivers to start making your way back to the lanes, please. Here for the third round. Second entry door cars now being called. All colors, please make your way back to the staging lanes for your second entry. First pair for the dragster doubles in the water box, or rather the last door car of the round, taking on the first dragster, and it's Doug Heinisch taking on Talon Farmer. Texas-based dragster with a 452 dial-in, 1 second apart in their handicap. Doug Heinisch, 552 on a 63 Corvette. Heinisch, the 2002 winner of the 50. Off and running. Talon with a better light by a couple of hun. Wind light, though, is going to go to Heinisch. 552, 129 mile per hour. As Talon might have let him take a 009 finish line. The wind goes to the door car. 455, 3 off at 147, even though he was 004 at the start. Double door cars, haven't got any up here yet. We know you're out there. Double door cars, need you drivers up here for your second entry. Tyler Trulout. 539 dial in, gets to take on the fast and very, very consistent and tough Kirby McClanahan, 422, Motor State side of the racetrack with that blown dragster. Tyler, 539 dial in, FTI side, leaving first. (13 and 14 green). Kirby, 423 gets it done, 164 miles per hour. Talon had a thou better reaction time, but he's 2 over the number with a 541, 123, 7 thousandths margin of victory for Kirby. Right, second entry for Carrie May as she's back up here on the FTI side. 447 dial in with her dad Doug and the Vanderbrook gang. Campaigning this dragster over here on the Motor State side. First year in that car. 483 dial in. '20 and 26 green. Carrie May had the advantage at the start, and again the car runs dead on. Very good, consistent race car there. 447.1, 153 miles per hour moves on. Vanderbrook 1 over, 484 with a 5, 139. He was 026 up front. That'll bring up Troy Stone and Chase McKay. 433 and 446, their dial-ins. McKay and Stone on the starting line, getting set to go. They're ready. Red light start, Troy Stone by a thou. McKay 006, he's dead on. 7 thou package, 446 with a 1. 155 miles per hour to move on. Troy Stone 434, 1 over with a 2 after a thou red light. Ty Farmer. John Eckenbarger, 442 and 453, their dials. They're ready and off and running. 12 thou apart. Almost sounded like Eckenbarger pedaled it there once. He breaks out. 441 with a 9, a thou under. Farmer had the better light by 12 thousandths, so 15 to a 27. He's 1 over with a 454. Gets the win. We'll see him in round number 4. Patrick Boras, 477. Had a little trouble on the starting line in his first run of the round. Getting set to take on Steve Mikas here. 584 dial in. Last dragster, first door car. As we're into the second entries of the round. Steve dialed 584. That's what he just ran on his first pass of this round. Back up on the Motor State lane with the Rally Nova. Final call for door cars, second entry. Final call, door cars, second entry. Good lead for both guys. 5 thou apart, 006 and 011. The win's going to go to Boras on a breakout there for Steve Mikas, under by a thou. 583, 115. Patrick goes 480. 3 over the 477 dial in. 141 the speed, but he'll get a time slip with a great big W on it. We'll see him in round number 4. Second entry door cars coming up. The rest of them anyway. Jason Hemmerline, Jeff Sanchez will match up. Hemmerline 498, 2013 Camaro Tube car, taking on Sanchez. 623 for their very clean 66 Nova. They're ready. Off and running. Couple hundredths better light here going to Hammerline. 499 is going to get the win at 134. He was 12 up front. Sanchez 033, 624, one off at 108. Steve Vandersloot and Kyle Kidder come up next. 519 and 649 at Islands. Oh, great start for both drivers. Vandersloot 008, Kidder 000, and the win's going to go to Steve. 519, dead 5, 13 thousandths package, 134 the speed. Kidder 2 off, 651 at 100 mile per hour even after the perfect reaction time by 100th of a second. Steve Vandersloot moves on with the Roadster. Ricky Adkins, Mini Cooper, and Mike Bloomfield Jr. duking it out here. 12 and 15 green. Mikey's going to be the winner, 611. 109 miles per hour. Adkins off pace, 472 at 150. Gets the L on that one. Brett Williamson, 57 Chevy. Getting set to take on Aaron Vale. 73 Trans Am, 626. 586 for Brett. Both drivers pre-stage together. They're ready. Aaron's got the better start by a couple of hundredths. 013 green runs 627. It's 1 over for the win at 104 miles per hour. Brett breaks out by a thou. He was 33 up front, runs 110 at the finish line. Aaron Vale on to round number 4. Kurt Harrington, his good-looking 66 Nova. Taking on the mid-70s Nova, Royce Osborne. 603, goes up 1 from his earlier run, 584 for Harrington. These guys race locally, and they're up here duking it out for $50,000 here on this Friday afternoon. All right, the two Central Indiana runners hooked up in a good one. 002 for Royce. Breaks out by a thou. Harrington 016 for 585. 1 over. 016 gets the win. 112 the speed. Osborne under. 002, 602 with a 9, 111 miles per hour for the loss. All right, no box semifinalist. No box semifinalist. We're down to the final 4 of no box. We need you 4 drivers to the staging lanes. No box semis to the staging lanes, please. All right, Jeremy Bargo, 6'10", FTI side of the racetrack. And Corey Mikas burning out over here on the Motor State side, 621. Off and running, 009 to 012. At the stripe, Corey Mikas runs dead on 0. 009 up front, 621 with a 0, a 9 thou package. Takes the stripe by 14 thou. 611 for Bargo, 1 over after an 012 reaction time, 109. Michelle Taylor. Chad Sandlin, Chevy S10 truck from Texas, FTI side, 620 the dial in. Again, no box semis, no box semis. Need you drivers to these staging lanes, please. No box semis. Another great lead by Sandlin. He is 015 up front, has the advantage. Michelle, though, is going to get inside of him here. 548. 1 over with a 0, a 19 thou package, coupled that 019 light, 2 thousandths margin of victory. Chad was 015, he runs 621, 1 over with a 6, at 106 miles per hour. Michelle on to the next round. Jeff Jaquish, 602 with his S10 truck. Taking on Corey Selleck, 597, 500 apart here. Here we go. Oh, 006 and 008. 2 good green lights. 602 dead on forward, 112 by a thou. Jeff Jaquish gets the win. Corey dead on 7, 597 after a 006 light, a 13 thou package, and he's out of here. Jaquish moving on to round number 4. Donnie Hagar, Toby Kronig. Donnie from Clark Lake, Michigan to Vegas, 646. Kronig, 614, looking to maybe score an upset here against a very favored driver. Oh boy, 008, 009, we're going to figure it out the stripe. Donnie, 647, 1 over with a 9, 102 the speed by 2 thou. He gets the win, and we'll move on to the 4th round. 616, Kronig 2 over. at 106 with the S10. All right, no box semifinals coming up, and so is Jeff.
Potential buy run, round number 4, car 3X, Brian Campbell. You're the potential buy run for round number 4, 3X. This is also the round we do not call the doubles separately. So with that, we're going to put out our first call. If you're still carrying 2 entries as a dragster, we're giving you about a 4-minute head start to get to the front of the line, lanes 7 and 8. Dragsters, you're still carrying 2 entries. You got a few minutes here to get to the front of the line, lanes 7 and 8, please. No box semifinal round. We need you in the lanes, and we have called any dragsters still carrying 2 entries to the front of lanes 7 and 8, please. And give you a little head start before we call the rest of the dragsters. All right, we will take round number 4 dragsters. Round 4 dragsters, lane 7 and 8, please. Round 4 dragsters, lane 7 and 8. If you've still got a double, you need to get to the front of the line. If you're still carrying 2, you need to get to the front of the line. You need to boogity, boogity, boogity. Beat the rest of the guys heading that way with a dragster here for round number 4. Round 4 dragsters. Round 4 dragsters. Again, we will not call your second entry separately from this point on. So get back, get it fueled up, and back up to the end of the line with your second entry. Exactly the same way we did it last night. And 2025, 2024, 23. I think you get the idea. But dragsters, we will take dragsters for round 4 to lane 7 and 8. The concession stand and the souvenir building are going to be open until 8 o'clock tonight. 8 o'clock tonight. You need some ice cream or something to eat or bag of ice for your celebration party that you're pre-planning. You can get over there by 8 o'clock and get that taken care of. You know what I dig about the 50 grander here at the Motorplex? It's the 8th mile grandstand that slowly starts filling every single round. There's 8 more people, 10 more people, 12 more people by the because it is one of the coolest spots in anywhere to watch a big money bracket race. Sit right on top of the 8th mile finish line down there in the grandstands, and it'll fill in as we go through rounds. And we were down to 4 here in no box. They're coming out. We'll narrow this down to 2. Dragsters should be out there. Dragsters. All dragsters for round 4. All dragsters round 4, no matter the run sticker color. All dragsters round 4 out there in lanes 7 and 8. And here we go. Big run here. Stan Jones Jr., Kelly Smith. Winner goes to the no box final round and a chance to advance in the $50,000 to win main event. Jones left-hand lane. Chevrolet Corvette. Byron Center, Michigan, dialed 596. And Kelly Smith. White Cloud, Michigan, 57 Bel Air Roadster, dialed 527. No box semifinal. Here we go. Kelly Smith goes in first. Stan Jones right behind him. Tree fires are green and green. 100 separate them. Down the finish line. Win line going. Jones. Stan Jones Jr. by 5 thousandths of a second. Goes to the final, 027, 1 over the dial-in. Kelly Smith, 037, dead 6, 005 at the stripe. Stan Jones will race in the no-box final round. Take on the winner of this one, Brett Williamson and Jeff Alexander. Jeff in the left-hand lane. The Vega dialed in at 6.17 seconds. Brett Williamson's 57 Chevy, 586 dial-in. One year ago, Williamson did this exact feat. He won the No Box 32 at the 50, trying to get to the final for the second straight year. Can he do it? Red light, Williamson. Jeff Alexander's going to the final. Alexander runs dead on with an 8, missed the bulb there, but that don't matter. He'll be in the final, take on Stan Jones Jr. to race for the for $2,000 and the right to advance in the 50. And here we go to the dragsters. Ty Farmer coming up in the left-hand lane, Texas racer, dialed in at 453. Chase McKay, right-hand lane, American chassis dragster, dialed in at 446. Of course, the front of the line here, a lot of these guys still carrying 2 entries here in round number 4. Ty Farmer and Chase McKay trying to get to round 5. Both out in green lights. Texas car holding the advantage. Wind light going. Farmer, 008 dead 2. 10 total for Ty Farmer. He will go to round 5. Kerry May in the left-hand lane. Grand Haven, Michigan dragster dialed in at 447. Match up with Kirby McLennan. Blown big block Chevy dragster out of Temperance, Michigan, dialed in at 422. We will take double door cars to the front of the line. If you're still carrying 2 entries as a door car, we will take you to the front of the line, please. To the lanes. Green light, a pair of them. Kerry May just flat missed it. Kirby's 009, takes a couple hundredths. Kerry May a little bit under, but that doesn't matter. She flat missed the reaction time right there. Zach Smith in the left-hand lane taking on Talon Farmer. Abilene, Texas racer, right-hand lane. Seen his brother advance. He's trying to get there too. 456 dial-in. Zach Smith, Ohio dragster, left-hand lane, also on a 456. Once again, any door cars carrying 2, any door cars carrying 2 entries, we'll take you to the front of the line, please. Both green, one of them's 00. Finish line winner, Farmer. 003 takes 000 finish line to be 100th over. Smith in the left lane was 015 dead 3, but Farmer was 003 taking 0001. A 457 run at 141 miles per hour. Both Farmers advanced to round number 5. AJ Ash coming up. Overkill dragster dialed in at 438. Match up with Craig Vandersloot. His dragster in the left lane dialed 458. 2/10 separate them on dial-in here. Skin double ender door cars. If you're still carrying 2, we need you to the front of the line, please. Oh, Vandersloot in deep trouble here. AJ Ash, 446 in a win, 015 light. Craig just flat didn't see it come on. Patrick Boris in the left-hand lane. Racecraft car down 479. Taking on the insurance man, Dragster in the right-hand lane. Steve Smith dialed in at 472. Red light by 002 for Boris, so Smith advances and runs a 73 on a 72. He's 17 green. 4th thou under for Boris, and he went 002 red. Kalen McCurry, the other insurance man, dragster in the right-hand lane, dialed in at 466. Jenna Jimenez in the left-hand lane, dragster down in at 496. So Jenna in there at 496, Caitlin at 466. Couple young ladies running here in round number 4. Win light here, right-hand lane, Caitlin McCurry, 005, 1 over the dial-in, taking 3 thou stripe. Jenna was 024, dead 0. No good. Justin Daniels and Chris Stein are going to run. Justin right-hand lane, Showtime dragster, 535. Chris Stein left-hand lane, his dragster dialed 404. We will take the rest of the door cars. We'll take the rest of the door cars for round number 4 to the staging lanes, please. Round 4 door cars. All entries to the lanes, please. Chris Stein and Justin Daniels. Both these racers have been, well, Stein's won the event. Daniels has been deep, I feel like, every year for the last 3 years in this event. And here we go. Win light. Daniels, he pulled it out. 535 on a 535. Stein was 010 and went 4 over the dial-in. By 100th at the finish line, Justin Daniels will advance. Brooke Paquette in the right-hand lane. Dialed 439, and Bob Payton left-hand lane dialed in at 453. Again, all door cars for round 4 have been called. All door cars have been called for round 4. Any dragsters with your second entry, we need you back to the lanes. Dragsters with your second entry, we need you back in the lanes. Brooke is in there and staged up. Now Bob flickers it a couple times, ready to go. Green away down. Green like a pair. 8 thou separate them. Win light here. Right lane. Look at that. Dead 0. Brooke Paquette going to round 5, running a 439.0 and a 439. She had an 031 light for the win. Bob Payton, 023. He got there first, broke out 2 thou, taking 100th. It had to be 8 thou or less. Once again, double dragsters, you do need to come back. Double dragsters, we need you back before we run the door cars. Double dragsters, we need you back to the lanes with your second entry. Double dragsters, if you're carrying a second entry, we need you back in the stadium lanes with your second entry, please. We do have a parts call while it's quiet for a minute. We're looking for a 488 Pro gear for a 12 bolt. 488 Pro gear for a 12 bolt. If you have one, go see Jason Mikula parked out by the fence out there on the back row by the big tree, the J&M Racing Chevy 2. Looking for a 488 Pro gear for a 12 bolt. So once again, the dragsters needs to be a fairly quick turnaround on that second entry. We need you in the lanes. Dragsters, the 3 or 4 of you that are doubled, still carrying 2 here in round number 4. We need you back to the stadium lanes, please. So I believe we have our dragster drivers back getting in and ready. If you're a double and you're not yet back, you're late. We need you. All right, here we go. The doubles back around. Ty Farmer, Kirby McLennan. Both these guys won with their first entry, so somebody will be down to one. Kirby, look at that. He moved the dial in. Thing was a Xerox machine at 422, and he now put her down to a 421 in the right-hand lane. Ty Farmer. Farmer brothers both still doubled here. Texas driver left lane, 453. One of them will be down to one entry. Here we go, tree on the way down. Red light start for McLennan. It don't matter, left-hand lane. Farmer was 001, and Kirby nailed it, 421 on a 421 dial-in with a 005 red light. Ty Farmer was 001 green in the left lane for the win. So Ty Farmer takes two entries to round 5. Kerry May and Chase McKay. Chase McKay in the right-hand lane, 447. Kerry May in the left-hand lane, 446. Both drivers in. 1 foul separate them here. Finish line, win line, right lane by 8 thousandths of a second. 0.11 dead 3 for McKay. Kerry May was 0.12 and a hundredth over the dial-in. 0.08 for Chase McKay. And here we go, door car racing. Steve Vandersloot and Aaron Vale, the front of the line here. Trans Am on the right-hand lane dialed 626. Vandersloot's Roadster on a 519 dial-in. So Ty Farmer, the only driver with a dragster, still doubled. 4 door car drivers here still doubled. Aaron Vale and Steve Vandersloot. Vale needs a miracle here. Not going to happen. Steve Vandersloot, 0.27, 2 over for the win. Aaron Vale was 0.45 on the let go. Cost him that entry. Tyler Clark and Kurt Harrington. Kurt Chevy 2, 584. Clark in the Lumina dial 554. So Kurt Harrington, Tyler Clark, in absolutely no hurry to get in the beams. Here we go. Kurt's in. We knew Tyler wasn't going. He'd have wrote that on his window. Green light's a pair of them. Harrington with the advantage. To the finish line, it'll go Harrington. 0.12, 1 over for the win. Clark is dead on the dial-in, but had an 0.24 reaction time. So Kurt Harrington in the Chevy 2 by 7 thousandths of a second. Advance around 5. Jeff Jaquish in the left-hand lane, the S10 out of Mount Pleasant, Wisconsin. 6:02 dial-in, and Steve Mikas. I feel like this is the guy you don't want to run it to 50 because everybody in the bleachers roots for the guy. Mikas in the Nova in the right-hand lane. Ashley, Michigan, dialed 583. Former champion of this race from 2023, carrying 1 entry here. Both out in green lights. 5 fouls separate them. Win light, left lane by 4 thousandths of a second. Jeff Jaquish, 0.16 dead 5, beats 0.11 and a hundredth over the dial-in for Mikas. Jeff Jaquish is going to round 5. Eddie Hall in the right-hand lane. Vicksburg, Michigan Oldsmobile dialed 619, and Chad Sandlin. Burleson, Texas, wheel stand-in truck on a 622. Both out and they're both green. About 100 separate them. On react, winner, right lane. Eddie Hall got away with 1. The Oldsmobile saved him, running dead on with a 2. Sandlin had him on the tree by more than 100th, and he goes 2 over the dial-in, maybe giving it back down there. Jeff Sanchez, Chevy 2 in the right-hand lane. 624 dial-in. Taking on Mike Bloomfield Jr. dialed 612. Well, both guys checking to see how much fuel they got on board here. Bloomfield in the left, Sanchez in the right-hand lane. Sanchez says, yep, I'll do it. He went in. Bloomfield's ready. Here we go. And Sanchez is in deep trouble. The winner left-hand lane, 013, 1 over. Sanchez went dead on, but the little staging game there might have got him there. He was 054. Justin Wakel in the right-hand lane, the Vega, dialed in at 640, and Troy Williams Jr., Bradenton, Florida, driving the Olds Calais, 654 dial in. Both drivers 00. Down the finish line here, win light, Vega 007, 2 over the dial-in. Williams 008, 3 over the dial-in. Justin Wakel goes another round. Paul Wolf, the Vega, coming up in the right-hand lane, dialed in at a 591. Kelly Smith's Roadster, left-hand lane, dialed 528. Five thou separate him here. Kelly Smith and Paul Wolf. Down the finish line, winner going. Kelly Smith dead on the dial, and Paul Wolf just took a bunch down there, almost 500 stripe to go 587 on a 591. So Kelly Smith advances to round 5. Kurt Harrington and Kyle Kidder. Kurt in the left lane, the Chevette, down 604. Kyle in the right lane, down 648 with a Camaro. Kyle Kidder kind of got a weekend going here so far. About 100th difference on this end. Winlight, Chevette. 022, 2 over the dial-in. Kyle Kidder, 035 and 2 over the dial-in. They have got the announcer jinx there. Aiden Farrell, the S10 in the right-hand lane, dialed in at a 603, and Jeremy Bargo. S10 left lane, dialed in at 611. Wheels up for Bargo. Farrell in hot pursuit. Got enough? No. Left lane Bargo, dead 0. 016, dead on with a 0. Aiden Farrell is a thou under, but that didn't matter. It was the 025 that cost him the round. Jeremy Bargo takes that entry to round number 5. Scotty Taylor and Jason Hemmerline are going to run. Hemmerline's Camaro down 498. Taylor in the Roadster, right-hand lane, down in at 514. Two of the quicker door cars here. Hemmerline against Taylor, 514, 498. High gear only Chevrolet Camaro Roadster against Hemmerline's Camaro. Finish line, win light going. Taylor, 011. Hammerline way off the pace there. Taylor advances. Brett McKay in the right-hand lane. His Camaro Del 603. Danny Angel's Mustang on a 611. One thou separate them, a 14 to a 15. Win light going, right lane by a thou. Brett McKay, 015 and 1 over. Danny Angel, 014 and 1 over. Margin of victory, 1,000th of a second for Brett McKay. Corey Mikas and Ricky Adkins. The Mini in the left lane down 469. Mikas in the Camaro down 621. Separate them, slight advantage Mikas, win light, Mikas, got it, 009, 1 over the dial in, Adkins 015 and 3 over the dial in, Corey Mikas advances, AJ Ash, Brent Martin next, Brent in the left hand lane, the truck dialed in at 623, AJ Ash right hand lane dialed 608. I believe AJ is carrying a dragster entry as well right now. Trying to put a dragster and a door car through to round number 5. .007, 008. Finish line winner. Left-hand lane, Brent Martin, 007, 100th over, beats a 008 dead 9. You can do the math on that one. 0005 at the finish line for Brent Martin. Doug Heinisch and Jeff Pitts on the line. Iceman 67 Chevy dialed 595 up against the 63 Chevrolet Corvette. Doug Heinisch dialed in at 552. 8 thou separate them. Better light for Heinisch. Win light, Heinisch. 017 and 100th over, taking 7 thou stripe. Pitts was 025 dead 9. Not good enough that time. Heinisch goes to round 5. Andy Christopherson and Ed Curtis. Oldsmobile Cutlass dialed in at 511. The Chevy 2 on a 615. $5,000 difference here. Win light, right hand lane. Andy Christopherson, 010 and 100th over. Beats an 015 and 100th over. 009 at the finish line. The Chevy 2 will be in round 5. Oldsmobile Cutlass, Craig Eberhardt, down 613. Kyle Yakos Daytona, 627. Both out in green lights. A 15 and a 9 on the reaction times. Win light here. Left lane got it. Oh, Kyle Yakos 015 and 2 over. Eberhardt was 009, 2 over. I got a feeling Craig gave that one back by 001 at the finish line. Kyle Yako will take it and go to round number 5. Shanna Stone and Billy Swain. Swain in the left lane down 565. Shanna on a 602. They're both out. They're both green. A foul separate them. A 19 to a 20. Win line here. Right hand lane. Shanna Stone. 603 and a 602. Swain had something go wrong with that truck down there, running 900ths over the dial in. Will Steckley and Donnie Hagar. Donnie with a dry hop. Love it. 646 dial in the left lane. Will Steckley right side. 575. $1 million race winner in the left. Former IHRA world champion in the right. Red light start by 002 for Donnie Hagar. Will Steckley with a win, and he runs dead zero. 016 dead zero for Steckley. He'll go to round 5. Royce Osborne and Tim Stout. S10 dialed in at 681. The Nova on a 603. Down the finish line here, win light. Right lane, Royce Osborne, 017, dead on with a 2. Stout is dead on with a 7, but he had an 034 reaction time. Royce Osborne will be in round number 5. Aaron Vale and Michelle Taylor are going to run. Michelle left lane dialed 548. Aaron in the right hand lane dialed 626. Michelle wanting to get to round 5 with a 005 light here and does not do it. Aaron Vale, 013 dead 2. Michelle Taylor, 005, 100th over. Margin of victory, 003. Vale takes that entry to the next round. Steve Vandersloot's roadster in the right-hand lane, dialed in at 521. Kurt Harrington Chevy 2 on a 584. Harrington in the left, Vandersloot in the right here in round 4. Everything getting real tight here in round 4. 3 000 margin of victories so far. Both out, identical reaction times. Win line, left-hand lane by 100. Harrington will take that entry, running 3 over the dial-in. Vandersloot 4 over the dial-in. Chevy 2 advances. Jeff Jaquish in the truck. Brian Campbell in the right-hand lane, the Thunderbird. He was sitting on the bye run. Even number of cars here in round 4. He gets to run Jeff Jaquish's second entry here. The S10 in the left-hand lane. So some starting line antics going on. They both got in here. They're both out and they're both green. Campbell nailed it again here. 002, dead 8, 10 total. So the T-Bird advances and hangs on to the bye run. Jaquish was 21 in dead 5. And we will take our no box final to the stadium lanes. No box final to the stadium lanes, please. Puts a wrap on round number 4. We will take our double inner dragster to lane 7 and 8, please. Double inner dragster, our one remaining double inner dragster to lane 7 and 8, please. We will take the rest of the dragsters for round 5, please. Rest of the dragsters for round 5 to the lanes, please. All dragsters have now been called. Round 5 to the seating lanes, please. All right, here we go. Round number 5, no box, final round. Coming out of the stadium lanes. Final call for dragsters. We need you in the lanes. Final call, dragsters. We need you in the stadium lanes for round 5. Big run here. It's not only for an extra $2,000. You get to advance to round number 6 of the 50. The winner here, Jeff Alexander and Stan Jones Jr. VP Racing Chevy Corvette. Dialed in at 596. Jeff Alexander's Howard City, Michigan Vega dialed in at 617. Final round for the no box 32. Stan Jones Jr., 596. Jeff Alexander, 617. No box, 32, final round. Here we go. Red light start for Jones. It'll be Jeff Alexander going to round 6 of the main event. He runs dead zero. 026 dead zero in the final. Jeff Alexander advances to the main event round number 6. Picks up $2,000 right there for winning the no box 32 final round. Stan Jones Jr. turning on the red light start here in the final. We're going to be going to the dragsters next. We'll take any drivers with a double entered door car at this point to the staging lanes, please. You're carrying 2 entries with a door car. We'll take you to the lanes. Lanes 3 and 4. Double entered door car, lane 3 and 4. You're carrying 2 entries. Take you to the front of the line. Here we go with the dragsters. Ty Farmer, Abilene, Texas, in the left-hand lane. 4:53 dial in. AJ Ash, Gulfport, Mississippi, in the right lane, dial 4:37. Farmer, the only dragster, still carrying 2 entries. Driver here in the left-hand lane. Texas and Mississippi, trying to get to round 6. AJ Ash into the stage beams first. Ty Farmer flickering it. Now he's ready to go. Here we go. Red light start for Farmer. So AJ Ash in the right-hand lane running dead on with a 1. AJ's winning reaction time, negative 003. Farmer was negative 004 in the left-hand lane. So AJ Ash takes an entry to round number 6. Ty Farmer will be back at the back of the line. We will take all the rest of the door cars for round 5 to the staging lanes, please. Steve Smith and Chase McKay next. Chase in the left lane down 447. Steve Smith on a 473 with his dragster. Again, all door cars now have been called for round 5. Steve Smith goes into the beams first. Now Chase McKay ready. Both green. They're both double O here. A 2 to a 4. Winner. Oh, Chase McKay. 004, dead 0. Smith is 002, dead 3. 5 total, and you're out of here. McKay wins by a thou with a 4-pack here in round 5. Kalen McCurry. Left-hand lane down in here at 466, and Kirby McLennan. Dragster in the right-hand lane down in at 421. Red light start for McCurry. So McLennan advances. He runs a dead on with a 1, 421 on a 421 with a 16 reaction time. McLennan will be in round number 6. Caitlin went 5 red, clicking off early down there. Justin Daniels and Talon Farmer. Talon in the left-hand lane, the other half of the Farmer brothers, Abilene, Texas, down 453. Justin Daniels in the right-hand lane, down in at 535. All door cars should be out there for your round number 5. Justin Daniels and Talon Farmer on the line. 004 triple O to the finish line. Farmer gave it back by 002. Daniels is 004, 100th over. You heard Talon Farmer down there. 000, 2 over the dial-in, and 2 thou behind at the stripe. Justin Daniels advances. So we got one dragster sitting out in the staging lanes here. We will have the Ty Farmer second entry coming back around. Yeah, it is getting that time of the day where if you got a tail light, you're supposed to have a tail light. Flip it on for us, please. Ty Farmer, we need you in the staging lanes. Ty Farmer, if you can't make the call, please let us know. Ty Farmer, if you cannot make the call, let us know. All right, we got both dragsters back. We have one door car missing. One door car missing this round, round 5. If you are hanging out and grilling back in the pit area, we're going to need you to head to the stage lanes, please, for round 5. Here comes our final pair of dragsters. Brooke Paquette been waiting very patiently back there in the stadium lanes. She's in the right-hand lane, dialed in at a 4:38, racing Ty Farmer. Abilene, Texas. He was doubled going into this round. Down to this one entry now with a 4:53 dial-in. So the Shorty dragster with the supercharged Copo engine for power plant. Young lady, Brooke Paquette. Her dad standing behind her, a pro stock NHRA motorcycle racer. She's dialed in at 438. And Ty Farmer, the Abilene, Texas dragster racer, dialed 453. Both out in green lights here. The finish line, wind light going. Farmer, 016 and 1 over the dial in. Brooke was 029 and 1 over the dial in. So Ty Farmer advances around 6. And here we go with the door cars. Kurt Harrington and Eddie Hall. Eddie in the right-hand lane. Oldsmobile Kellis, Vicksburg, Michigan. 619 dial in. Kurt Harrington, Chevy 2. Still doubled with the white Chevrolet out of Middletown, Indiana. 586 dial in the left lane. Harrington and Hall down the finish line here. Win light, Harrington. He takes his first entry through. 018 reaction time, 2 over the dial in. Eddie Hall is 1 over the dial in with an 035. So Kurt Harrington will be back around with a Chevy 2 to try and get another entry into round 6. This is his son in the left-hand lane, Justin Harrington. The Chevette dialed in at 605 and Shanna Stone. Vintage Trailers S10 dialed in at 602. A 20 to a 27 here. Down the finish line, win line going. Shanna Stone, 020 and 100th over the dial in. Harrington got to the finish line first. He went 6:04 with a 9 on a 6:05 dial in. Taking 4th out stripe, had to be 3 or less to get the win light to come on. Kelly Smith and Justin Wakel. Smith in the left-hand lane. The Roadster dialed in at 529. The Vega for Justin in the right lane dialed 641. Green lights, a pair of them. Kelly Smith in deep trouble here. Finish line winner, Vega. 004 reaction time, 1 over the dial in. Justin Wakel advances. Kelly was under and late with the Roadster. Kyle Yacko in the Daytona left-hand lane dialed 628. Doug Heinish's Corvette dialed 552. Green lights, a pair of them. One of them's 00. Down to the finish line, win line going. Right lane, got it. Heinisch, 024 and 100th over. Kyle Yacko was 005. Took 37 down there to go 8 thou under. Just took too much finish line and breaks out. And Doug Heinisch advances. Brett McKay and Mike Bloomfield Jr. Bloomfield in the left-hand lane. The S10 down 611. McKay's Chevrolet Camaro in the right-hand lane down 603. Double O's all over the board here. To the finish line. Winlight going left lane. McKay got there first. He's 004, fourth out under. Bloomfield 008 and 100th over the dial-in. Bloomfield takes the truck to round number 6. Will Steckley and Jeremy Bargo. Barberville, Kentucky truck down in at 611. The Ontario Charger for Will Steckley on a 575. Both out in green light, 6th out separate them. Down the finish line, Winlight, Steckley. 015, dead 2. Will Steckley in the Charger advance. Bargo, 021 and 3th out under will take him out here in round number 5. The Corvette Roadster coming up in the left-hand lane, Steve Vandersloot. Going to dial a 521, Corey Mikas. His Camaro going to be on a 622. Both drivers in, tree on the way down. Red light start by 004 for Mikas. So Vandersloot advances to round 6. He runs a 23 at 133 miles per hour. 025 winning reaction time. Aaron Vale and Brent Martin going to run. Pontiac Trans Am dialed in at 626. Martin in the S10 dialed in at 624. Red light for Brent Martin. Aaron Vale going to the next round. On a 626, he runs 100th over, 015 winning reaction time. Brent Martin clicks it off early. He was 13 red. Jeff Jaquish and Andy Christopherson. Jaquish in the truck, dialed in at a 602. Christopherson in the right-hand lane, dialed 615. Red light start for Jaquish. So Andy Christopherson advances. He runs dead on with a 2 with a 20 reaction time. Jaquish is 100th under. It was quite a bit red right there. Royce Osborne. Nova in the right-hand lane, dialed in at a 602. Scotty Taylor's Roadster will be on a 514. So Taylor and Osborne on the starting line, 602, 514 dial-ins. One more pair to come up behind them. Trying to get to round 6 of the 50 here. 514 for Scotty Taylor in the Roadster. Green light, a 002 and a 12. Down the finish line, win light. Roadster, double breakout winner. Taylor is 002, fourth out under. Royce Osborne is 012, sixth out under. 002 margin of victory for Scotty Taylor. So Kurt Harrington already back up and around with his second entry. Get in and buckled up. He'll race Brian Campbell, the by-run car here. So Kurt Harrington, the 66 Chevy 2 in the left-hand lane, already won with his first entry. Middletown, Indiana, dialed in at 586. And Brian Campbell in the right-hand lane, the Thunderbird from Oxford, Michigan, dialed 585. So Harrington wins. He carries 2 entries to round 6. If Campbell wins, he will get the bye run in round 6 with the Thunderbird. They're both on, they're both green. Advantage Harrington. Down the finish line, win light. Campbell. 020 dead 2 beats a 009 3 over the dial in for Harrington. So Brian Campbell will get that bye run finally in round number 6 when we bring back 17 drivers still in competition. No doubles left. 17 different drivers still in it for 50 grand. We will take dragsters back to lane 7 and 8, please. Dragsters, lane 7 and 8, round number 6 of dragsters. Dragsters, lane 7 and 8, please, for round number 6. Dragsters should be in the stage lanes. Dragsters should be in the lanes. We'll take door cars, the lanes 3 and 4. Door cars, including our no box winner, to lanes 3 and 4, please. So we have all of our dragsters back. We do need our door cars back to the lanes, please. We need our door cars in the stadium lanes, please. All right, dragsters getting in and buckled up here for round number 6. All right, going to work on narrowing this field down to 9 here. Kirby McLennan, Ty Farmer. Opening pair. Farmer left-hand lane. 4:53 dial in. Taking on Kirby McLennan. Dragster in the right-hand lane, dialed 4:21. Kirby gets in there, stage up, flicker of the ball for Farmer. Green light for Parable. Down the finish line, win light. Right lane, McLennan dead on with a 2:017 light. By a thou at the finish line, Kirby McLennan advances to the round of 9. Ty Farmer was 0:26 in 6 thou under. AJ Ash and Chase McKay. Ash in the right-hand lane. 4:37 dial in. Chase McKay on a 4:46 in the left side. McKay's dragster and AJ Ash. 4:37, 4:46, 5 thou separate them here. Who's going to the round of 9? We will give it to AJ Ash on a double breakout. 0:14 and 1 thou under beats an 0:19 and 5 thou under. AJ Ash advances. Justin Daniels going to race our no box winner, Jeff Alexander. Alexander's Vega on the left-hand lane, down 6:17. Daniels drags her on a 5:36. So 5 dragsters were remaining here in round 6 and 12 door cars. Here's our final dragster in a first door car. Justin Daniels gets in there quick, and he will win. A red light for the no-box racer, Jeff Alexander. Daniels is 13 green, and he runs dead on with an 8. He'll go to the round of 9. Shanna Stone and Steve Vandersloot up next. Corvette Roadster dialed in at 524. The S10 on a 602. red light by 003 for Shanna. Vandersloot, 5:22 and a 24, holding a couple. If Vandersloot ends up winning this race, that may have been his lucky round right there. 0:37 winning reaction time. Mike Bloomfield Jr., the S10 in the left-hand lane down 6:12, and Doug Heinisch. Here's a head-to-head of two former winners. Heinisch on a 5:53 with a Corvette. Mikey Bloomfield, Doug Heinisch down the finish line. Whoa, hang on to her, Doug. Doug had that thing sideways, and I think he was about on the center line there, but Bloomfield's 005 dead one. Not going to lie, Doug was not going to win that round. He was 35 on react, but he had that thing all kind of sideways down there. Will Steckley's Charger and Kurt Harrington's Chevy 2. 586 and 574. Steckley and Harrington, both in and stage. Here we go. Green light's a pair of them. 10 to a 21. Win light here, right lane. Steckley, 10 dead 3, 13 total. Kurt Harrington is 21 on the let go, cannot win the round. Andy Christopherson and Aaron Vale. The Pontiac on a 626, Chevy 2 on a 615. Both out in green, they're both 012. Win light here, right hand lane dead on the dial in. By 0.02 of a second, Andy Christopherson in the Chevy 2 advance. 012 dead on a 9, beats an 012, a 100th over with a 1, 002. Margin of victory. Scott Taylor and Justin Wakel. The Roadster down 514 in the left hand lane. The Vega on a 641 right side. Looks like our final pair of the round. Scotty Taylor and Justin Wakel. Five thou separate them. Down the finish line, win light going. Right lane, 016. Dead on with a 4, that's 20 total. Taylor is 21 on let go, cannot win the round. He's dead on with a 6, so Justin and the Vega advance, and so will Brian Campbell, the bye run here. The T-Bird in the left-hand lane, 585. He'll go to the round of 9. Double 004 reaction time. Clicks it off, goes through at 6:07, and that puts a wrap on round number 6. So coming up in round number 7, 9 drivers still in it. Round 7, 9 drivers still in it. By run for the round of 9 will be number 311, Mike Bloomfield Jr. Chris Simmons, we will take you to the winner's circle, get our no box photo done here. Get a chance. We'll take our dragsters back to lane 7 and 8, please. Once again, Chris Simmons, we can use you in the winner's circle, please. Door cars can start coming back to 3 and 4. Door cars can start bringing those cars back to lanes 3 and 4. So we'll take all of round number 7 to the stadium lanes, please. All cars have been called. We need you in the lanes. Also, Chris Simmons. I don't know if anybody knows where Chris Simmons is at, our photographer, but we could really use him in the winner's circle. Missing one door car before we start the round here. 9 left. We're missing one door car. So I believe we got our drivers getting in here and buckled up and ready for the round of 9. All right, here, fire in the hole. Here we go. So the round of 9, this will be the ladder setting round. 2 dragsters coming out of the lanes first, and this will be an all-star matchup here. Kirby McLennan and A.J. Ash are going to run. McLennan going to go to the left-hand lane. Dragster dialed in at 4.20 seconds in the left side. A.J. Ash, right-hand lane. Mississippi Racer, 4:36. A.J., former winner of this event back in 2014. Kirby been knocking on the door for about 20 years. Nine drivers still in it here. Opening pair, Kirby McLennan, A.J. Ash. Both drivers in. Let's get it going here. Ash in the right, McLennan left. Finish line winner. Right lane, A.J. Ash. 0-12, dead on with a 6. Kirby is 0-22 and 100th over the dial-in. A.J. Ash advances to the ladder round. Justin Daniels and Brian Campbell next. Brian in the Thunderbird in the left-hand lane down in at a 5.85. Daniels dragster on a 5.37. Daniels gets it in there first. T-Bird bumping forward. Now he's ready to go. They're both green. 100 separate them. Better Light, Thunderbird. Win Light, Thunderbird. 018 Light. And dead on with a 9. Justin was 028 and a thou under the dial-in. Brian Campbell and the Thunderbird go to the ladder round. Will Steckley in the left-hand lane, the Charger. Out of Ontario down 573. Andy Christopherson, Chevy 2 on a 615. Both drivers in, and Steckley just rolled through the beam. Andy with a free run to the ladder, and he's 015 dead 9. You gotta feel bad for Will Steckley right there. Something obviously in the trans brake or delay box went south there, and he just rolled right through the stage beams. So Christopherson advances. Steve Vandersloot, Corvette Roadster. He'll be on a 523 dial-in. Justin Wakel in the Vega down 641. Both drivers in and ready. Down the finish line here. Win line, Roadster. 021, take 4, thou stripe to be 100th over. Justin went dead on with a 3, but had his worst light of the weekend in 035. Vandersloot advances, and so does this guy named Mike Bloomfield Jr., winner of this event 2 years ago, is going to the quarterfinal again. The S10 in the right-hand lane out of Ohio. Double 08 on React, and on the 610, showing off. Dead on with a 1, 9 total on the buy run. All right, 5 drivers still in it. 5 drivers still in it. This is the way the ladder round will go down. 5 drivers still in it. The bye run will go to A.J. Ash in the dragster. It's going to be Christofferson versus Vandersloot. Christofferson will have lane choice, and Bloomfield Jr. will race Campbell. Bloomfield Jr. will have lane choice in the quarterfinal. So the quarterfinal round, those 5 drivers, as soon as you get them cooled down, fueled up, charged up, ready to go, bring them back for the quarterfinal to the stage lanes, please.